Okay. Oh wow, the stream is the third one if you type in Mr. World Destiny. That's sick. I like that. I gotta skip. Uh, oh, that's weird. Why is that? Oh. Sorry, working on the chat. Oh shit, I forgot to switch screens. Oh, that's stuff. Oops. Oh. I guess I don't really care if anybody has my chat key. Huh. That's so weird. Is this the one? No, it was not. Shit. Oh, yeah. Is this one? Charles. August. That's October. Was this in September? No, October. Hey, it was the What the fuck? Oops. Yeah, we're in 2020. You watched that. What is this? Oh, oh. What is this? That's November. That's November. This one? I think I already put this one. God damn. Watch this one. What is damn? Oh wait, no, that's October. I'm so confused. Oh my god. I'm trying here. I promise I'm trying. Fuck. You know what? I know how I gotta do this. Whoops. I just gotta go to Destiny's channel. And that'll make my monitors correct. Playlists. Just gotta find the giant one. There it is. Wait, no. These are all on the main channel. What am I thinking? These aren't any old streams. This arc is most pivotal to understanding the narrative. How the narrative is built around Mr. Grill's reasoning for creating the report. Yes, 100%. I don't think I could agree more with you on that. Oh, these red lines don't help me. I watch a lot of Destiny at this point. Some of these thumbnails are really good. No. Let's just see where this is. This is October. Did they go a whole month without talking? I don't think they did. There you go. Okay, this is the last one we saw. Yeah, that one. So then move forward from there. No. No. Jesus. Nope. No, but I'm pretty sure that was about Hunter. No, not Hunter. Rose Roast. If this is the next one. All right. Yeah, it's like a month and a half before they talk again. Weird. I'm gonna correct this. Put it on the correct monitor. And then resize it. Boop. There we go. Okay. Found it. We're good. Okay, there we go. So the stream chat should be showing up now, but I didn't see it. I'll look at that real quick and then actually start. Chat overlay. Copy. Oh, okay. Let's have it not hide it after so long. There we go. Yeah, I think that's good enough for me. There's a timeline playlist if you're having trouble finding this start of this arc. Never mind, I was behind. Yeah. It is sad though. I don't know why, but I can't get kicked to be a part of the whole thing. The chat. Seems like that's just not an option. But I do want to test really quick. I typed in test. I'm not streaming on Twitch right now, but I will be in the future. So the see every time. Nope, that didn't show up either. God damn it. Whatever, that's a problem for another day then. Working on it, trying to make everything a bit better of an experience. And I think part of that is making all the chat appear on the screen so that way people can just tell when I'm responding to somebody and not just saying stuff or like having to understand it.
Stop talking. Please stop
Tell
talking.
me to shut up.
Wait, okay, chill. I don't think Max thinks I'm bad. Max, do you think I'm bad?
I don't have to do that. I just have to turn it down some.
You've already backed off. Can you own anything?
Cherry, shut the up, you retard. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Call me
How
a
hard
retard,
it is
don't
to
care.
understand. Your brain is smooth. Listen to me.
All I had to do was ask, are you sure? And you backed up.
And how
I don't
want
care about the
attention.
problems you have with porn. We were talking about whether
So
or not.
what are you asking me, Steven?
I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to make sure we understand each other. Don't act like I'm attacking you. Because if you want me to attack you, I'll attack you.
Hi, Cherry, you retard.
Okay, let's turn the temperature down a little bit.
No, dude,
hello.
she literally goes on, her whole thing is like, she's so attention seeking, then she comes on here and farms drama from you. Please. Please.
Okay.
Oh,
How
I know
did
why.
farm drama from him. Please explain.
Well, you went on and fucking talked about me first, and then you're going on, dude, come on.
No. Explain it. Go ahead.
You're a
Hey,
grown-ass
No,
fucking
actually
woman.
elaborate
Hey,
what
Lav.
the fuck
Hey,
you
Lav.
mean by I
Grown-ass fucking
drama
woman.
farmed.
Hey, Lav. You need a lawyer?
Easy. I do.
Oh?
I remember this
I'm
one
your
now.
court-appointed, state-appointed attorney. Here to help you out. What's going on? How
geez.
can I
Thought
help
this
you with
was.
this cherry situation?
Dude, I don't know what the fuck to do. Half of me is like, do I want to give this bitch any attention? Obviously, you're having a field day with all the views I'm driving you. You were like a 43 viewer Andy, and then all of a sudden this week you're getting
That's
like
really
120
specific,
fucking
Lav.
stream. Yeah. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, why? There are a lot of people who are really interested and entertained watching you talk shit in circles.
Yeah, no, they are
Thank you.
entertained. They are entertained watching me. You're right. Maybe you should take notes
Yes.
on that. Maybe you should integrate it.
No, I don't want to be a lol cow.
No, you don't. No, but you are.
That is what is happening on my stream, and I felt bad, so I went on Destiny's stream
You
to
felt
ask him
so bad.
advice.
You felt so bad. That's why you told me to call the suicide hotline the other night. You just felt
That
so
was-
bad.
Hold on, now we're
Oh my God,
jumping.
no,
Now we're
you're
jumping.
so sweet. No, this is actually out of the
Let me-
kindness of
let me
your heart.
respond
No,
to that.
No, that
Yes.
makes a lot of sense. Okay, yeah.
God damn it. I think. Yeah, I don't know, but like, did Cherry just disappear forever and ever? I haven't heard from anything about her in like 6 months or something since I had an issue with
Okay,
her.
can I respond?
Yeah, I'll allow it.
I feel like she just vanished.
Okay. You tweeted out, or not tweeted, you did a video in your announcement to returning to sex work that you privated your videos and you blamed it on me. And you said, I'm doing these streams, I'm so mean, and that you got banned from my chat, but you couldn't help but keep watching, and it was like self-harm to you. So when I do have somebody who I think is not well, who has a history of suicidality and cutting, and you tell me watching my VOD and watching my stream is like self-harm and you can't stop,
so what
I'm
you
gonna
do-
tell you to off. And yeah, I'm gonna link you the suicide hotline. I don't want any of that fucking baggage on me.
You didn't link me the suicide hotline. You're posturing right now. You did it because you want to be a fucking alpha female bitch. You didn't do it because you cared about me.
Yeah,
You piece of shit.
No,
obviously.
I don't care about you, so don't tell me about your suicidality. Fuck off.
Wait, you don't care about me, but you do.
No,
I'm
I
getting a
don't
little
care about you. If I cared about you, I would have addressed it.
Cherry, you're flip-flopping a lot in this conversation.
Cherry was on a JS TLK stream recently. Currently, she has a specific beef with Erudite. Really? That's so funny. What does JSTLK mean? I think I just seen a clip from that channel earlier today. What's happening right now? Able to open my software.
I am consistently not giving a fuck about you. I'm worried about me and what I'm doing.
That makes a lot of sense.
What?
That makes a
I'm
lot of
hoping
sense.
What's her issue with Erudite? I'm pretty curious.
it does.
I'm glad we got there. I'm glad we got there. I'm glad that you admitted that everything you do is selfish and that you are not trying to help me at all or trying to.
No,
do
I'm
anything
not
but-
trying to help you. Holy
So what are you-
shit.
so what are you trying to do? Just gain attention, right?
No, I'm making content that's interesting for me.
So
Do you think that
attention?
anytime someone
So
talks about you, they have to
attention?
care about you?
So attention.
Lad, there's nothing wrong with wanting attention.
No,
Yeah, I
don't
do.
think
I
there
do
is.
stream for attention. I hope people watch me.
no.
Sometimes I show them
Max.
my ass.
Yeah.
Max,
I
my
do
problem,
want
my problem
attention.
isn't about attention. I'm all for everyone.
If it's not about attention, why do you keep fucking saying attention?
Because Cherry, your whole mode, everything I did, you took notes on me, wanting attention.
I
and
did because you are
manipulating
so
people for attention.
inconsistent. People have to take notes on you to keep up with the shit that you word vomit and the positions that you fucking flip flop on.
I don't. Oh my god, the gang's back together. This is huge. I haven't really. I don't know if I flip flop that much, Cherry. The problem.
JSTLK is a Destiny Orbiter who has a stream show called DGG After Hours. Oh. I did not know this. That's very weird.
Don't
Here.
know.
Yeah, I would have known.
The problem here is that you are a pot calling me black. Me being the kettle.
You called yourself black and slow, by the way.
Yeah, and I told you that was a Jesse Lee Peterson quote. We told you that, and then you still took it, and you were like, "She's a racist."
I don't know. Who is we? Who is we, Lav?
The people who were on Cozy, but it was me. It was who else
Everyone
was
on
there?
Cozy told me to take a black joke. That's how you remember it?
No, that's not what happened. But I
know
had
it's not.
explained-
I
had
know it's not what
explained to you-
happened.
I had explained to you the catchphrase, and you were like, "Oh," and then you weeks later were like, "Oh, she said something."
I feel like she doesn't understand the catchphrase. That's weird. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab something from the kitchen real quick. Okay. All good. All good.
Thing racist, which is weird to do.
Did
Oh.
I say that you were making a racist joke to a community?
Cherry called Erudite out for being cruel regarding Lav's sexual assault. People also think she felt slighted by her because basically Erudite abandoned her when the Destiny Bridge burnt. Alright.
That is most likely racist. to gain their fucking favor in that room.
Well, you were there, so they can't be that racist, right?
They absolutely can. What the?
Fun fact, Mr. Girl had scheduled this beforehand, and Destiny had already had these two mid-fighting. Conversation would have resumed the Fuentes debate arc. Yeah. That's why Mr. Girl showed up. He was ready to talk. And, Destiny's like, oh, I didn't know. Which seems to me like a good way of getting out of talking about that without having to, look like it.
The fuck? Do you?
Not saying he did, but it's convenient.
Okay. This is what I'm talking about when I feel like talking to you is something that I need to get advice from other people on.
Yeah.
You need a
On
lawyer?
stream. On stream. Need to get advice from Steven on stream about it.
Yeah, who?
Yeah.
So we gotta assign a man to each woman in the conversation.
Shut the f up.
But I want to
Whoa.
say I do
I'm
want
your-
to get advice on stream because I want people to be able to see the fact that I'm asking these questions because
Well, nobody
I have
knows
asked
Lav
them.
better than I do, so I
Dude,
can give you advice.
But I just want to say
Max.
because I talked to my stream about this worry, but I feel like I want like more people to be able to see that I'm actually like
So
trying to.
what is the criticism? So what is your problem with me, Cherry? I want to know. I'd like to have a
No,
consent.
I'm not done. I'm not done with my dive into
Attention
your
farming.
content.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
No, it's not attention farming. It's like literally going through your
you don't-
own
You've
your
gone
own
through
VODs.
You've gone through like over 10 hours of my content yet, though. You
No.
don't like have an idea of what you don't like about me?
Oh, I have an idea, but I don't have the whole
Let's
idea.
talk
There's
about it.
there's like 20 other VODs I have to watch. Like the list of things wrong with you, I just want you to be very clear. It is probably going to get longer.
Yeah, but should we talk
But
about...
where I'm at so far,
Yeah.
you're
She coulda just
inconsistent.
answered.
I don't take you for
about what?
sincere. Oh, I didn't come here with a fucking PowerPoint. You're the one who took Steven's stream.
Girl, you took
and you had a
notes.
lot of shit to say. So just tell the things that you said to Steven earlier. Repeat them now.
What did I say earlier? Didn't you watch? You had to have f***ing watched it.
I rolled out of bed and I've been here since.
Welp, yeah, you were trying to paint everything I was doing.
Did Cherry ever end up making like that final video on Lav that she talked about? I never seen it if she did.
As manipulative, which was weird.
I think it was Max who pointed out that you were being manipulative in that conversation with him.
Yeah,
and
well, that's because
I
Max
saw that and
Max
I
is
acknowledged
as
it.
equally as mentally ill as you are, so that makes sense. I was
Like,
not.
what does mental
That's a low blow.
illness even mean?
Cherry's
to
actually
I
fucking
think
crazy.
I think when
you? When
think
people
that
don't
both-
agree with you, when people think
No.
Lav is bad, it's mental illness. Must
No.
be.
I don't think Max thinks I'm bad. Max, do you think I'm bad?
A little bit.
Okay. Just kidding then. Okay, lost that one. Lost that one.
Not that bad.
Okay.
Oh wait,
I
there
think you're
was the
mostly
thing.
bad to yourself.
You said you came in and that I was like unhinged, and I said, I hate her, and any conversation I have after this is gonna be out of loathe.
That's what.
Right?
That's yeah. You typed that. You typed it out.
Yeah, I typed it. I didn't fucking say it, right?
Oh my god.
You said
They are
that
very
I
different.
yelled that I hate her, and any conversation is out of loathe. It's me
are they
fucking
different?
typing my thoughts.
Are they different?
They are different because when you came
I
into my
tweet-
chat and asked me about it,
Can I
I
tweet
told
the
you, yeah,
N-word
I really
right
don't
now?
like you.
Can I tweet the N-word right now?
Why?
You
not
probably
saying it.
would.
I'm not saying it. It's different. What makes
What-
it different, Cherry? You said that.
I really liked like I know where Lav's going with it, but it's just such a wild response. I really like just how like baffled Destiny was.
And then you told. What makes it
What-
different, Cherry?
Oh,
You said it's different.
Why?
look at
not
his
saying
face.
it.
Would.
I'm not saying it. It's different. What makes
What-
it different, Cherry? You said that. And then you told me. To call it in the
I really
worst way
like that.
possible.
Do you know?
After
Do you know why I
was
said
very
that? Do you know
level-
why I said that?
I don't
Can you
really
explain?
care.
Can you explain
Let
to
me
stream
finish.
why I said that? Can you explain to them? Can you?
Ah,
So this was.
Nope.
This
Wait,
Can you
wait, 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 wait.
explain?
Catch us up real quick. Why you said what?
why I said that why
Damn.
I typed down that I hate Lav and that any
I would have
conversation
liked to
I
have
have
seen
with
that
her
video.
afterwards is gonna be out of loathe.
Okay.
And she came into my stream.
I just gotta say right now, this is gonna be a tough stream for me to go over. When Cherry's really mad, I think that it's not like her voice, but the way that she talks when she's agitated is really grating to me. It's that like woodpecker fucking rapid fire of like just you're like repeating yourself or like continuously trying to interject. That's tough for me.
Stream, and then I doubled
I feel
down.
like I have a
don't
slight
like you.
eyeball headache after that
That
first
wasn't
one.
that
I'm not
wasn't
even being mean,
the
I'm being
part-
for real.
The part that I
Answer
have
my
a problem
phone.
with was you being like so insensitive and disgusting.
But maybe we
towards...
should explain why I said that, right?
So let me finish. So the part that I have a problem with was you being so rude and saying like, you were like, "Get the fuck out of here." I don't
Yeah,
want to
because I
partake.
wanted you to fucking leave.
Okay. I don't want to partake in your self harm.
Yeah, because I
isn't
think
there a
threatening
hotline?
suicide is fucking weird.
When did the fuck did I threaten
Making jokes
suicide?
about self-harming, watching my content. That is like threatening. That's like
you took me completely out of fucking context.
Out of everybody who's on the screen, I would least like to get into a disagreement with Cherry in real life. Out of all of them, she scares me the most by like a huge margin.
Bitch, I
took you
VOD
in
still up.
context.
That
You
VOD
wish
still up.
everyone would look at you as a joke.
That VOD is still up. I literally was like, oh, I couldn't stop watching. It was like a car crash. It was like a need
You
to
didn't
like
say
keep
car
watching.
crash. You said it was self-harm.
Yes, I did, but it was like I said it was like a form of self-harming, and then I laughed, hee hee hee. I was like, it was very much like not. It was very much like ha ha ha. It wasn't like I'm about to kill myself, and for you to paint
You
it
are
that way is
completely
insane.
empathizing with yourself. I think for
I know Cherry has BPD. I have my mother has BPD and my ex-wife has BPD. Like this is why I know about what BPD is. That's why when people started using it in the space, I understood what it meant, even though I understood that usually when people say it, it's not accurate, or at least they have no reason to think that it's accurate. It takes a long time to get that diagnosis. But I know there have been, and also my ex, right before my ex-wife, also had BPD. So I just don't have a lot of, I don't have a lot of charity for when people have like an episode. I think like my ability to just be able to forgive because it's from that is just very low, much lower than your average person. Because I've had enough people with legitimately BPD be way too fucking crazy towards me and like fuck with me or like fuck up my life because of it, that like I just don't. I just think I'm incapable of excusing any behaviors because of it.
me on my stream, I do not need to let you sit there and watch
That's
me,
definitely my
knowing
bias.
that you said that. I get to be uncomfortable about that.
That's very
and
big of
remove
you. That's very big of you. Thank you.
Okay. I think it's also worth noting why I said that I hate you in that conversation.
I forget.
Of course you would.
Oh my
you were
God.
in a conversation with Steven. Explain.
Like this conversation is going how misogynistic men think that women talk to each other all the time. I swear to God. Like I feel like the conversation between the two of them is just like red pill fuel.
Explaining your porn addiction when you were younger, saying that when you were 11,
Hold on.
you stumbled
Careful.
into porn.
Around Max, careful. Careful.
I'm not worried about Max. You said that
You've already served your time for this offense, Lev.
You said that you stumbled onto porn when you were like 11. Within like 3 days, you were watching really extreme porn, and he was like, "Oh, wow." And then you gassed the situation. You were like, "Yeah, you know, there's studies that show watching extreme porn at a young age is is like the same trauma as being molested or assaulted as a kid. And I
That's a crazy thing to say.
just go make yourself like the most intense victim somewhere else. So yeah, I hate you for that.
You think that was me victimizing my like?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
her
my-
framing herself
my
as a
young
victim of
porn addiction
sexual
story
trauma.
Isn't
For sure.
intense enough. So I have to let people know that my trauma, it's almost as similar as getting raped as a kid.
Oh, that was not where I was coming from with that. I
Well,
think it's
you have to
I thought that was
understand that
an-
that's how it's
Pick that
read.
up.
I thought you were attacking the porn industry more than victimizing yourself with that.
Yeah, that is what I was doing. So
Well,
I
I
think
also
it's.
thought you were advertising.
I
your own
know,
content.
I
so,
know.
Yeah, I just want to say but aside from that, I think you were attacking porn more than yeah. I don't think you were
Yeah,
trying to play the
I
victim
don't
card.
think that was. I don't think that was victimizing myself at all. But that was a.
To be clear, I wasn't saying that she was doing it to victimize. I mean, but undoubtedly she is making herself a victim of traumatic or of sexual trauma when she says that. That's like she's branding that event as something that was sexually traumatic to her. So I mean, it logically follows. I know I'm not on the current video topic, but on the October 16th stream where Mr. Girl defends himself from Cherry accusations, it's the primary definitive example to be shown when addressing how... Oh, must have ran out of characters. I'm going to get really triggered when we get to that point of it. Irresponsible the community is when addressing allegations. Yeah. It's pretty bad, I'd say. I'm gonna get really mad when we get up to
A
that
lot
point.
of the criticism you levied against me was that I was like consistently victimizing myself, which I think is really interesting because I think that.
Yeah, you would often bring
I don't
up
think that I
you're not
have.
listening to me because I'm a woman and shit like that.
I think
most
that
of it
often.
wasn't.
I think that oftentimes people don't listen to me because I'm a woman. I don't think that's all the criticism, right? I don't think that that's every criticism. But I think that certainly happens.
But you have been highlighting the one moment where I was
How do you get rid of wood?
upset on my stream.
Sorry.
I was triggered.
Good joke.
And I think it's,
How?
Well,
it's
that's just
probably
what I
more
watch.
fair to point out why I was triggered.
Well, it seemed like every.
I'm sorry for laughing. It came out of nowhere. I wasn't
I
ready.
was triggering you, so really, I think
No.
that you should call the
No, it
suicide
isn't.
hotline and stop reviewing my content because I feel like it's self-harm.
Listen, I don't have a problem reviewing your content. I just don't like when you honestly play the victim while I'm doing it.
What do you mean play the victim? I was typing.
Saying
lol.
watching my stream feels like
I was
self-harm to you, and you can't help but watch my
LOL in
stream.
chat. I was typing LOL in chat, and you're like, "You're out of here."
Hey,
And I was like, okay. Kinda
No,
weird.
you wouldn't just type LOL
What up,
in
Smith?
chat. You typed the first time in my chat to tell me to, or you said have a conversation with me, like don't watch my content. Just
I
have a
didn't say
convo
don't
with me.
watch content. I said we can just have a conversation if it's easier.
Wait,
No,
Cherry,
it
I feel
wasn't
like we
easier.
all don't we all just kind of like flail and air out our mental health troubles like online? I feel like the three of us do that pretty consistently.
Okay, but when I do it, I'm not putting that on other people. I feel like when she does,
no, when Cherry does it at other people. She's one of the very few streamers that I am legitimately and probably forever mad at. So it's really funny that she would say that I don't put it on other people. Other people end up becoming the target of her mental health issues and grievances. And then she also doesn't apologize or take any of it back.
air out her shit, and then she,
That's not true.
she'll
You
tell
had the
you
whole
what's
shit
wrong
with,
with you. She'll tell you you're having.
You had the shit with Hans.
Pause.
Hans.
Hans.
Hans of
You also wrote
Hercure.
a fucking twit longer about Steven. Like what?
I want to point out that I'm super retarded. Hans of Hercure is clearly a play on words for Khans of Tarkir, which is a Magic the Gathering set, and I didn't know that he was also a Magic streamer until well after year plus after I was aware of him.
What the fuck do you
Felt so
mean, bitch?
stupid.
Yeah, we're all constantly.
That is me airing out mine. That's not.
But I
me
was like,
taking
that's
my
a good
trauma and
name.
telling other people how they have to view the entire sex work industry. Telling Genevieve she's actually a victim. You don't understand. You have to listen to my story. Your story is.
Get on me. You get on me for
Wait,
deflecting
aren't you doing
the
it
way
right
that
now? You're saying I'm self-harming with your content, and kind of blaming Lav for that.
No, I did not say I'm self-harming.
I thought you said reviewing her content was self-harm.
No, she was
No, I
quoting-
said
Oh, she's saying
listening
you-
to
you
that
were
one
self-harm.
thing
Oh,
where
okay.
she conflated watching extreme porn to being
Gotcha.
raped as a
okay.
kid. I got triggered in that. I wrote it down and I moved the fuck on. I didn't message her. I didn't make a VOD to her about how like her shit is making me feel like I need to self-harm. I made a note and I moved the fuck on. That's not what Lav does. She makes it my fucking responsibility.
I made a video and then I touched on it for a second. I was like, yeah, that was f***ing crazy. Maybe the worst person to walk in on.
How far are we into this? 15 minutes. I've had so little to say because this is just such a remarkably unproductive conversation. Like they're still talking about like the same thing that was like they opened with, but it's gone nowhere.
Going over your content, LOL, and then I f***ing moved on. Why are you acting
Did you
like I
move
had like
on?
a fucking sob story?
You were in my
Yes.
chat the next day. What are you talking about? You
But I feel
moved
like this
on.
isn't this what streaming is? I feel like this is what
Yes!
streaming is. Like isn't that what we all do all the time?
No,
is say
but
like,
this
This episode is filler. That's pretty good. I just want to make sure that if there's something in here that relates to the drama between the two of them that's to come. I don't even like using that word, but that's pretty accurate. I don't want to miss it.
is
Okay,
the problem.
but Max,
is Cherry
I feel
thinks
like
she's
I get
above
the
it.
right.
She's alpha
Sometimes filler episodes have like a little nugget in them. You never
female.
know.
She's alpha
No,
female.
I don't think I'm alpha female.
Yes,
I think
you
I have the
do.
right that if someone that I think is just going to lie to me in the moment, that I want to watch more of their content and be in a more confident place before I talk to them, knowing that they're going to be willing to lie and pivot and talk in circles. Like, it's not an unreasonable request
wait, what's the request?
that I don't have to have her on my stream and talk to her right away if I feel like she's going to just lie to me in the moment, or that she just says whatever
Sure.
she can to appease the room.
Yeah, you don't
That
have
is
to
half
have-
of her fucking problem.
But you don't have to have anybody on your stream if you don't want to. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I'm
period.
saying I want to go through her content. I want to see all of the ways that she's changed her positions, that she's pivoted, shit like that. And she's saying that I need to entertain a conversation with her.
I never said that. I said we can talk if it's easier.
That's
I
not
didn't-
what you said.
Yes.
By the way, I'm trying to do fact checks to the best of my ability just to help you out in terms of being accurate as you can when talking about the stream. Oh, thank you.
Then why
That
did?
is exactly
appreciate
what
that a lot.
fucking said.
Okay, fine, whatever. I'm calling this a new
you-
pivot.
Girl, do you think I want to talk to you after you were that?
Ooh.
Like, what conversation could we possibly?
All right, my food's done. I'm gonna let it play for like a minute, maybe. I promise I'm not excusing you guys. This is just dragging out here, so I'm gonna take my food out of the air fryer and prepare it, and I'll be right back.
Have it gets to a good place after the way you fucking talk to me. You're a bitch. You're like a hateful person.
Okay.
Do you think that you
Is
being
it-
like I
well-
fucking hate this girl makes me want to
listen.
talk to you at all?
Is it really hateful though? Because this is just kind of like the content mill, right? People just kind of cover each other's stuff, right?
No,
I don't
it is
understand
hateful.
what's
If you point out her contradictions, it has to be fucking hateful. If you
That's
analyze anything that she's
problem.
saying,
That's not
wanting
the
to be a
problem.
socio-political fucking
oh
commentator,
my god! I can't
it's
believe you just handed
you've
her
got to
that
just be a
bone
bitch.
stardust. I can't believe you just handed her that fucking bone stardust. There are plenty of people who have critiqued me and not been a fucking hateful bitch and been like, call the suicide hotline. You were just fucking
Because
rude
you
for no
fucking
fucking
laugh
reason.
and pretend like nothing is serious. That's why nobody sticks to it. Because you're not willing to
What
own
are
up to
you
anything
saying?
that you have said.
I've owned up to everything. What am I not owning up to?
Absolutely not.
What am I not owning up to? Please.
I mean, if we want to talk about it, what was your take about Amaranth?
My take about Amaranth has changed.
Oh, so you don't think that not owning up to it. Thank you.
I don't know
Thank you.
what you're talking about, but that doesn't sound good. Vlad.
No, but my critique of Amaranth.
Mr. Girl's not being a very good lawyer here.
To see myself talk about it. That was this was the second week I'd
You
ever
tuned
streamed.
in, right? Yeah, my
This is
stream,
the
because you can't
second
fucking
week
stop
I'd
watching
ever
it.
Streamed. The second week I had ever streamed. And so that excuse first I want to make sure I have an excuse on the table first. And
Yep, get your
I had
excuse.
said-
Also,
I
your
had said-
victimhoods, right? You're autistic, right?
No, not Hassan Meta. I just had to grab my food out of the air fryer. I'm sad that they started getting spicy right when I stood up. Cherry is suggesting that pointing out critiques as if that's a thing that Lav is saying is hateful, when it's clearly Cherry's scathing words and tone. Yeah, that's probably accurate. Like, I mean, I feel like Cherry did own up to the suicide hotline thing being a thing. I don't know why we have to keep revisiting it. It sounded to me like she's like, yeah, I was being a bitch to you. I don't like you. That's like what I got out of it.
Yeah,
Add
I'm
that there.
autistic, I'm Jewish, I'm a woman, I'm Mexican, yeah, all of it.
Yeah, go on.
I'm black, I'm slow. I wanted to.
Oh, if that's the meme, then she got it right.
So Amaranth,
Literally laughing by
I
yourself.
think yeah, I'm very funny and easy to talk to. But when I was talking about Amaranth, I had the this is still true. Amaranth's whole business model is about like her boobs.
So now it's still true. God damn it. Just
Okay.
fucking pick
That's
one.
about her boobs.
Well, multiple things can be true at once, Cherry, right?
Lab.
In your head. Only in your head do they all exist at the same fucking time.
I don't think that's true. I think that usually people who can see like complexity in situations usually have, you know, parts of them that align with different parts of different scenarios. But in this scenario, Amaranth is a girl who posts her boobs, and her whole business model is like, look at me, boob, I'm nothing. And I actually saw you say, well, if she doesn't have a problem
Look at
with
me,
it, then you
boob,
shouldn't have a
I'm
problem with
nothing.
it.
I brought this up to Lav before, of like about both siding things. People think she's lying a lot when it seems like to me that like because she doesn't just like come out and say like, well, I understand it this way, in this way I'm also sympathetic towards, and I don't really have like one side of it like winning out. She took that criticism pretty well, but it causes her problems in a lot of debates in this like era of her streaming.
If you had seen her Vice documentary,
Fun fact,
she
Cherry
does
doesn't
have
seem
a
to like
problem with it,
nuance.
and she says she hates it.
Yeah.
So
Grabbed the wrong barbecue sauce.
my point still stands. Ultimately,
What
But-
point was it? You haven't said a fucking point.
I think that she's a businesswoman. I think she's girl bossing it up. I think that's cool.
That wasn't your take, was it?
Well, yes, it was. I said
No,
that she
it
was girl
wasn't.
bossing. You got mad at me for saying that she was a girl boss. Yeah.
That was not your take.
Yes, because I said capitalist scum, and then you were like, "Oh, she hates capitalists." Like, yeah, that was my take. But I was also like, yeah, I think that this is like a net negative for society. I don't think that women should sexualize themselves to the point where they're like nothing but a sexual object. Not fucking John Zerka, dude.
Oh my god, I
Just keep
forgot.
talking. If Zorka, if you derail, I'm kicking you out.
I'm gonna lose it. But yeah, that's what I was ultimately saying. Is I think that women have an imperative to not completely sexualize themselves into oblivion, right? I
Okay,
think
this is your quote. This is your quote. I'm mad at Amaranth because her whole brand is being brainless. And do this.
Yeah, that's what I said in like fewer words. That's more concise.
No, that is what you said.
Yeah, that's like what I
You're
also
talking about
just.
I remember Brittany Simon showed up at one point, but it was quite the cast for a stream.
Something
Said
about
in
you,
fewer words.
her being a girl boss, a businesswoman. You didn't complain about that. You said
No,
that
I'm
she
sure
was
that there are
objectifying
notes. No, there
herself.
are
You
notes
said
down
she
there.
was objectifying
Show us your
herself
notes,
at
Cherry.
the expense
Show us your
of
notes,
women.
Cherry. Yes.
She was objectifying herself at the expense of women. You
Yes.
find her to be a harm to women.
Yes.
Okay, why did you not say this? Why do you choose, when we talk about it, to only mention that, oh, I said she's a businesswoman and a girl boss?
Well, I didn't just say that. I also just said that you shouldn't objectify yourself. I'm confused. Were you not part?
You know, it must have been the easiest time to make content for DGG orbiters when they have terms and can just enter into the shitstorm contributing nothing. Not gonna lie, pretty envious of this. Yeah, like it was like right around here where I realized that Destiny has so much pull that like he can just sit there and content will come to him.
I know
Were you
you're
just
confused.
not here
I'm
for most
so
of that
fucking not
conversation?
interested. I'm so fucking not interested in you.
It's easy to
Happy
not be
New Year's
interested
out.
when I dunk on you, Cherry. It's easy to be not interested,
I feel
isn't
so
it?
dunked on.
Is that your what else is your criticism? Yeah, I think that Amaranth thing is like
I was
still
just-
objectively
listen,
true.
I just turned down my
You
mic,
have
so
so
I hope
many
it still sounds
criticisms.
okay.
I was so curious. you said that you don't take anything back, you stick to everything, and I wanted to see what you would say about Amaranth. And I think we just boing this whole fucking topic. You went back and forth. I love that.
No,
for you.
I literally said like almost exactly what I.
Cherry, can you define boing, please? I have no idea. Oh, I seen Papa Gut was live today, so I sort of like kind of like loosely called him out and told him that if he ever wanted to chat about the stuff he said concerning Mr. Girl Destiny, I'd be happy to have that conversation with him.
I did, but with like a little more information now because I've watched a Vice documentary. So I've doubled down and also added some, which I think is what people do when offered new information, unless you're retarded, right?
Right. Like,
Okay. Well, let's real quick. Okay. Can we say it in a few words? Lav, what is your problem with Cherry?
I think Cherry is really well. Now it's personal, right? I didn't have a problem with Cherry before. In fact,
Just
I
answer
thought
the
Okay,
that.
hold on.
question.
Let's
Answer the
No,
yeah, let's circle around again. Okay,
Cherry,
what is your problem with
okay,
Cherry?
Cherry.
Yes.
Cherry, I think that you're stupid.
It's really good that somebody finally stepped in here. Jesus Christ.
I think that you're uncharitable. I think that you are a hypocrite. You exhibit all the same things that you get mad at me for, and I am really
right, that's the same.
Okay.
Sir-
That's good. Okay.
Zerka laughing in the background's gonna fuck me up. Damn, I just got this feeling of Zerka joining, feeling like Destiny's being avoided. This whole conversation is feeling like fluff to make it harder for Mr. Girl to confront Destiny. Yeah, I think Destiny's aware of it, but nobody else really knows about what's going on there yet.
That's good. Okay. So you personally you don't like her. Okay. Now.
Well, no, it's not that I.
Yes, it is. Don't say no. Yes, it is. You don't
I
like her.
could like her though, so I don't want to condemn.
Okay.
I don't want to condemn.
She did
her.
like me before I started criticizing her content.
Gotcha.
No,
Okay. Cherry.
No, the criticism wasn't it.
Cherry, what is your problem with Lav? Okay.
I think a lot of her thoughts are not, they're not fleshed out, and I can't tell if it's because she hasn't thought them through, or if she's just trying to appease an audience when she's in that room, or if she's just so easily like persuaded by other people as soon as they make an argument that she feels like
I think it's all
can't-
three.
We'll let her finish.
it might be all three. I haven't decided,
John.
and so I'm going through her content. I think a lot of the times that she's pretty rude and disrespectful to people who disagree with her, and I do think that a lot of
Oh my god, I can't believe Cherry said that.
people criticizing her just get told that they're being misogynist or sexist, and I feel like
Gotcha.
it can be super gaslighty.
Okay. Are you
so,
interested
yeah.
in presenting evidence for any of these particular things right now that you would want Lav to answer to or for?
Right now, I was not prepared. No.
Okay. What did you come in to hear to talk to Lav about when you came on? Right now.
Because right now because she came in and said shit. So I wanted to come in and be able to address
You
it.
have
'cause
notes right in front of you. You have your notes right in front of you. You just read from
Okay,
them. Let's
if
divvy
you-
up something, babe. Divvy up something for me.
I feel like I just did with the Amaranth. Okay. Do you want to do that
I
again?
mogged you, Cherry. Another one, please.
Are you sure that's what you did?
I'm not 100% sure. I know that the time was set aside because Mr. Girl mentions that. I'm pretty sure Mr. Girl's going to clear up. He's going to answer that question at some point here. I missed the start of the stream, but this Destiny stream feels like schoolboys and girls squabbling. Yes, it does. Feels weird, Mr. Girl being involved. So, what Shieldro said right before you is talking about the fact that Mr. Girl showed up not because of this. Mr. Girl showed up because him and Destiny had scheduled a time to talk, presumably about the Fuentes stuff, because this is it's like a month and a half-ish after their last talk about it. And now Mr. Girl's here to talk about this. Sorry. That's the only reason why he's here. I can confirm this is officially a filler episode. The report, Mr. Girl states he stays quiet for the majority of the stream because he doesn't know why he's there at all by this point. Mr. Girl looks like his brain is being sucked out of his nose. Yeah, I think he just adapts like the lawyer thing to make himself feel less awkward for being here. And like ultimately, he can say that, but I know he has fun with the stream when he's on it.
Yeah, another one, please.
He really leans heavily into the lawyer character. I remember that.
Listen,
Oh, wait.
I'm at August 8th of her content. I have about like 10 pages of like dialogue between her and other people.
You also had a problem with the way that I talked. Here, I'll give this one to you. I'll
Go
pass you the
ahead.
ball.
Give
the
it to
one
me.
with Genevieve. You talked about the way that I spoke to Genevieve.
Mhm.
And you had a problem. You thought that I was like a gatekeeper. That I was like the only person who could do sex work.
Yeah.
No,
His
I definitely
chat
didn't say that.
is open
I
for the
said
majority of the
you-
orders at all times.
You told
Or
people
his VC.
that you want to gatekeep sex work, that you think it's
Yes.
a good thing. That's why you don't want people speaking positively of it. And I definitely made the joke that I think you should gatekeep yourself out of it.
Okay. I haven't flip flop on that at all. I still feel all the same ways that I did.
So, do you feel like you own your body if photos of your naked body are on the internet?
No, but I don't necessarily think that that's
So then,
like,
why
super
did you go back to posting nude photos on Patreon?
Because I've spent 6 years building this callus so that I could do it.
Building
so
the
I can
callus, but
handle
didn't
it.
you just break down about it 2 months ago?
Yeah, sometimes we have little things.
So maybe you didn't build a callus.
Well, sometimes the callus gets rubbed off in a
So maybe
pedicure.
you pretend to build a callus so you can go back to posting nudes?
First of all, I was making 14,000.
I think the best way that Lab can address this thing, like, look, I'm already too far in it. The damage is done. So it's not going to be as bad for me to continue to engage. Because I already have this trauma, might as well make a little money off of it. But I want to dissuade other people from having the kind of trauma that makes it easy to do this content like it is for me. That'd be the better way to do that.
And lost all of it, so that would be the worst business model I think I would have ever come up with.
Okay, you lose $14,000, you gain a husband who...
If you frame it that way, Twitch politics is much easier to understand. It's all drama in high school, petty behavior. This is why Destiny seems so immature. He's been engaging like this for 10 years. I wonder how much Destiny earns for this stream. We could break it down. Wait, I just heard a metric today. So for this video, divided by 4. Probably like calculator. 269,326 divided by 4 divided by 1,000. Like $67. Oh wait, that's the YouTube video. I don't know about the stream.
who makes over $500,000
sure.
in a year.
Cherry.
Wait, so you bringing up my fiance's income has, 1, very little to do with my own income, 2, nothing to do with the conversation at hand.
I think it does. You're implying that you made a financial loss for your
You're also implying
For
that
your
I made
antics,
a
and you haven't.
relationship gain. I've been with my fiance for years. He's never cared about my sex work.
And is he Jewish too?
Stop.
Zuka.
He's Catholic,
Baby.
but he's more retarded than me.
Mhm.
So that's his excuse.
How's
Okay,
he more
so-
retarded?
I really like the Destiny's just stop. He's basically just playing he's babysitting right now.
So your new
He's
thing,
Catholic.
your new thing with Patreon. How is it different from what Genevieve was advocating for her healthy engagement in sex work?
So I don't take requests. I post whatever I want to post. I'm free to post.
I mean, for
I'm-
now, right? Because who knows what you're gonna do in 2 months?
Fair enough.
Cherry, if she can't answer the question, then why ask?
Wait, what do you mean? Because that's
well,
the
she's
point.
not-
Cherry's trying to illustrate that there are questions that she can't answer. That's part of Cherry's line of questioning.
Well, no, but
right?
Well, I know,
no,
but
no,
saying, but
she
but
has to let
Cherry,
me try.
Max, don't
wait,
ever
Cherry-
talk to me about cutting a bitch off, Max. Not
no,
from
problem,
you.
My problem's not that you cut her off. It's that you said, even if you say you're not doing this thing now, you might do it later, so you might as well be doing it now. So if you're just gonna if you're just gonna make up whatever she's doing, then why even ask her?
I'm not making it up, but as she answers and as she's inconsistent, I also want to point out the inconsistencies
But it's not-
that
it's
she
not
had in the past. That
but
all of her
but-
answers will never fucking matter.
Wait, hold on, Max.
So she's
Doesn't this
willing
witness
to-
All of
totally
her answers
invalidate?
never matter.
Wait.
All of her answers never matter. There's no
I'm
reason
still
to ask her.
dem-
I almost paused it to say what Mr. Girl said. Oh my god, what a shit show.
Chill, hold
demonstrating
on,
it,
wait.
though.
Max, didn't you do this exact same thing to her when you accused her of like using everything as an
Yeah, he
advertisement
did.
to start a Patreon again?
He's gone. That was 2
No.
months
That's
ago.
true.
That was
Wait,
2 months
really?
ago.
I feel like you did that exactly to her.
No, I can illustrate for you why it's different if you'd like.
Yeah, what's the difference?
This is Max monologue time. Fuck off, Max.
That's a little
No, I'm just kidding. Go off. I haven't heard you in a while.
Why don't you
Okay.
let the man speak?
So in one
say that.
situation,
Max, are you wearing rollerblades?
am I what?
Are you wearing rollerblades right now?
No, why?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I don't understand. Is that a joke?
It was a bad one. Go ahead.
Okay.
I don't get that joke either.
In one situation, she's asking Lav, how is what you do different from what Genevieve does? And Lav says, Genevieve takes requests and I don't. That is objectively a true statement. Then she replies, well, later down the line, you might. So it just invalidates the entire conversation where you no longer can say what I do or what she does or compare any two things because Cherry's allowed to just make something up and say that this is a new comparison.
No.
Well, the
Two things-
comparison-
stop.
hold on.
Let me
Incorrect.
finish explain. Let me finish explain. This is
It's
one
not that
instance.
I can make something
shut
up, it's the
shut
fact
Cherry,
that
shut Cherry.
Lav
I don't
will
want,
never
I don't
hold
want,
to what she fucking
stop talking.
says.
Stop talking. Please stop
Tell
talking.
me to
Let me
shut up.
finish.
Wait, okay, chill,
shut the
don't
fuck up.
scream.
Let me finish.
Be chill,
Let me
my
finish.
children, go ahead.
So that's one instance.
It's because Zerka is fucking hilarious, Emery. There's not a lot of positive things I can say about the guy because I haven't seen him do like a lot of good stuff, but he's always funny.
That's why I'm saying why ask if you're going to make up her answer for her.
Yep.
What I did with Lav was I said,
Okay, wait,
I
real
don't
quick, just on the
bel- I-
Cherry thing, just for so we understand what was going on there, right? I think what Cherry was pointing out was that like Lav used to be hypercritical of behaviors like A, B, and C, and she was hardcore attacking somebody like Genevieve over behaviors A, B, and C. And
Yes.
now Lav is saying,
Allowed-
well, I'm going to do behavior A. And
No.
Cherry is like, well, wait, weren't you really critical of A, B, and C? He's like, well, yeah, now I'm only critical
No.
of B and C. And
That-
now what
that's a
Cherry,
total-
let me
wait,
fin-
that's wait,
That's
stop. That's a
absolutely it.
totally fine response. If
Sure,
she
I'm just
had-
saying that's the point of her line of questioning. That's what she said.
That's not true, Steven. That's not what happened. She didn't
is-
say that.
Zerka has comedic timing. So I live, the area that I live in is right up against like a really prominent community of Muslims, like Middle Eastern Muslims specifically, and all of the really like, how do I put this, like all of like the, and I don't mean this in a negative way, socially aggressive guys that I meet from over there remind me so much of Zerka. Pardon. Any of the guys that I know from that area that like have a lot of friends or are like sort of like in command of their social groups, the way that they talk and behave, is like insanely, like it's exactly how Zerka acts. So I don't know how, if like that kind of like style or like behavior that Zerka has is like a cultural thing. Like if you wanna get like ahead socially, like this is like the way to do that in those communities. Sounds like banter culture. Maybe. I'm not sure. 'Cause I picked up like 2 pretty decent friends in the Magic community that were from over there, and I think I heard about Zerka after like being in like the Magic community in my area and knowing those guys, and first time I seen him I was like, oh my god, he sounds like these 2 guys so much, it's crazy. And it just, the more it goes on, it's like clear parallels.
Absolutely, what
stop.
happened? I don't have to.
okay.
I don't have to
I
fucking spell
don't
it
want
out
to-
for
I-
my
I-
reaction
okay.
to paint that picture.
I want to finish explaining
I am
how
more
this.
I grew up around Muslim immigrants. There's something incredibly nostalgic about Zerka. Yeah, a lot of it to me is like this. So some people, when they're really cocky, I would say most people, when they're acting and behaving really cocky, it's not because they're like super sure of themselves or anything like that, but it's that they want to project that. People like Zerka and the guys that I'm talking about, it's like they could be completely wrong, but they would know they're still right. Like you could prove to them that they're wrong and they'll still know that they're right. It's like true confidence, like impenetrable confidence. I think has a lot to do with it. Yeah, it always cracks me up.
Max, at talking to people.
I don't care. If A, B, and C, let's say C is taking requests, right? And she's saying, well, I don't do C. And Steven, you're saying she could have said, well, you do A and B, but she didn't say that. She actually, what she said was, in the future.
Yeah, I'd have to see a clip of like somebody proving to Zerka that he's wrong. Because like the guys that I know that remind me of him, if I prove them wrong, they'll be like, I just still think you're wrong. Like they won't even give an explanation anymore. Or like, no, I'm still right. And then they'll just move right along. Like, it's impossible to get them to admit wrong. But like, it doesn't make me mad though. Like a lot of people, they do that to make me mad. But I just think it's funny.
Sure, you might do C, so we might as well act like you're doing it now.
Well, the
That
problem
doesn't
isn't
make
what she's acting like she's doing. The problem is her, and this is what I said to her earlier. The problem is Lav's hardcore criticism of people doing all those other things, and now
That's
she's decided.
fine, but the fact remains that Cherry's response was, down the line, you may change your mind and do that again. So I can
also-
criticize you for it as though you're doing it now, which doesn't make any sense. What I was saying to Lav wasn't, I think that later down the line you're going to do sex work, so therefore you're doing sex work now. I was saying, I think you're lying. I don't believe you. You're saying you're retiring from sex work, but I believe that in 6 months you are going to be doing sex work, and that all of this, whether you know it or not, is functionally going to be a big ad for your sex work
How is that
career.
not
And
essentially the same thing that Cherry's saying though?
Because
Cherry's
is
saying, I
making-
think you're lying right now. You're saying this video thing now, but in the future, you're probably
No.
going to take requests on Patreon again.
That's That's not Cherry's argument. Cherry, just please pay attention.
Holy shit,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Max.
That almost sounded
Don't
exactly like what her
understand
argument was.
Your
I know
empathy
it almost
is
sounded exactly the
dumb.
same, but please,
You
please
don't have it.
understand. Please understand the difference.
Please don't speak for me, Max.
Please, I'm not speaking for you. Please understand the difference between saying, like if I said, I think you're unhealthy because you smoke cigarettes, and then you say, well, I don't, and then I say, well, you maybe in the future you will. So that's the same thing. That's different
No, not
from
the same.
That's
It's
different.
the same
That's
if she
different. That's
smoked
different.
cigarettes and then
That's-
she quit smoking, and I'm like, well,
that's
you're probably
different.
going to pick it up again.
That's different. Saying you smoke cigarettes now effectively because I think you're going to
I
Oh,
smoke
love
shit,
this
my
meta
bad.
conversation.
is different from
I said, thank you for telling me that I was muted though. I said that I really hope that Zerka and Cherry get into it because that would just be really funny. I'm not usually rooting for people to fight with each other, but I would enjoy that a lot.
telling somebody, I think you are going to relapse.
That was also the first thing I
No,
said, and it was
no,
the
the
least
end.
significant, and it was the least
I
significant
just
thing.
don't believe that you
No,
guys
Max.
don't understand the difference
Max,
between
the
these
end.
two
No,
things.
you are just being
Cherry.
fucking.
I missed what he said the difference was because I thought Cherry's was pretty good there.
Is different from telling somebody, I think you are going to relapse.
That was the first thing I
No,
said, and it was
no,
the
the
least
end.
significant, and it was the least
I
significant
just
thing.
don't believe that you
No,
guys
Max.
don't understand the difference
Max, the
between these
end.
two
No,
things.
you are just being
Cherry,
fucking
Cherry,
stupid, okay? The
Cherry.
end is exactly it, is the relapsing. The fact that she's done this, she has the history of doing this, and that her
That's-
criticism,
okay,
she
that's
backed off her
fine.
own criticism
But
to
if she's
re-enter
going to
sex work.
if she's going to relapse,
I get
then
to
you're-
point that out.
that you do, Cherry, but your argument cannot be what is different between what you do
And
and
your
what Genevieve
analogy,
does.
your analogy can't be that she was a non-smoker, and I'm threatening that she, or
Okay.
Pointing out that she might become a
That's not the
smoker.
important
That's
part.
not
There's a
analogous.
difference. That's not the important
Fun
part.
fact started
The
stealing
important part
contributed
is there's
once
a
during this
difference between
conversation.
saying-
No, the history.
To be fair though, that's true. but she also added something of value. She actually made a clarification that like them two like bouncing back and forth off each other going nowhere. Stardust actually was really productive when she spoke. So I would say she's probably the most productive to time speaking in this stream so far, which is pretty
History
funny.
is the important fucking part, Max.
It's not, Cherry, because what you said out loud was
Actually, I think the stream will be a lot funnier if I just watch Stardust because her reaction to all this has been really good.
there's
No, your
functionally no
misinterpretation
difference.
of it, the fact
You
that I'm
said-
being
you
short
said
and
what
witty
you-
with it, just fuck all the way off.
you
I'm
said
sorry I
wh-
didn't do it in a meta fucking way for you, okay?
It's not that you
but
didn't
no,
do it in
I'm
a
never
meta way.
going
It's
to.
that logically what you're saying.
She looks like somebody that's really scared of mice and she's tracking a mouse that's like on the other side of the room, but trying to keep it cool.
Doesn't make sense. And Steven's making a
logically makes
comparison that
fucking
makes no
sense.
sense. It
Mom,
doesn't make any
Dad,
sense.
I hate when you guys fight. Please let
Okay,
me finish.
Please
it
don't
doesn't make
fucking
any
mom
sense
me.
to say that they do the same thing. They don't do the same thing. You could say, I think you're going to do the same thing as Genevieve, and that makes you a hypocrite. But you can't say, I think you currently do the same thing. And then when she says, well, actually, I don't. Taking requests
You
is a
can
pretty big
re-explain
difference.
what the fuck you said. I'm gonna
Sherry,
dismiss it in the
Sherry.
same way. Don't care.
Sherry, just take it down a notch. You're also invalidating.
And Steven, I don't.
All right, now it's gonna get good. Also, I regret having focused on her. Every time I've seen her blink, her eyes don't blink in tandem, and it's nothing against her. I'm not making fun of her. That freaked me the fuck out. That's why I was quiet for a minute. I was trying to see if it was just like a one-off, and it wasn't. Sometimes she blinks with one eye and not the other one too. That eyes kind of freak me out a little bit. That freaks me out.
No, I don't believe that you don't see the difference between those two
Okay,
things.
it doesn't
I mean,
really
there
matter.
arguably there was a difference. I just don't think they're relevant.
Please, this is so stupid. Okay, anyway, what I was saying, I was going down the list. That was the least significant one. I don't take requests.
Interesting,
I will
Emery.
never say that sex work is empowering me. I will never tell 18-year-olds that it is a viable option to go into sex work. I don't think that people should go into sex work.
I'm
So
gonna look
that's-
back and see that you don't say sex work is empowering now. I
How's
just
it
want
empowering?
to make sure.
It's
I want to
not
make sure.
empowering.
Say it. Just say it. It's not
Yeah,
empowering to you.
I think
You're not
I
powerful
feel.
when
I
you're
think I
naked.
feel. I think I feel powerful.
No,
Okay,
Laz, don't say
you've
that. She
already
asked you
backed
last.
off. Can
No,
you
I
own
haven't, Cherry.
anything?
I don't care if anybody goes into sex work, if they're legally allowed to have sex. Why does anybody? I don't understand why everybody seems to care. I don't give a shit at all.
Hey, Cherry, shut the up, you
Oh,
retard.
God.
Listen to me. Listen to
don't-
me.
call me
How
retarded,
hard this
don't
to
care.
understand. Your brain is smooth.
Call me
Listen,
retarded,
All I
don't
have to
care.
do is ask, "Are you sure?" and you back
shut
fuck
the fuck
off.
up,
That's it.
Cherry.
That's all it takes.
Cherry,
All right.
you can
Do you
feel
see why I
powerful.
don't want to talk to you? What
Cherry,
the
shut
f- is the
fuck-
point?
You can't.
Cherry.
You can't talk to me because you're fucking retarded. You don't understand
Oh.
what I'm saying. Okay.
You actually
You can feel
do make me feel
powerful. I
retarded.
powerful. Yeah, that
You
makes
do
sense.
make
It
me
makes
feel
sense that
retarded.
being around a smart person makes you fucking feel retarded. So
Oh my
You are
god.
smart. You
can
are.
Feel, I can feel powerful when people are seeing me nude, and I'm like, oh yeah, people are paying to see me naked. I feel very powerful.
Okay, so you acknowledge that you feel empowered.
No, empowerment, women's liberation and empowerment has nothing to do with personal power. I feel personal power when I'm taking men's money. I do not feel empowered. It does not empower women to be naked online. Yes?
Why don't you just say it's
I'm
a
not gonna-
double-edged sword?
That's true. It is a double-edged sword, but also I'm talking
Oh,
about
God.
on a small scale and on a big scale. I can feel empower my body, and I got mad at Genevieve for this because she was like, "What's the difference?" There is a big difference between
Wait,
feeling
wait.
powerful.
Wait, do you feel more powerful before they ejaculate or after? I just want to know
After.
where the power is.
After.
Dude,
After, I got it.
are you not able to participate in this conversation?
I'm
No.
trying my best, okay? I'm sorry.
Okay, why
I'm not caught up. I'm not caught up with the lore. I'm listening. Like,
we're
I
not
didn't
the
watch-
most mature group of people to begin with, but damn.
Yeah. Don't you watch Cuties?
Oh my.
I have
Immediately
watched.
buy.
I
Shit, thank you. I might have a hard time catching if there's any like subtle shit between Mr. Girl and Destiny that leads forward into the subreddit arc because Zerka's. Zerka's gonna crush it on this. He's gonna be killing me this whole time. It'll be more productive once he leaves. No, it won't. I remember the end of this being just a shit
Yo,
show.
I used to watch Cuties.
Yeah, what happened? Did you run out of filler episodes?
Yeah, Destiny's.
It's a movie, not a TV show. So there's only.
Destiny sat
yeah,
back
it
and
gets
just started
kinda
playing.
repetitive.
You wish it was One Piece. You wish.
Destiny's just playing TOS manager here.
Well,
So anyway,
I you know when you look at old porn from like
No, I
20
don't.
years ago and you
don't
think
watch-
like you don't watch porn?
No, I don't.
Okay, sometimes this weird thing happens. You're looking at porn from like 20 years ago and like the girl's like, 19 or 22 or something. But in the back of your mind you're like, wow, this woman's like 40 now. And something about just the knowledge of that turns you off. And I think it's been 2 years since Cuties came out. And when I'm watching it, I'm thinking these 11-year-olds are now 13, and it's just so disgustingly old to me. I just lose all interest.
You're bored of it.
Yeah.
Why'd you say 40? Why are you adding zeros, bro?
What? I gave you
Why
an
are you
example
adding
about
zeros,
20-year-old
bro?
porn.
You don't gotta hide.
Can I get off topic? Lab,
Wow,
are you-
Zerka missed that
you
whole
identify
shit.
as a witch?
Sorry.
All right. Listen, guys, I
No,
gotta go.
Max, I'm asking. Oh, you're leaving. Sorry.
Okay, I told. Sorry, Max. We will talk tomorrow or
You're still appreciated,
sometime
Emery.
soon. Okay, I promise.
Yeah, I want to talk to Steven about our relationship.
When Cherry faces adversity, she gets louder, starts screaming, tries to shut it down. She never uses humor, which makes her a perfect target for someone like Zerka, and it's hilarious. Yeah. Zerka is kind of her kryptonite for that reason because when Zerka gets, even if he doesn't have to be mad, but even when he's mad, he tends to make fun of people. And Cherry just, I'll put it this way: Cherry comes off as just like a fucking nutcase when she gets mad. She just gets like scary. Zerka gets more likable oftentimes when he's upset.
I feel things are tense.
Or at least when he's taking shots at people.
I don't think anything's
You can see
gonna.
we're bickering, and I want to clear the air.
Just stay, Max. Just stay. I'm totally.
Well, I think he has
breaking
stuff he has to
your
do.
No, I have to go. I'm a personal trainer, and I have to
He's gotta
train my
do.
client. But
Okay.
also,
We'll see you on the playground.
I also, Steven, I have to warn you.
Uh-oh.
I'm fed up with your subreddit.
Oh shit.
And
Oh, not all filler, Emery. Not all filler.
this isn't all your fault, just partly. But I'm drafting a declaration of war on our destiny.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm gonna
we
have
go.
to declare war on your subreddit. I think forethought is probably my biggest problem, but of course he answers to you, so but that I see that as a separate relationship from our relationship to you. I feel like we can be generals who respect each other and are friends and love each other, and yet are also at war.
Okay. I don't consider myself at war with you, but okay.
Well, I'm going to declare war on your subreddit.
I have to do a remote.
Now, my subreddit is a very small. I probably won't feel like you're at war.
Hold on, Max. Are you banned?
Yes.
You're banned off YouTube right now?
Yeah.
Why? What did you do?
I was banned for a video that I posted 2 years ago. That I
Was it
got a
like
strike
N-word? You said the N-word?
No, it had nudity in it from clips from movies. My channel was this video was taken down. It was reinstated by YouTube and age restricted, and then they banned me for that same video 2 years later.
Max, before you go, why have we not addressed the elephant in the room? Lavloon is jealous of Sherry because she has a crush on Steven.
Please stop.
Don't
Can we
do
just
that.
go back to the other thing?
I think
Max,
we all have
it
a
was
crush
great
on
to
Steven.
see you. Max, it was great to see you. Am I allowed to call into hotline? Or are you still
No, you're official. You're 100% unbanned.
Nice.
You
I'm
can-
hosting Hotline this Saturday.
That's
Co-hosting.
I actually don't remember asking, but that's super
Okay.
sick.
Jesus.
Right? That's fine.
It's good to see you, Steven. If I don't talk to you for a week, have a good trip or whatever you're doing.
Okay.
I love you, and take care of yourself.
Okay, I love you all. Okay, Max is leaving. Lav and Cherry are re-engaging in a
Oh,
healthy
this
way.
isn't
can we
the
go
one I
back?
thought
do
it was
you,
then.
Do you identify as a witch?
Wait,
Yeah.
what? What? I think this wasn't the one I was thinking it was. Um, weird. I thought this is the one Mr. Girl stays all the way through. Um, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you want me to go on to the next part of like where Mr. Girl and Destiny are talking, or do you want me to finish this? That's up to you. How do I do this? To be fair, the episode is mostly filler. Yeah, but remember I said sometimes filler episodes have a little nugget in them. You never contested it was mostly.
And you're part of a coven.
I am, yeah.
Do you think that it's reasonable for me to not want to engage with you for that?
Yeah, it's reasonable for you to not want to engage with me for any reason. It's your body.
Okay, because the first night we talked, I told you what I was doing, and you asked me if I believe in astrology, and then
Yeah.
that's why I timed you out the first day, because I thought that you were just going to be.
Oh,
Like that girl.
I don't think that I'm like that into it. It's like fun.
All right, we got 2 for next, 3 for okay. Yeah, all right. I don't see finish getting anywhere. Yeah, that's fair. I don't I'm not particularly itching to see the rest of this. We got what we came for. We got what we came for. Yeah, ataraxia. I'm not a big Cherry fan. This is not much of a secret. I just try not to like hem and haw about it a lot. Okay. Okay. It seemed like this couldn't have been it, but oh, this is Destiny watching this. Fuck, but I want to watch that. Oh, that must have been him leaving. Hang on. What? Okay. That was him leaving for work. I see. I see. Okay. Oh, you're welcome. I guess for the sake of sticking with the timeline here, I don't watch that. Another fun fact: everyone in that stream is at best on shaky terms with Destiny, or at worst completely disillusioned and blacklisted. True. That's actually correct. Yes. Go to Stardust channel and oh, look at that. Still one of the top videos. Let's go. Number 4th most popular Stardust video is when I debated 6 people on her stream. It kind of kills me how not good my video did of the same event, but I'll take it still. Can amends be made? Oh no. Oh damn, usually the Mr. Girl ones are like pretty high up on here. Can this friend... Ah, here we are. Found it.
Hello.
Oh, wait, really? It's sort of popular. Okay.
Hello.
That's right. Their friendship ending paled in comparison to me telling everybody they're wrong about Mr. Girl for like 3 hours. That's unironically like my biggest streaming achievement, I guess.
Hello.
You destroyed our friendship. Our friendship was important.
In terms of
to me. Now we're
numbers.
not fucking friends anymore. I don't think it's melodramatic.
Our friendship was important to
Turn it down just a hair. That's fucking loud.
me too.
Great. So I don't think it's melodramatic to tell you that I think that I think you destroyed our friendship because you tried to force yourself to have a conversation. You.
So, let me just introduce this. Obviously,
Chud should not have been the moderator for this. It was a bad choice. Oh yeah, besides Stardust, that makes sense. Do I consider Mr. Girl a friend? I'd say we're friendly. But like, so like, there's definitely a clear distinction here. Like my friends, if I want to do something with them, I'll just be like, hey, you wanna play a game or something? Shit like that. But like, I can like reach out to him and talk to him if I want to. Like we're friendly, but there's definitely like a different relationship than I have with like my friends.
you guys were known as friends a little while ago. Very close. There was conversations together. Stardust actually copped quite a bit of heat over her association with you. However, a few months ago, there was a monumental conversation that sullied the relationship that had been developed. And from what I understand, it led to a sort of terse exchange on stream, which then led to a number of months where you weren't really
Terse?
communicating with one another. Now, I floated the idea of sorting this out, and I think that, you know, I kind of left it with you. I didn't want to push the issue, but now we have gathered here together to finally fix the tattered, frayed relationship of Mr. Girl and Stardust.
Do you think you're biased towards Mr. Girl and are more charitable towards him, even if there's a slight bias? So I mean, there has to be some level of bias because like I'm a fan of the stuff that he's made. But in that same vein, I'm also a fan of most of the stuff that the people have made around here. So like the thing that I think that people misinterpret about when I give charity to Mr. Girl, I'm really charitable to like everybody. I am like an exceptionally charitable person when I'm talking to somebody, and a lot of it has to do with I really don't want to be wrong in my like internal process of how I view things. So I try to be really charitable to like anybody that I'm talking to or about. However, I don't think that I'm biased towards Mr. Girl to the point of there being a problem. If you look at some of the top videos on my channel, is me arguing with Mr. Girl animately about ADHD, and me, and then the Mr. Girl interrogation stream. This was that interrogation stream happened because Smith Will and I got together and we're like, hey, we need to do this. So like I am not afraid whatsoever to hold Mr. Girl accountable for things that I think that he's doing bad. And before the ADHD stream that we did, I flipped out on him on Twitter because I thought he was being really irresponsible with how he was talking about it. So much so that he knew it was coming when he had the hotline, and I popped into the call. Before that, even before I even popped into the call, he said there's somebody in particular who's been really angry with me. So like I have no problem publicly calling Mr. Girl out even. So yeah, I think that I am pretty charitable towards him because in I'll also add that I think a lot of my charity comes from the fact that I believe that I understand what he's saying, which is different than what a lot of other people think that he's saying. But I just think that I'm correct about that. Like I don't have to twist anything around. This like when I hear him say something that like a lot of people are upset about, it seems like they understood something differently than what I understood when I initially heard it. I don't have to like see like people are upset like, could he have meant something else by this? That's not usually how that happens at all. I'm usually defending like my first interpretation of it against other people's like initial interpretations of something that he said or did that was like really controversial. So like it's possible, but I don't think that it's I don't think it renders me an inaccurate source of reporting about Mr. Girl.
Now, because I'm both a woman lover and also think that Stardust is the one that initially had the issue with what Mr. Girl said, I think what I'd like to do is just allow you maximum 5 minutes tops to explain what your issue is, and then Mr. Girl, you'll have 5 minutes to respond, and then we're just going to open up a conversation. This is to ensure that you're able to get out how you feel in a fairly reasonable time frame.
I think it's important to just point out at the time this stream was like pretty hype because it was still really fresh that Chud's face was out there. This might have been like one of the first streams he did with somebody else after he put his face out there. I'm not perfect in my remembering of when it was, but I feel like that's this face is really new to the internet.
So Stardust, please,
Yeah.
by all means, explain the issue in more detail, and then go on to what you've got to say.
So we had a conversation last time we were on stream together because I really liked his video about fucking the cat. I thought it was funny, and I thought it was a really nice way to demonstrate how to tell somebody to, you know, back off, that you're not interested.
Can I explain what you mean by my video?
Wait.
No,
wait.
his opening
No,
statements,
you
he's
know
gotta
what this is
chill.
already.
Because she said my video about fucking a cat, and I want to explain the context of what she's talking about.
That's pretty fair, I
Okay,
guess.
I
But
don't
it's
understand
opening
what you
statements.
explain. That seems like plenty of context to me. No, okay, go on. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Go on. As long as
Okay.
you're okay with it, Stardust.
I made a video called How to Say No to Sex, which is about how if somebody asks you to have sex and you're not interested, you should plainly and clearly say no rather than giving excuses or basically trying to talk them out of wanting to have sex with you. And a guide I gave for that is, imagine if someone asked to have sex with your cat, you should say no the way you would say no to that.
Okay.
I liked
Please
it.
continue,
I thought
Stardust.
it was a funny video. And I thought it was interesting. And we started off our talk, and I basically I said to Mr. Girl that I really appreciated the video. I think a lot of women, especially younger women, are kind of socialized to not really know how to say no the correct way, socialized to kind of like do everything except give a hard concrete no, right? And at the same time, you know, I personally felt like it's important for me because when I say not right now, currently as I am, I have to clarify so many times to somebody that I'm interested in. I'm incredibly interested in you. I just need time, right? When I'm talking about me needing time, I need time. I have like issues, right? And so that's kind
I'm officially on good terms with Queenman's community. I wasn't previously. Oh shit. How'd you do that? Oh, hey. MILG? How's it going? Who dat? I get a little verified thing. That's pretty cool. Howdy. Oh, I see. It's nice to have you here on Kick.
Kind of what I was saying is like, you know, I don't want that type of that message to get misconstrued as me. I don't want people to all of a sudden read that as like I'm no, you know, she's no longer interested in me, because the truth is I am interested, but I just have I need time, and then it turned into a conversation somehow about me saying that I need time being a test, when for me it's not a test. It's quite literally, if somebody can't give me that time, it's over. Like it's not gonna work, you know. And then Mr. Girl went on to talk about how, well, you should understand if you're asking for time before getting physical with somebody, that they have the right to be angry with you or stuff like that. And then he started talking about this.
I don't think he said they have the right to be angry. Maybe he did, but my understanding is that I think you need to understand that they're gonna be. Honestly, his destiny takes based. I talked to him a bit more in chat today. I spoke with him about my convo with Mr. Girl since he reviewed over Tom, Lav, and Tom talking about it. I clarified some. I'm scared to go into Mr. Girl's Discord and Reddit because his community is full of bad people. The Discord's a lot more chill than it used to be. Like I would characterize the Reddit is a lot more aggressive. But the Discord, everybody's pretty chill. Like, they're weird. I don't think that there's a lot of bad people in the Discord that are at least active that I see. I'm not super active in his Discord, but when I'm there, it's just usually, you know, internet weird people just being internet weird people. It has a charm to it. Things on that and past misconceptions about my views on Spicy Chat's actions regarding how they interacted with Mr. Girl server community members. Well, I'm glad you guys patched it up. Like, I don't really have anything against Queeman. Like, I think, well, I don't. I'd say there's like nothing that I don't think he's like personally like a terrible person or anything like that. I don't love everything that he does, but I mean, that's just life.
This relationship he had with this woman who wanted to have him get tested before they got physical, and that was a whole thing. And then basically continued to tell me that what I am saying is a power move. Somehow, me asking for time is a power move. Me asking for time is like a test, and for me, it's not a test.
It is a test.
I have not been in a relationship for 4.5 years for a very specific reason, right? I need that. Like, I have very specific boundaries. If I can't get that, it's done. I'm not doing it, you know? And I'm willing to be,
She just didn't like the word test.
Rather than somebody who thinks that I am asking this as from the perspective of a power move.
Okay. And sorry, I just wanted to elaborate very briefly on my understanding is you didn't have any contact for a little while with Mr. Girl. What was the reasoning behind that before we move on to Mr. Girl?
It just felt awkward. It felt weird. And you know, it's not like I don't wish him any harm, you know? I don't wish him any ill will or anything like that. But there's like a fundamental difference in the way that we understand this and the way that he views it. And he thinks that people should be entitled to be angry with me for exercising.
Yes. That's what he was trying to say.
Exercising just basic requests. When I say you don't have to be with me, you know, you don't have to be with me. To if that doesn't work for you, but you don't have to be angry with me either, right? Like I don't think it's reasonable to get angry with somebody for exercising, explaining what they physically need or what they physically can't give, right?
Women are gatekeepers. Of course, they decide when physical stuff happens. Yeah. But that she needs to know the person more. Yeah. That's what. Yeah. Sure. like, I understand that saying something's a test invokes a certain emotional reaction. It's not the best word to express what you're saying and have it being heard. However, I think it's a great word, like, definitionally. Yeah, she needs to know them better. That's testing the person. Even if you're not aware of it, that's what you're doing. Sure. And it's for the reasons that she gives that she needs more time with them. I don't think of him as a good person, but I like the content and I understand not everyone has my same values. Yeah. I think it's really easy to draw conclusions that aren't being expressed about this take. Well, you know what? We'll wait until that part of the conversation comes up. Because I don't want to, like right now, you and I disagree about what they're saying. So I'm sure it's gonna come back up, and I just want to hear what they say
At a specific
before we
time
like
in
try
the
to hammer it
relationship.
down.
So
Okay. Right now, Mr. Girl, you've maximum 5 minutes to respond to that and elaborate further as you see fit.
Oh, I am angry at you.
okay.
Is that it?
I mean,
No.
for the meme, I understand because I did make a meme that.
Okay, shut up, Stardust. Okay, listen, let the men speak. Right, Mr. Girl, go.
No, I'm angry at you for not talking to me for 3 months.
I knew what you meant, Emery. You're good.
When I say that it's a test, I'm not talking about your experience. I'm talking
But that's
about...
not what you were saying.
Why are you interrupting?
Sorry.
I'm talking about how it functions in the courtship or relationship or whatever. So if you say, as you just said, I ask for time, and if a man can't give me that time, we're done. This is why I haven't been in a relationship for 4.5 years, because no man has been able to... That's what I mean by test.
I'm in a relationship now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's...
I'm sorry, you're interrupting. What relevance is that to anything?
Yeah.
It's not. I'm just quoting. I'm just responding to what you just said.
Okay.
So my perspective here is not...
Stardust.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
My perspective here is well, I guess I can just reiterate what I was saying last time, is that a lot of men don't like being told no, and will not take no for an answer, especially if it's a vague or unclear no. And I think as a result of both women's unwillingness to set clear boundaries and men's unwillingness to accept boundaries, we've developed a kind of coded way to deal with this, where women say no just to something, just to see how you react to it, and then gauge how safe they are with you based on that. And what you describe as, oh, I need time or I need space, some component of that feels to me, I guess, whenever it happens to me, like a test. Being human, I know that you can decide you want to have sex with somebody pretty quick. And it's worth waiting a little while to see if something contradictory to that impulse is going to surface. But what I said to you in the conversation was like, I've noticed and I feel like once you're past 30, the second date kind of makes sense to have sex on. I feel like if you can't figure out whether you should have sex with somebody by the second date or not, you're kind of lagging.
Retarded?
No, that wasn't what I was gonna say. I was gonna say just like a little slower, not mentally, but like in terms of how safe you feel. And if you feel really unsafe, you're going to do things that I think could be called tests. So I'm not saying that these happen for no reason, and I'm not saying that there's not men who deserve that. I'm saying that as a man who I don't think needs.
No, I don't think that at all. No, I don't think that Miss Girl's doing it to get a rise out of her. Oh, I'm super loud? Okay. Oh yeah, you know what, this video is quieter. I turned down my mic just a little bit. Is that better? I went in the VOD. Sorry, the monitor with the chat on, it's a little far away from me. Hopefully this is better.
Needs to be tested. It feels enraging to add to the shame women have about wanting sex, the awkwardness of whatever. It just all the lies. To add another reason for women to pretend they don't want sex when they do, or maybe this is an excuse for women to pretend they don't want sex when the setup of like, I'm supposed to convince you to have sex, and then you're supposed to go, oh no, I'm not ready. Oh gee, I don't know. I really can't stand it. I really don't like it. The story I told was, I'd known this woman for like a year, but we never had sex. We decided to have sex. She asked me to get tested, and I did. And then she told me she wouldn't have sex with me unless I physically showed her the test. And I was like, well, if you think I'm gonna lie to you,
Yeah.
then I don't want to have sex with you. Like, we need some basic level of trust. If you want me to be inside your body, you need to be able to believe me when I tell you something. And if you can't, then like I don't want to. But I was really enraged, but we didn't have sex. I was really angry about it.
Okay.
So that was the conversation.
Let's wrap it up and open it up to conversation. Come on.
Okay, so I guess we got stuck on the point of whether it is a test. It seems like you find the idea of it being called a test like an attack or demeaning, and maybe it is. And then, but I kept saying like, it seems like you're upset, and you'd be like, no. And I was like, it seems like you're mad.
Yeah.
And you're like, no. And I was like, so you're feeling anything bad about this conversation? You're like, no. And then immediately after the conversation ends, you like look at your chat and you're like, that was weird. And you're like obviously super upset. And then you don't fucking talk to me for 3 months. So whatever I was annoyed about in the hypothetical idea of dating you has now taken over our friendship, or I essentially derailed our friendship at this point. Like I can't really even think of you as a friend now, because how can we be friends if you can't even tell me when you're obviously upset with me, on stream or off stream for 3 months? I don't see how you can have a functional. You can't even be functionally colleagues with somebody if you're going to be talking about stuff like consent and like the difficult political conversations we have that are going to cause hurt feelings and anger from time to time.
Yeah, ye olden days when Mr. Girl got chastised for not wanting to have sex. I don't remember that.
Time, if we can't talk about it.
Let me know when you're finished.
He's finished, obviously. That's fucking obvious. Go.
Okay.
Go backwards and forwards.
So, first off, that is not how the conversation played out. You were very specific in not just personalizing it, saying that it was me who was doing a test. It was me who was doing a power play. Secondly, that I initially wasn't annoyed with you. But as the conversation went on, it just seemed like you kept pushing and pushing that it was a test, it was a power play, and you were trying to get some sort of negative reaction out of me. And initially, I was just like, this feels very uncomfortable. And afterwards, I was irritated. And when you messaged me later, you said like, we haven't been talking. I said, yeah, I feel like our last conversation left things in a really weird place.
Okay, again, I'm
Sorry to
describing.
interject, but there's a confusion that we need to correct. Okay, people are saying you're in a relationship. Just to confirm, as far as I know, you weren't in a relationship, right?
No.
At that point, when I was talking
What?
with Mr. Girl.
As in, you weren't in like a sort of romantic, sexual kind of engagement, right? You were just friends, correct?
With me, yeah.
No,
were
no, no,
in
not
a-
with
yeah,
Mr. Girl, with somebody else. Yeah, yeah.
We've never
Yeah,
had.
but people are
a-
confused. They think you were together. More drama. I'm trying to
No,
squash
we've never
drama.
had
okay?
any kind of sexual relationship.
No.
Okay, I
And all this business they're talking about right now, Mr. Girl got shit for refusing to have sex, and yet they twisted him into being a manipulative weirdo. Oh yeah, I hated that too. Like basically he felt uncomfortable because of that demand and just said, I don't want to have sex, and that's it. How is it manipulative if you're not gonna have sex then? Like, or like even if it makes her feel weird, so what? He didn't fuck her. That's the thing that people would normally get mad about, is if you manipulate to have sex. If they think he was manipulative, okay, so what? He didn't have sex because he chose not to. And people like, her boundary of knowing if of seeing his papers is more valid than his boundary of not wanting to have sex with her if she wants to see it, which is absolutely insane to me. Like, and I've had people really angrily argue that, and that freaks me out.
To me, the argument was about a semantic labeling of you just described the behavior, which is, I tell men I need time. If they don't accept that, then they're gone.
No, I clarified in that.
Trying to force her to by refusing to have sex with her. Yeah. Wrap your head around that logic.
Conversation.
Oh,
I
you
clarified.
said this just now.
Right, but in that conversation,
Wait,
and
I'm trying to say something. You said this just now. You said, if I ask.
They have the thing that happens when people hate Mr. Girl. Just no matter what, he's wrong, and he's a manipulative sex weirdo. There's really no way to follow that train of thinking that they have, if you're being objective at all.
Ask men for time, and if they don't accept this, then they're gone. We're done.
Like, imagine if Stardust was the one to tell that story. She's like, I was dating this guy, and I wanted to have sex. And he's like, hey, we've never had sex before. Would you mind getting STD tested? Just so that, make sure everything's good. Yeah, sure, no problem. She gets tested, throws her results away. He's like, did you get tested? She's like, yep, I'm all set. He's like, oh, well, can I see your paper? Can I see the test just so that I know and don't have to just rely on your words for it? She's like, what? No. Like, what the fuck? I threw it away after I got it. I got tested like you asked me to, and I just didn't think I needed to hold on to the paper. I thought you just take my word for it. He's like, what? Why would I, like, just take your word for it? Like, why can't I just see the test? She's like, you know what? I don't want to do this anymore. This is making me feel weird. If you don't trust me, then I don't want to sleep with you. Imagine people attacking her for that. That would seem really unhinged, yeah?
You said that that is the reason you were single for 4.5 years.
I don't know if that was the primary reason, but I said
but you
I
just- but
don't
you said
mind
that.
being right. No,
You said
but
there's a reason.
what
You didn't
there-
mean there's a different reason. You meant
there's
that what
no,
I
no,
just
that's-
described is the reason.
That's one of the reasons, right?
Okay,
right?
that's fine.
But I've been,
I'm just.
but I'm
you
my
just said these things.
my
I haven't
main
even
point.
responded.
Can I just let me clarify?
No,
my
I don't want you to
I
clarify.
let you
I want to-
clarify. I let you clarify. You can let me
Okay.
clarify one time.
No,
Let me-
I don't
listen,
want you to. I want to
I can
finish
split
what I'm
the
saying.
difference on this. I
Let me
understand what's
clarify
going-
one thing.
Why?
Okay. Because I let you clarify. So you get to interject whenever and clarify
This-
whenever you want, and I don't get to.
I think
No,
look,
I'm not playing
guys,
this
you're not
fucking
sitting-
game.
you're not- listen,
No,
Trust
I
me,
get to
guys,
interject and clarify when you say I'm allowed to. And you're asking to clarify, and I'm saying no. I want to finish my sentence.
Okay, I think the issue is this, right? Stardust doesn't interpret. It's quite clear, right? Stardust doesn't interpret what she's doing as what's called a shit test, but you do interpret it as that.
No, that's
right?
not what I'm saying.
Okay. Right. What are you saying?
I'm saying.
I'm listening.
Okay.
All are.
From now on, if you allow me to interrupt you or clarify something, that is not a point that you get to pull out later and use to interrupt me at a random time. It's called consent. My point that I'm making is that what you're describing, I'm calling a test. I don't think we really have a disagreement about what is physically happening. You're saying, if you do this thing, then you're gone. I put you in this situation, or I respond this way. If you don't like it, you're gone. I think calling that a test may sound unfair or unkind, and that's fine if you don't like that word. But the argument last time felt like you were arguing about like you couldn't even understand why I would call it that.
No, I clarified several times throughout that conversation. For other people, it may be a test. That you can find a clip of me in there saying several times, for other people, it may be a test. For me, it is not a test. For me, it is a need. It's a request, and if it's a request that it can't be filled, that's fine. And the whole reason of me bringing up the 4.5 years thing is I am willing to stay single if they're basic requirements that.
Nothing she said disqualifies it from being a test. You can need to test people. That's fine. You can even just want to, and it's still fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with testing people the way that she's suggesting, but nothing she said disqualifies it from being a test.
I need, right?
Yes,
I'm willing to stay single.
That's what a test is. So a test
No.
can be a request.
I specifically said that other people, it may be a test. It may be a
Yes,
test. They're
I
using this.
understand.
For me, it is a need.
Okay,
So-
a test can be a need. Those can be the same thing.
Hello, Eddie Pupils. Tests are not good or bad inherently. Agreed. So sexy and what women go after. Jesus.
They're not mutually
I don't
exclusive.
think so.
You're
a
making
test implies that you're testing things out. Like, it's not a need necessarily, right?
Well, a test implies, in this instance, the way I'm using the word, means that you have pass-fail conditions for somebody else's behavior. And if they don't respond to what you're doing in the way that you want, then they...
Oh my god. I just realized your name too. It's so funny that your name's Addie Pupils in the Destiny stuff. That's really, really funny. Kudos. I like that a lot. That's really good. Ah shit, I missed Destiny is God's gift to when he has over 500 body count. It aligns with my humor. The thing is, it doesn't fucking matter if it's a test. Test is not wrong per se. That's just what it is. Yeah. She is of twink persuasion.
They fail, and then you're done with them.
So then we just met each other and I say hello and you don't like the way that I say hello to you, that's a test then, and you decide to not like talk to me anymore. By that definition, anything's a test. So I mean, yeah.
No. She has these requirements in advance. She knows that when she meets somebody, this is what needs to happen, and if it doesn't happen, that's what's pass or fail. This is like a broad thing that she needs to do with all the people that she dates. Is a test.
If you
Sure.
want to expand the definition of what a test is, we can certainly do that. But then everything under the sun is test.
Well, I think that this situation specific, it would be more like if we met and then I stood back to see if
Destiny can get money without women, or can get women without money or clout, but his confidence comes from his Vyvanse and Adderall. What a reductive way of putting it. Don't shit on meds, people need them. Why did Mel leave Destiny? She can't find anyone better looking or more money. If he's abusing it, it's different. So, I've already given my Destiny being on stimulants take. I don't care that he is at all. I couldn't give a shit less. I take Adderall 3 times a day as prescribed. I'm not against that. I was against how he needed the dishonest way he brought it up to his chat leading up to him going to get it. If he wanted to just go get him, he'd just be like, this is what I'm going to do. If you don't like it, suck my dick. Totally fine. But when he spent like an hour and a half like making arguments against it, and when one person comes in, instead of like telling him no, you should do it, and actually agrees with him, he flips out on them. It just feels really weird and uncomfortable to me. But that being said, if he wants to take he's also been on it for years. Do you think he lied about using it? Zirka said he takes it before dates. So he's been on it for years, but told us he just started. I don't know. I have no opinion on that. The only thing, like, one of the things I like the least about people in this space is that when they're, like, lying sucks, sure, but I hate it when behavior is dishonest. That's, like, even worse than somebody, like, outright lying. Because I think what happened is Destiny already made up his mind. He wanted to get on the meds, but he wasn't just comfortable taking the criticism that would come with him saying, all right, I'm just going to take him and I don't care what anybody says or think. I'm just going to do it. And so to avoid that criticism, he wanted to be like talked into it, even though he already had his mind made up. That's it. That's the thing that I really didn't like centering around him and the medicine. It would have been really great if he said, I've decided, I tried these ADHD meds for my friend. They seem like they work really good for me. It's no fucking secret that I have ADHD. So like my kid has it. So I think I'm just gonna get tested, and if they want to give me meds, I'm gonna fucking take them, and I'll take as high milligrams they want to give me, because I think that shit works great, especially for me. When I tried it, it seemed like it made everything better, and that's what I want. That's fine. I'm all for it. You do you. If you took them, they make your life better. Couldn't care less. Well, I mean, I'm happy for you. Even not even I couldn't care less. I think this is a good thing. I just don't think it's a good thing to try to skirt criticism about it. Like if you don't want to take criticism about it, then just get on and don't talk about it. Seems simple to me.
If you open the door for me, walking into a coffee shop, and I'm like, if you're a traditionalist who thinks that women can't open a door for a man, then I'm done. This is our last date. Or if you were like, I'm gonna see if he'll.
My theory is he's insecure with his physical aesthetics, and he tries too hard to convince his fan that he's a daddy or a playa. That's very silly. I'm actually that's really funny you say that. Even when I talk about like polyamory and stuff, I'm usually like I'm pretty light on my interactions. It's because I think it's kind of like I give like the information I need to give, I guess. I think it's kind of cringe to hype up that stuff in front of a lot of people.
He'll let me pay for my own bagel. And then if I say no, I insist on paying for you, then you're like, oh, like those.
Taking it before dates would be wild, because even if it doesn't make it impossible, it makes it harder to get up.
Those could be, I think it's fair to call those tests. They might also be needs. They're also requests. They could come from a very genuine place. But at the same time, it's like, it's not like you actually can't be in a relationship with somebody who insists on paying for your food. It's a conditional thing. It's like, well, this tells me everything I need to know.
I'm gonna have to rewind this because I'm reading chat so much. I'm losing the stream here. He seemed like he's trying to portray himself as someone who thought the meds would make life easier for him, and that his life would be more challenging. It was weird. I don't know, that's the energy I get off him. He brags too much about how he's so good with women and how they just throw themselves to him. I mean, I feel like there's like rare times where it feels like bragging to me, and it's almost always in response to somebody like like talking shit. But I feel like even when Destiny like talks about like being good at interacting with women, it doesn't come off as bragging to me. Like, cause like I just believe him, and it's usually like within the context, where it makes sense to me. Like, so yeah, I don't think that's. I mean, he could be, cause like he could just be like playing like 4D chess and trying to like lay down a bunch of like little cause he just wants to get it into people's heads. So he's just like sort of says it in passing a lot, but I don't. It never comes off that way to me. Um, like if whenever I talk about like I I'm just gonna do it now too because that's how I have to talk about it. Like I've been way more successful with women than my looks should afford me to be. Um I'm super duper lucky, and I think most of it just has to do with social skills because like I'm not super good looking. I've never had like a ton of money or anything like that, but I've had girlfriends and like sexual partners that are like way out of my league. I don't fully understand it, but I think that saying stuff like that isn't bragging. I think maybe I don't know. I think that that's how I guess I feel like that's how I hear him talk about it mostly. But I always feel like I have to like qualify my negative qualities to say it because otherwise it feels like you are bragging, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I don't know why Destiny doesn't come off that way to me. He doesn't want to portray as nerd cell virgin. His fans, he calls his fans virgins and cucks. He's affected by his looks. Maybe it's because he's short. I don't know. I didn't realize how bad like the bulk of DGG was until when I talked to Destiny. I said my wife. I said something about my wife, and they flipped out like, "Wife? This guy's not DGG. He's married. What?" And I was like, "What the fuck?" That was like a big like eye opener to me. I was like, "Oh my god, nobody in DGG is getting laid."
And so
I had
I'm
no
done.
idea,
That,
like
that-
ever,
that's a
ever.
test.
Okay,
He's on a
I
podcast and some guy
cannot
got mad with some guy. Guessed his body count was low because of his looks.
be
Oh.
with somebody who is not willing to.
Was it actually low or was it like low for somebody who's like uh decently internet famous?
Again, and I also explained this in our last conversation.
You're describing the test now, but you're not really refuting the idea that it is a
Yeah,
test.
Okay, let me finish.
Stardust, can I just ask you a question?
I gotta rewind this a little bit.
And then if I say no, I insist on paying for you, then you're like, oh, like those could be. I think it's fair to call those tests. They might also be needs. They're also requests. They could come from a very genuine place, but at the same time, it's like it's not like you actually can't be in a relationship with somebody who insists on paying for
I
your
see.
food. It's a conditional thing. It's like, well, this tells me everything I need to know, and so I'm done. Like that's a test.
Okay, I can not be with somebody who is not willing to.
That's super funny. If I wouldn't be offended at all if somebody guessed my body count to be anything. I don't really care about that.
Again, and I also explained this.
My
in our
pride's
last
not tied up in it.
conversation.
You're describing the test now, but you're not really refuting the idea that it is a test.
Okay, let me
Can I,
finish.
Stardust, can I just ask you a question? Can I just ask you a quick question?
Can I finish?
Okay?
Can I finish first?
Yeah, I'll allow it. Go on.
Okay. So, in the last conversation we had, when I talked about needing time, one thing that I also specifically said was that when I explain to somebody that I need time, I'm very specific that I like you. This doesn't mean that I am turning you down. I'm very, very interested.
I want to add that I don't think that makes me better. I think that it's pretty natural for guys to like be competitive about that kind of thing, even though it doesn't really resonate with me. I think it's fine. I think it's just part of like the condition of like being social. If you have like a dick and balls, it just seems to be one of the most naturally occurring competitive behaviors that men have, and so I think it's fine.
Interested in you. I want to be at this.
Bros thinking it's looks when women would much rather be with witty potato that can make her laugh than a Chad who's dumb like a rock. Most of the time, I think some women can be pretty shallow, but it's pretty surprising how much being able to make women laugh goes. Like that's huge. Destiny also hubris, intellectualizer. He gives Me hateful, envious, jealous, deceptive vibes. During the Bob 7 thing, there was a lot of he said a lot of things that alludes to him being like way more manipulative and vindictive under the surface than he lets out, which is I think it was probably like one of the worst like PR moves ever for him to say some of the stuff that he said during the Bob 7 shit. I feel like he exposed like way too much of like the malevolent stuff that like you don't say out loud. That was wild to
Place
me.
with you, I just
I'm
need
surprised that
some
hasn't
more
hurt him
time,
more.
right? These are very clear signals that I give to somebody. When it comes to, if you're expanding the definition of what a test is to be so broad, what?
I'm not. This is a regularly
Yeah.
accepted definition of test.
Okay, I think I can help with this. Like, I genuinely can. Right, Stardust. I've got one question for each of you.
It's all about understanding in advance that there's like pass fail requirements. If you're interacting with somebody and they put you off and you're like, I don't want to see them anymore, that wasn't a test they failed. It was just an interaction that informed you. But if you already have like specific requirements in advance, then yeah, that's what a test is. That would separate a test from having other kinds of interactions. Mel left Destiny because she doesn't have attraction or sex appeal for women like because he doesn't have the attraction or sex appeal for women like Mel. Destiny doesn't want to date his sexual market value. He's like someone who thinks he's a 10, but he's really a 3. Whoa, a 3? Take it easy, man. I know he's better looking than me. You hit me with strays like a motherfucker on that one. He can easily be happier and get women if he wasn't trying too hard to be a ladies' man and hate other men who are better than him. I don't know, man. I feel like he's a successful dude with like a lot of money. It's not like one of the most naturally occurring things of all time.
Okay.
Seems exceptionally normal to me.
Why are you so averse to having, this dynamic called a test?
It wasn't even the test part. It was the implication that it was a power play. And that somebody should be entitled to be angry with me for exercising basic boundaries.
You're not
Sure. I just don't want to get bogged down in the
that.
definition of test because that's boring, right?
Wait.
Sorry, go on, Mister. Sorry, mate. Go on.
Clearly, Stardust, you are averse to calling this a test.
In the
He
way
just
that
asked-
you mean test,
wait,
yes.
Wait.
I don't know if so many people did come out about him like Lav and Anna, but there was some. Max just states that he thinks Stardust logic is flawed and leave it at that and not respond with Stardust's poor attempts at refuting him. Okay, so this is where they're gonna bump heads throughout all this, and it's where they bumped heads in the first one. They both have an inability to drop this. They both need it to be resolved. And most people think that it's his responsibility to drop it and just let her have what she wants out of it. And I'm saying that they're both bad for doing what they're doing, or neither of them are bad for doing what they're doing. I tend to lean towards neither, and it's just unfortunate. Starfart argues like Destiny. I think that if Mr. Girl is saying something that he just believes to be true, and the other person is just saying no, and they don't explain it, and then he can either agree or disagree, or say, well, I think we just well, then obviously we just have a difference of opinion here. But if they don't flesh out a disagreement, he doesn't move forward. He can't. It's not something I've seen him do. Maybe on the hotline because he's willing to be more gentle with callers. But people like other content creators, he views them as equals, and he doesn't think that he should have to seed ground it when they're not willing to either. And I think that's totally fair.
No, you're not.
If they only had a dictionary, the friendship could have survived. They don't need a dictionary because Mr. Girl defined to test. He pulled out the Mr. Girl Merriam-Webster's Mr. Girl Edition dictionary, read from it, and said, "This is what I mean." Yeah, we're watching a new video. The other one, Mr. Girl left during it, and it was voted that we move on to the next one. And because this happened in between, I had to go into this because I don't want to skip it. I'd rather keep the chronology here, and I had planned on going over this no matter what.
Averse to calling it a test in any way. Clearly, you've just
Because
made
of
this
what
clear.
you
said,
mean
wait,
by
let
a
me,
test.
can I want to finish. You just said to call this a test, you'd have to call everything a test. There is no statement you could make that is more.
If she really believed that, then she wouldn't care that he called it that. Why would she care? It's just like everything. So yeah, of course it's a test. Everything's a test. That there would be no tension there. That's not what she actually thinks. Yeah. So yes and no. It became more than that now. I was gonna go back and watch a lot of the old Mr. Girl stuff so I could get my memory and stuff sharpened for the Mr. Girl video. But now I'm specifically watching them on stream now instead of just if nobody cared about this, then I'd probably watch a lot of them off stream and then just put them on stream here and there. But people seem to like this a lot, so I think that there's value in going over it more publicly because nobody who watched any of this stuff on stream really watched it from like I don't think Mr. Girl was the bad guy here in any of these conversations. So like as far as I know, I'm the only person that has had this perspective going into these. Yeah, and not only that too, I've learned since starting this that what I thought I was doing, which is just sort of like refreshing my memory, isn't the only thing that I'm doing here. I am getting a better understanding of like the top-down view of the big picture of everything that happened because, like you said, what we know now, it reframes a lot of these things. So I can never like restore my memory of these things because I'm seeing it all with new eyes. But I'm getting something different out of it that I didn't expect. And I think that's also going to be very valuable towards putting out the Mr. Grill video because everybody who sees the Mr. Grill video is going to see it with the same eyes that we're viewing these videos with now. Star another demonic DGGer. Oh my goodness. Zonia, Star, Destiny, Agent of Chaos, Devils in Disguise, Demonic Forces. I really believe it. Oh man. They have behavior that goes against the pure God energy. You sound like Evil Fossil. Those are like Evil Fossil lines right there. This was the day that Pubegate plans were set into motion. I don't like the idea that Pubegate was planned. I think that in this conversation, Miss Girl says, I feel like you're raping me, or something like that. That was very bad way to phrase it, and it helped into the sex weirdo narrative. What is the Mr. Girl video? Is it related to those interviews you had? Interviews about him you had a while back? Yes. Yes, it is. It's been in the air for a long time, a video that I'm working on about Mr. Girl. I had a few versions of it that I had worked on and then just had to scrap because so many things had changed. Like he had like major shifts in like what the career of Mr. Girl looked like throughout his time streaming on the major platforms. It became harder and harder to like I would have something put out with like a narrative like maybe like 30 to like 50% done and I'm just like this doesn't feel right anymore. Like the narrative that I'm putting for this video doesn't feel like it's speaking to the truth of the whole story anymore. But after the Mr. Girl report came out, that's sort of my endpoint for it. Something insane would have to happen for me to change that and add something else into the video at this point. Mr. Girl leans into bad ways to phrase things. Yeah. I think when he says things the way he wants to say them, even if he realized that it was a bad way to say it, he now cares a lot about defending his ability to say what he said. You're one spot in front of me on the viewer count. What does that mean? Let me see. Let me refresh. It says I have one viewer on Kick. Are you streaming? You're streaming me.
This is not appropriate to call a test than that.
You're streaming me.
When
Stream.
Chud just asked.
Hang on. Let me. There you go. You're streaming me a stream, an old stream of Stardust, Mr. Girl, and Chud Logic. That's really funny. I love it. It's just on the IRL page. I saw you. I'm like, hey, I saw. Well, welcome. Thank you for being here.
So
Thank
why
you.
Are you so
yes,
opposed to
please
calling
do
this a
like the
test?
stream.
You said, "Well, I'm not."
Well, if you're gonna stream my stream,
okay,
you
so
could at
Specifically, the
least
implication
give me a
that
follow.
you put towards it.
Unkick.
Well,
When you
let's have a
call
little
something
good
a
faith.
test, when you call something a test, Mr. Girl, you are talking about this. You are talking specifically about this being a power play, or this is like,
That's
oh, I'm
not-
going to
that's-
see
okay,
how
let's
that is
have
how
a-
you
let's-
described it last conversation.
That's fine. Let's have a little good faith, though. If you think it is a test, but you don't think it's a power play, why don't you just say that?
Because my definition of test, it includes that. My definition of test includes that it is not something that's necessary for your relationship. Whereas for me, I feel like this is something that's very necessary for my relationship.
Wait. It sounds like to me that she just said that for my like a test cannot be something that's important for your relationship. How could you possibly believe that? How could you possibly believe that you can't have a test that's important to your relationship? I'm going to go with that she just misspoke there. That can't be true. It's so frustrating that Mr. Girl doesn't just straight ask Stardust. Tests are okay and beautiful, and you have the right to test people. So let's smash, guys.
You believe that when I
think she's to
just said I
reject
think
it.
tests can be necessary. A test can be a need.
So
I said
by
that.
your
So
your
I said- wait,
definition,
I said that. Do you think I'm trying to trick you or Trojan horse the
no,
idea in
I
there?
think
Okay.
if that's your definition of test, then sure we can go by test. But then we've got another issue here, which is your implication that it's a power play, or your not even implication, very specific statement that it's a power play, and also your very specific statement that men, should have a right to be angry with you if you have a boundary like that.
Okay.
So, okay, Max, I wanted to ask you because you seem very insistent on using this word
There
test.
she
What's the
almost
reason
had
you
it,
think
yeah.
it's important that it's defined as a test?
Because it describes how it feels to have it done to you, and it
TGG Demons, Mr. Girl is right. Are you? Addy pupils, I've just got to ask you, like, straight out. Are you Evil Fossil? I need an IQ test after watching this. I think I lost a couple of points. If you are, that's fine. Welcome. Did you see when Stardust embarrassed her boyfriend live during a debate? Yeah, I saw it. It was very uncomfortable. You're not? Okay. Alternatively, he's so autistic that he just says things that feels most natural to him and is somehow not able to include his decision making how badly something will be taken, Elk. Yeah, I think Mr. Gill would rather work backwards from there. I think he'd rather say something that makes people uncomfortable, that they have a hard time dealing with, and then work through that after that happens. I don't think he does it to make them uncomfortable, but if how he wants to talk does, he wants to handle that then and not before it by changing what he was going to say. Percent of the work in it as well. She basically embarrassed him live on air. I'm anti-Steve and DGG. I'm not anti-Destiny. I'm all for calling people out. I don't care who they are or how much I like them. If I think you're doing some fucked shit, especially if you contradict what you put out there as your own beliefs, then especially so. But I just all for calling out people who I think are fucking up when they're fucking up. And when they do better, I'm fine with singing their praises. Not really saying I agree with that stuff, but alternative possibility in my mind. Evil Fossil streaming right now doing his thing. I wasn't accusing Addy pupils. I just had to ask. It feels like Stardust and Mr. Girl wants to be in the right at all times. Mr. Girl is way better at reframing the world until what he said is correct. Stardust, not so much. So I think so, but I think that's a me thing because everybody else watches this and feels so differently than I do. So I think so, but I think that my opinion on that can't be that good because it doesn't permeate to other people as well. So I don't know. Maybe
It explains the way, or encapsulates the way that
I don't want to move past this in case something happens. I gotta take a piss. I'll be back in like a minute or less. Don't leave. Annabeth.
it's not really true that you don't want to have sex. You do want to have sex now, but you don't think it's a good idea. And so there's a second order like
That's an
decision
assumption.
being. Well, I'm basing it off of what you just said. So if you think I'm misinterpreting it, that's fine. But the reason I'm calling it a test to answer Chud's question is there's a second order thing happening. So like if Shaylin says, do you want some ice cream? And I say, no, I've eaten too many calories today. I do want ice cream, but there's another reason I'm saying no, because I'm thinking ahead. And I think test encapsulates the combination of a conditional situation. I want to see how you react, because if you react a certain way, I don't want to be with you. And then also, I'm saying no to.
That's right. The thing that they're talking about, whether or not it is a test, is her wanting to see how people handle being told no. How is that not a test in the most basic sense of it? I forgot that that was the exact thing. That is very a test. I feel like we don't have to like really do a whole lot with what they said there to understand that this is a test.
To sex, even though I want to have it, but more than that, I want to be able to say no to sex. So I'm saying no because I want to make sure that the brakes work before I get on this train.
I mean, that may be the case for other people. Again, that may be the case for other women. But that is not the case
This is
for
not
me.
about your. This is not no woman walks around thinking, I like to test men and make power plays. That's not how people don't think of themselves that way. That's how we talk about other people. We never talk about ourselves that way.
You're
like the way
making
you're
an
talking about. Wait,
though you're
no,
still
this is
making an
this
assumption.
is. No, I'm gonna
What
tell you.
you
I'm
are
gonna tell you.
making an assumption is about why I have
No,
to say that. Why I have to say that is different. There may be people who,
it's
like
not-
you said, who subconsciously need what you're talking about. But for
Mr. Girl is very stubborn and thinks everybody understands everything he is saying without the need for further clarification. But in this convo, he was really struggling to try and make her understand. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've tried to express to people when I talk about this is that Mr. Girl worked really hard on this in ways that he doesn't normally. And I will say that. So across the board, yes, he's stubborn. This is like undeniable, obvious shit to me. But Evil Fossil has one viewer just went in and said, "My piece stars mental gymnastics." That's really funny. Did he, I bet you totally derailed my thought process too. But still, I bet Evil Fossil agreed with everything that you said outright. Like I'm sure of it. Uh, he was like, "Oh shit, you part of the family right now." Did he? Did he? He just stopped using it. He was like, "This motherfucker's speaking the truth right now." Oh my god, he ignored it. You're like the you're such a good representation of Evil Fossil's ideas, I swear. I'm just gonna stop. Oh, I remember now. I think that because I do this too when I'm talking to somebody, I think that I'm doing a really good job being super clear. But when they don't, like, I get it. I get that they don't understand it then, but I don't operate as though I think that people aren't gonna understand me. Star is trying to find ways to say you're not allowed to write my narrative, but it's not working. That feels accurate to me.
For me, that is not the case. For me,
How would you know if you don't subconsciously need something?
What's the history with Evil Fossil and Destiny? I think Destiny just like banned him because he's just like too. The shit he says is just like too wild. Like he incorporates God and stuff in it. It's. Let me put it this way: some of the stuff Evil Fossil says is so wild that he came onto my my stream to roast Chud Logic, and when I got to the point to where I had to roast Evil Fossil because I roasted all the guests there, I simply read something that Evil Fossil wrote and posted. Like just reading his own words aloud was like a great way to roast him. And I'm not making fun of you. Like you said the crazy shit Evil Fossil says in like small little bits to where I understand what you're saying and it doesn't make you sound insane. He hates everyone that probably looks like Destiny. That's how much he hates Destiny, I bet. He like super loves Destiny. Well, or did, I don't know. He's a tough nut to crack.
I am not saying that I need more time to see a reaction from somebody.
How would you know? How do you know your own
communicating.
subconscious?
Because I communicate very clearly with my partner that.
How do you
hey,
communicate something you don't know?
I explained it to you earlier in this conversation.
How can you explain something that you yourself don't know?
Again, okay. So let me explain to you again. I communicate when we reach this area.
I just want to answer this one question.
I specifically say that, hey, I do want to be with you. I am interested in you, but
I understand.
Mentally,
I heard
now, I am not. Okay, then you get it then. Or what do you not get?
I get your narrative
got it the whole
of yourself.
time.
But what you just said is, I don't subconsciously do this to test people. And my question is, how would you know that? How can you know your own subconscious?
Well, okay, so I don't do it to. I can't speak on my own subconscious, right?
Great.
But I am
okay,
sure what you're saying.
So
I'm sure what you're saying is true for some women, but it is not the case for me because I'm as direct as possible with my partners about this as I can be.
Okay, it is impossible to be direct about your own unconscious motivations because you can't know them.
Yes.
So that is why you'll say something about me like, it seems like Mr. Girl was trying to make me have a negative emotional reaction. You don't think that I am thinking that. You don't think I'm sitting here thinking like, I really got to get a negative emotional reaction out of Stardust. Like I'm so fucked up about this consent thing. I hate women. I hate my mother. I hate Stardust. I'm resentful. I want content. You don't think I'm thinking these things. You think that is an unconscious maneuver I'm making in the conversation, unbeknownst to myself. You think I am unconsciously trying to provoke you, right? You don't think
No.
I'm sitting here you think I'm consciously trying to upset you.
Yes.
So then
Oh.
I'm just well, then why are you talking to me?
Wait, I think that's a bit. Listen,
Maybe not right now,
what makes
but
you
in the
think that?
previous conversation, 100% you were
Now we're
trying to
getting
get a
into it.
negative reaction. Yeah.
Why,
Okay,
why
that's
would
a
I
big
lie
moment.
about?
Okay.
Wait, why would I lie about that?
I was fine. I was civil throughout that conversation. You were the one who had an issue throughout that conversation. You were the one who had an attitude problem throughout that conversation. And then you were the one who took every opportunity to twist what I was saying into some sort of power play.
I get why you're saying I was trying to upset you. What I don't get is why you think I was consciously trying to upset you and why I would lie about it now.
I think that you were resentful, and whether that's conscious or subconscious, I can't really say. But you were
Well, you
very
just
clearly
did. That is
resentful.
the only point of contention right now is
let's clear it. Let's clear it. Strike it from the record. Okay. What I can't say whether it was conscious or subconscious, but I do know you were very resentful in that conversation, and as a result
does she
of
know
you
that?
being resentful,
She's assuming. She made the comment that he's assuming so many times, and then lays out a big assumption on Mr. Girl here. That's weird to me. And it's really weird.
you decided to purposely be antagonistic with me, purposely call something that I'm telling you is not a power move, and telling me it's a power move.
Purposely means consciously. So again, the only reason I mention it is not.
You can
I don't.
purposely be antagonistic while still not knowing the true motives, right?
Okay, that's fine.
The test is not a power
the only
play.
reason I bring
She's
it up
delusional,
is
Mr. Girl
people
never said this.
generally don't.
Right. He said it is a test and a power play. Which is why he used two separate words. Testing is not inherently, and when the test is knowing that you want to have sex and then choosing not to, that's what makes it a power play, is I believe what Miss Girl's trying to get across here. That's it.
Think of themselves as behaving badly. They don't think, oh, I'm going to test this person. They don't think, oh, I'm going to rape this person. They don't think, oh, I'm going to manipulate this person. I'm going to interrupt this person. I'm going to not listen to this person. I'm going to try to provoke this. That's not how people think. Right? So when I say that you're testing people, I'm not saying you think you're testing people. And so no explanation of what you're thinking is relevant. Just like if I say, oh no, I wasn't provoking you, here's what I was thinking. It doesn't matter what I can tell you that I don't think I was provoking you, but I can't tell you I wasn't doing it.
It's not up
Thinking
to
you're
you.
doing something is not the same as actually doing something. And thinking you're not doing something is not the same as not doing that thing.
Very true. Hey, we got quite a few people on Kick right now. If you guys wouldn't mind giving me a follow, I greatly appreciate it. It's free. That would be I would be super appreciative of that.
It feels like we should move on. From
Also, people on
the
YouTube like to
testing.
stream, please.
I don't know if we're going to get anywhere with that, but to me, it seems like that is the surface level thing, and there's actually much deeper roots here, like the fact that you felt you were being antagonized on purpose, right? Like that's going to be upsetting in that moment. So what you're saying, Mr. Girl, is you weren't intentionally trying to antagonize, but your actions could have antagonized, but you weren't trying to do it in a mean or a harsh way, right?
To the contrary, Mr. Girl checked in on her more during the stream that they're referring to, maybe more than every single other guest he's ever had on all the other streams combined. He has, he was uncharacteristically taking care of her feelings during that stream. And that's probably one of the biggest reasons why I really hate when people incorrectly frame that conversation. Because, like, it almost seems like it would go against how he thinks he should be treating other people in regards to like how he like in respect to how he feels about things. Like he really put Stardust's feelings way farther ahead than like he ever does. So from comparing to his behavior any other time, he was remarkably concerned with how she was feeling in that conversation. And the position that I've had on it the whole time is that it's not his fault that she lied and said she's fine when she's not. And I think it's really bad that she turns around and then bitches about it after the fact. Because it all hinged on her lying. She could have just told the truth. I disagree that it is a test and a power play. This is just having criteria. So, I was actually thinking about it when I ran and took that super fast piss. So, here's the thing. I know inherently that if I go on a date with somebody and she tries to kill me, I don't ever want to see her again. Unless it's in court. However, this is never something that I sit down and think about and just sort of come up with a metric in advance. Go, well, what are some of the things somebody could do on a first date that means that I don't ever want to see them again? They're like that. Like this is a total disqualifier. Most things I'm pretty loose about. Like on the like if I'm in a relationship with somebody and they lie to me, this is gonna cause big problems. If I'm on a first date with somebody and they lie to me, they probably don't feel like they owe me shit, and that's fine. We haven't really had time to establish any kind of even informal relationship where I can sort of express how I feel about people being dishonest to me or anything like that. So I'm pretty loose and pretty fluid about things like that. But if I have something in advance that I sort of like say, all right, I'm gonna fart on the first date, and if she makes a big deal about it, I'm out of there. That's a test. Just like her saying, like, the first time that sex comes up, I'm gonna tell them no. And if they have a hard time dealing, if they get upset about that, then I don't want to be with them. This is a test. I'm going to do something to gauge this reaction, and then I'm going to make and then I'm going to give the grade, so to speak. You failed. I'm out. That's what makes it a test. Let's see. Reminds me, started to struggle so much in this conversation. I felt sorry she couldn't get past that energy. Reminds me of dream, which becomes a nightmare, like holding back the sea. It's when I stop struggling, the stress goes away, and the empathy returns. The true test is to gauge if she's ready for the fart riz. To me, Mr. Girl seems to be a litmus test if you can handle difficult conversations. ESP if they get personal. Stardust failed the litmus test. I hope that the fart analogy or metaphor helped.
Was making an aside to show Stardust that she too.
Do you imagine if you really had that test for somebody, you like got to make sure you're gonna be gassy enough? God, that'd be tough though, because like you gotta ensure that you can do it, but you also don't want to fart the whole night.
Like every other fucking person on the planet. When you say, "Oh, this person is doing XYZ," you don't mean they think they don't identify as doing XYZ. So when I say you're making a power play, I'm not saying you think you're making a power play. So you explaining like, no, I'm not testing people. I'm really clear about that. Doesn't matter. Describing if you think you're testing people is not the same as talking about whether you're testing them.
Right, but
Okay.
being that clear with somebody, you're laying everything out. You're laying everything out for them. Like what else is there to be said? There's no power play there when I'm being completely open with why, with what I'm feeling and why I'm feeling a certain way. There's no power play there. It's here is everything for you. Here's all of my shit out in the open for you. And if anything, you know what? You have the right to walk away. That's fine.
I don't think it is possible to do what you're describing. I don't think you can know your own unconscious, and so therefore it's not really possible to define your own behavior for someone else. Like, there's people watching this who agree with you, who think I'm just trying to upset you. I'm an asshole. I'm a rapist, and I just can't stand the idea of a woman saying no to me in friendship or in a relationship or sex or in conversation. That's what they're thinking, right? And no amount of me saying no, 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 I just explained it. I just explained it. I just laid it all out for you. Why don't you guys get this? That has no effect on what they think of me. My own narrative of myself, there's no way to be like, I'm so open that everything I think about myself should supplant everything you think about me, and I can just tell you what to think about me.
No,
That's
I'm
not
not saying
how
I'm not
people
saying
interact.
that.
Who pass more gas, get more ass. The farticle. Now Mr. Girl's being a dumbass. I think he's making a really valid point here. She's trying to claim that, like, she has perfect knowledge of, like, the fact of the matter of her actions. And Mr. Girl's saying, well, nobody does.
Sure, I'm not saying that about me as a person, but I'm talking about specifically that interaction. I lay everything out, and if anything, that person has the power to walk away or stay. As far as I don't think you're a rapist, right? I just think that you're an asshole. And I just think that
But you think
first
I
off,
think I'm an asshole?
First off, I do think you think you're an asshole. Yeah.
No, I don't.
There's no way you don't know you're an asshole, dude.
I don't think I'm an asshole.
I think that
I'm
hurt
an
his feelings.
exceptionally kind and honest and warm person. I think one of the most unique things about me.
That last conversation was really warm, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I was like, "Hey, are you upset? What's going on
Yes.
with you?" I checked in with you like 25 times.
You were being such a fucking prick while you were checking in. Oh, let me
What?
push this person. Let me tell them what they're doing is a power play, and then check immediately after.
I think this is so crazy because, like, it would make sense if you eliminate the part where Mr. Girl understands that they are friends during that conversation. Like, he's talking to his friend who he knows can have challenging conversations and all that, and yet still he did check on her. This is crazy. I agree with the point. I disagree with the tone and the way he conveys it. I'll get to that in a minute. Let me see what Emery said. Yeah, she victimizes herself after he breaks up the friendship, as if she wasn't treating him as if he was being unintentionally provoking to fuck with her. Like, bro, why are you surprised? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think that Mr. Girl's tone can come off that way to people, but I only think that because of how other people have responded to it. I think I see it the same way that he does, and that's my initial take on it. But I think that the reason I think that is because I have the same thing happen to me a lot in my interpersonal, like in my real life when I'm talking to people, I'll have people accuse me of like meaning something, or they'll like look at like draw things from what I'm saying that I'm not saying, and it weirds me out really bad. I'm like, I have no idea where this is coming from. Or they'll like think that I'm like having like a tone or like some kind of like weird inflections and stuff in what I'm saying, and I just don't, and it's really hard for me because I just don't see it when I'm doing it. I just like, I know that that's not what I'm trying to communicate, and so I have to contend with like, I basically have to contend with ghosts. If they don't want to just accept me saying like, well, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I wasn't trying to do that. That's not where I was coming from with it. And usually what people do is they'll say, okay, that's fine. I understand. But they won't act like it. They keep the same demeanor following that, and they're still going to treat me like I was still doing it. And I hate that even more. Just tell me you don't believe me or whatever, I guess. I shouldn't get punished for it if you agree with me. So, I understand if you feel that way, how it would come off like unfavorable still. I just don't see that. Max is not a sex weirdo, but he's still a regular weirdo. He's exceptionally difficult to have a conversation with. Yeah, 100%. And I would say the same for me in my interpersonal relationships. Stardust thinks taking care of means agreeing with.
Oh, are you okay?
Wait,
Are you
wait.
feeling okay?
At least
How
in
the
this-
fuck am I
yeah, it
supposed to
seems like
react
it.
to that?
Well, since my personality is on trial, I'd like to respond to you. I
Okay.
don't think warm does not mean non-antagonistic. Warm does not mean non-confrontational. Warm doesn't mean I'm going to fucking lie to you to protect your feelings. If we're going to have an honest conversation, there are people are watching, right? There's a lot of people watching because they want to see us say honest shit to each other. They want to know what we actually think about this shit. So if I think you're making a power play, I'm going to tell you as your friend, as your colleague, I will tell you I think you're making a power play. I'm not doing that because
Okay,
I'm
so
an
can
asshole.
we acknowledge
no,
one thing?
No, I want to finish saying what I'm saying.
Okay.
So yes, when I say I'm warm, I'm saying I am empathetic. I can tell you're upset. I care that you're upset.
That's so weird to say. I actually like I give 0% stock into any astrology stuff, but I am a Libra. Why'd you say that? What does that mean? That's all nonsense to me. I can't believe in it because nobody can explain to me mechanically how the stars when I was born have an impact on my life. Nobody can explain to me even like the magical mechanics behind it. If they just say like, well, this zodiac sign, when it's wherever the fuck it's supposed to be at when you're born to make you a Libra, it shoots out magic star juice onto you. And this brands you and has like, just explain to me the mechanics. But it's weird that you say that because nobody ever like pegs me for one. I agree. I mean, in this moment, not for me to say in the wider picture, she thinks that. It's kind of unreasonable for me to say that. Yeah, I knew you meant in this moment.
I'm checking in with you about being upset. I'm opening the floor for you to talk about why you're upset with me. Something 99.99% of streamers will not do. Most streamers would never ever give you the opportunity to tell you in real time, or for you to tell them in real time what you think about what they're doing and how your feelings are hurt, and to check in with you. No, people don't do that. They don't fucking care. They couldn't even have the conversation if they wanted to. So yes, I think I am a kind, honest, warm person. I don't think I'm an asshole.
Okay, so
I
I
don't
would
know if
just
we're gonna
like
get very
to.
far arguing about. Okay, your
I just
interpretation
want to
of
say
Max's
one
character,
thing,
right?
okay? I think
Yeah,
we
go
need to
on.
acknowledge one thing, okay? Earlier on in this conversation today,
Shit, I couldn't
Mr.
meet
Girl
that in time. My
said
bad.
that him describing it as a test wasn't necessarily describing me. He has now moved and he is now acknowledging that it is about me. So I would just like everybody to acknowledge that.
No, it's not about what you're thinking of yourself, is what I meant. Yes, I was telling you.
I
think
specifically.
the way that you interact with men involves a test that I'm familiar with. And what I said to you is, if you wait 4 dates to have sex, that's less of a test than if you wait 40 dates. And I asked you, at some point, you would agree, like, this is ridiculous, right? I said, if you told somebody, I don't have sex till the 50th date, almost everybody would be like, well, I'm out. I don't want to deal with this. And you agreed with that. So then I tried to move it to, the question is, what level of hold your horses there? At what point does it become an acceptable test or an unacceptable test? Like,
Again,
I'm not coding what I think of you. I could tell you what I fucking think of you.
I think your definition of test is so broad that you can apply to anything. And yes, with your definition of test, we can call what I said a test. I don't have that definition of test though. To me, a test is not something that's necessary, right? A test is something you're testing. You're quite literally testing somebody. That it doesn't have real stakes in it when you're testing somebody.
I don't understand how necessity can possibly determine whether or not something is or is not a test. Like, that just makes no sense to me. I think I might have COVID, so I need to test for it. I actually need to. I need to know if I can go and be around other people. It is necessary as fuck. Still a test. Necessity does not exclude something from being a test. it is mind-blowing to hear her like use that as the qualifier. Just kidding, you fit the stereotypically trope who is always seeking to find balance and calming shit down. You try to see the good in everyone and never passes too harsh judgments, which is cool to see on the internet nowadays because everybody is so hateful and judgmental. Yes, almost had it again. Perhaps if I watch this convo 1,000 times, if I watch this convo 1,000 times, the past may change, and she will finally understand.
When you're testing somebody, you know, you're just seeing, right? But
No,
when it's
no,
when
no,
it's
no,
a
no.
necessary, okay,
Okay.
right? I'm telling you my definition, right? I already got your definition.
Wait, she's using test in her definition too. Like, she's already pretty much agreed that it is a test, but she just doesn't like it when he says it. This is so bizarre to me.
I'm telling you my definition.
I don't think you
And what
did.
my definition is that to me, this is a necessary need in this relationship. It is not a power play.
She's not defining test now. If she is, then like that's insane, and she loses this argument.
Here it is. And we'll figure out if it works from there or not. But that's not a test to me. A test is something that is not necessary.
What other things are only defined by how not important they are? Hey, how's it going? Perspective Philosophy. Happy New Year to you too, man. Okay, RestreamBot is doing its job. I hope you're having a good one over there. You know, one of these days, I'd really like to talk to you about Catholicism. I just had a great conversation with somebody about Christianity. Not just that too, but also, because you talked to Dillahunty, the poor way in which the non-religious debaters, like atheist debaters, talk to religious people. Because I hate it. I'm not religious, but I hate the way atheists talk to people who have faith.
Understand that. I think testing and boundaries and
I'll shoot you a message.
necessary part of relationships. The question is, at what point do they, how do they make the other person feel, and do they serve you well? I guess if you're evaluating, like if it's a good test, the best way to test if somebody's a good
Oh
person
my
to have
God.
sex with is
Actually, there's a philosopher here. I don't know if you heard what she said here, but I would love from a philosophical minded person like yourself. I'm curious what you think. Stardust has said like 50 times now that something isn't a test if it's necessary. Even though necessity here is, what's the word? It's subjective. It's something that she feels is necessary. But you say something isn't a test to me if it's necessary. And I just can't get over the idea that whether or not something is a test is defined by the necessity of it. I think that this is just like a point that can't be made. Yeah, I think there's a lot of tribalism. Yeah, man, throw one over. I 100% will do. I really want to set a better example for somebody who's agnostic to engage with people with faith. It's so bad
to just have sex with them. The reason I'm calling it a test is because that poses a risk to you. So instead of emotionally jumping in and seeing what happens, like dating itself is a test. You don't just move in with a person or marry them. You test them out for a while. What you're doing is another step removed back from that of.
Well, something can't be necessary and merely subjective. I'm not sure what you mean by test versus necessary, though. This is what she said. She said, well, all right, the context here is that when she's dating somebody, she needs to tell them no to sex to see if they get upset by it or not, which is totally fine. There's no like agreement or disagreement about my personal feelings in this. What I'm talking about, she needs to be able to see how they react to being told no, before she can then actually consider having sex with them. And if they do get upset, then it's hit the road. Um, and there's just contention over whether or not this is a test. And she said it's not a test because for me, I need that. It's necessary. And I would just say, well, okay, that's fine. This is just a necessary test then. This is a test that you must do in order to feel safe, which is totally fine and valid. Just doesn't make it not a test. Testing if there's petrol in the tank for the engine to run. But, oh, you can do the test without actually running the engine. Yeah, I think so.
Like-
I think that lines up.
I feel like something bad might happen if I had sex with you. So we're going to delay until I get a stronger sense that that's not the case. And everybody does that. But you clearly...
Like, the bulk of this argument is literally hinged on just whether or not that's a test or not. I'd say it's clearly a test. But, like, you're also totally valid in having that need.
You are doing
It's just still a test.
more than most people in our age group, right?
The test.
Well, sorry, there have been other little disagreements peppered throughout this, but like this is like the most emotional part of the argument. This is where she's getting the most upset and fighting the hardest. And it just seems like I don't even know how to word it because I can't. I agree. It is a necessary test. I mean, to be more precise, it is a moral obligatory test rather than necessary. It's a means of providing sufficient reasons for moral conclusions. Yeah. This is just word salad and bad faith debating. Yeah, I 100%. Sorry, I was reading chat. I wasn't saying what you said was word salad and bad faith debating. I agree. They're using like simpler language for it. The thing that really broke my brain is like her disqualifying this action as a test by saying it's necessary. It hurts my brain. And Stardust is very smart. So it almost feels like she's just mad. Yeah, Mr. Girl doesn't want to give him anything in the conversation.
Maybe a little bit more.
Because in my experience, since turning 30, pretty much every person I've ever dated is like, well,
ataraxia. This is proof that she's not smart. I don't know. I think it's proof. It's indicative that she's really emotional in this conversation. I think.
Like we talked for like 2 or 3 hours, and I've decided if I want to have sex with you or not.
So I just want to ask something important here, because I think one other problem is Stardust. It seems like you see like a power move or whatever is a bad thing, but Mr. Girl, you just said you see it as an essential part of a relationship. So there's one issue here that you see it as like Mr. Girl as a morally neutral thing potentially, but Stardust sees it as a bad thing.
She was using her brain power until pubegate and thus brain fart. I mean, I think that was the dumbest part about that was honestly just how like it was just so clearly not true that she thought that would like be a good move for her. Like it would take so much, or even at that time, it would take a lot to make Mr. Girl look like the good guy in a dispute like that. And she somehow magically granted him like legitimate victimhood against her. Like he wasn't even claiming it. It was just like obviously like, yeah, she really tried to hurt him and it wasn't right. And got everybody on Mr. Girl's side. That's crazy. Like she was so wrong that like almost no one was on her side. It's honestly baffling that happened. She's definitely smart, just not as skilled at debating and getting emotionally triggered. Uh, that's what's weird about this, because at this point in time, at the very least, she was really good at it. She was really, really good at it. She debated like some pretty heavy hitters. And she also like talked to Richard Spencer. She went a lot of places where people were really, really critical of her, and like she didn't give a shit. Honestly, a lot of people forget, like, back in this time, Stardust was a pretty bad bitch. Um, she could debate with the best of them. She would talk to people that she knew was going to have people in her own audience furious with her. She was a pretty big force to be reckoned with for quite a while. And I think part of one of the biggest things that hurt her was the whole Pewgate thing. And it being off the back of this really didn't help.
Right, and maybe that's causing the issue.
It's
Power
a
play is intentional. In my head, a power play is intentional.
I don't think. Okay, I didn't mean. I
And
didn't
a
mean
power
that you were
play
trying
is
to.
They clearly wanted to smear his reputation from all sides of the DGG sphere. I'm not sure I could do any better with Mr. Girl. So much easier as a spectator. I understand it. Honestly, the first few times I talked to Mr. Girl, I was just like super regular caller. And I just want to talk about my stuff. But when I did call in to the hotline to like actually like argue with him, I thought it was going to be a lot more difficult than it was. I just think that since him and I kind of speak the same language, it just ended up going really well. So I understand the fear of that, but I think it's not that bad if you go into it honestly and you're super good faith the whole time. And the best way to have a conversation with Mr. Girl is to try to understand where he's coming from and get him to understand where you're coming from. And if something changes, then something changes. If not, that's fine too. But trying to convince him of something, if that's your goal, you're probably going to have a hard time. Thank you for the context. This is interesting. I've never seen it through this lens. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the thanks.
Also unnecessary. Power play is also something that's unnecessary.
I am calling this a power play because I find it annoying, and because I think it's unreasonable.
So this is one of those times. This is like a great example of like, I understand what other people are going to hear when he says that, and it's going to sound so fucking bad. But on the other hand of it, I understand how it isn't like that, and he's just really being honest about how he thinks about it, and like he's speaking to a level of honesty about a situation like this that almost nobody does. But if you're in that situation, not his situation, the situation that he's talking about, her putting the guys in, I think you can instantly understand and empathize with it, even if that's not how you would take it. And this is like one of the really good qualities about Mr. Girl that makes him such a interesting streamer and like a valuable commentator, is that he's totally fine saying the honest thing, even if a lot of people are going to misunderstand it, and even if even more people who do understand it are going to deliberately misrepresent it because it's low-hanging fruit.
But
we need more people to do that.
Bad.
Yeah,
Unreasonable. Yeah.
I think it's bad. Well, I don't think all. Okay, there you could do something and then you could do something and then call it something reasonable and or something I think is reasonable and still technically make it a power play. The reason I'm using the word power play, yes, is obviously pejorative, and I'm saying that I have a negative reaction to.
But you said it's part of a relationship, so how can it be a pejorative when you say it's also part of a relationship?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm saying that
and also that
the act of
that right there is one of the best examples. I'm so glad that it popped up right now too. When people say that Mr. Girl is bad faith or he's a liar, what do 99% of streamers do? when something like that happens, they try to pull an explanation out of their ass as to why they're not actually wrong. If you clearly point out to Mr. Girl that something that he says doesn't make sense, he admits it. Benny's really good at doing that. When Mr. Girl's wrong about something, Benny can come on and be like, well, that shit don't make any sense. Listen, and they'll tell him, and be like, you're right. Mr. Girl is, he is extremely stubborn. I've often referred to him as the immovable object. But it's in jest because if you have the patience, or by probably sheer luck, to explain it in a clear way why he's wrong, he'll be like, "You're right." It's just like crazy rare for streamers to do this.
It's not
Grabbing
part of a
power.
relationship. That's why.
I'm saying that the act of grabbing. Well, I don't know what part of most relationships are. I think we need to dispel the idea of an ideal relationship that we're talking. There's no such thing. Okay, relationships are horrible and people are constantly terrible all the time. There are things you can do in a relationship to gain power. That you should do, that everybody does to advocate for themselves. And then if you do it too much, somebody like me will call it a power play. That's what I mean. And so it's just a spectrum of like,
seems fair.
How much do you need this power, and what did you do to get it? And then at a certain point, it's like if you're asking, I won't kiss you until we've been dating for 2 years. I think we would all agree like that's unnecessarily controlling. But it may be necessary to.
We agree. We agree on it being unnecessary. Unnecessary being a fundamental adjective in this.
I want you to just listen for a second. Can you do that?
Oh, I meant to mute, but instead I paused. Okay. I had to pause to make sure you guys could hear me cough real well. So, God damn it. I'm sorry.
My point is that at a certain age and a certain maturity level, what may be necessary for you personally and reasonable given your psychology, like
she's entitled to have power over herself and her boundaries. Mr. Girl's just being butthurt. No, he's not saying that she's not entitled to it. He's just speaking to there's the reality of, so you can have totally perfectly valid boundaries however you want to have them or however you need them, and it's fine to do that. However, this does not mean that consequences of them cease to exist. And that doesn't justify bad consequences, saying like, well, that these consequences are good to be happening or anything like that. But to suggest that they don't exist is just false.
It may be that you are absolutely terrified.
Mr. Girl's take on how shitty relationships are is interesting to me. Not quite sure about that one. I feel like they're good and bad and hopefully always improving. Yeah, I think he's just speaking to that bad part of it. Cause like, I'm pretty, and it's very interesting and unique take. Yeah, because I think that the most interesting thing about it is that when we talk about relationships, especially if you're in one, and he's in one, everybody wants to caveat at anything negative they say about relationships, and they always want to put like a happy bow on it and not talk about the ugly parts without also talking about the good parts. Because it's like people feel like if they just take some time to talk about the bad parts, that they're somehow like spoiling the good parts of a relationship that exist too. But I just think that he doesn't care about doing that. And it's kind of refreshing. And to me, it's like this insurance of the honesty of the take. And I like that a lot. I value that.
Of having sex with anybody that you haven't been dating for 3 months. So if you're asking me like what would my advice to you be, then it would be like don't, I'm not saying you should just do it. I don't know what you should do, but it's not, I'm not saying that it's right for you. I'm saying that the average experience of dating in your 30s is not really like that. That's more what it's like to date a 14-year-old. So like when I was 14,
feel
and
like that's gonna piss
and
her
I
off.
were like, oh, well, we shouldn't, like, we're alone. We've been dating for 3 months, but like we're not gonna just fuck because like it's terrifying. So we'll just like make out a bunch, but we're not like that's too much. That feels very like middle school or high school to me. And I'm not saying that you should just force yourself to, but I'm saying the experience of it for me, especially when it's like politicized, it feels it's because I'm a man. It's a very male experience in this country of like being told like, well, you might be a horrible person, so I want to have sex with you, but we need to wait to see if you're a fucking piece
Do
of
we
shit
want to compare
first.
this to other countries?
No,
Yeah, that's fair to say no
not
to
really.
that.
I was raised here, and so I have the expectation of this country, of American
You're
norms.
saying it's politicized. You're saying it's politicized because you're a man, because we're in this country, which may be true.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's a bit like Black Lives Matter doesn't discount other lives. It's only talking about Black lives in that statement. Yeah. And so the reason why talking about the good parts of the relationships when you're trying to talk about how bad and ugly they can be or how bad and ugly they are, by talking about the good parts, it spoils the point that you're trying to make. It's like you're saying I can only say this if I file down the edges and I put a candy coating on it so that way you can swallow it nice and easy. But I'm saying no. What I'm saying isn't easy to swallow. It's not nice. What I'm saying, and I don't want to make it nice so that you feel good when you're hearing it. So just like how some people got triggered the first time they heard that statement, Black Lives Matter, it's like saying, no, we don't need to say all lives matter because that's not what the fuck we're talking about right now. We're talking about this thing, so that's what we're going to talk about. We're not going to use a slogan that detracts from it. I think like
But then I would
your
also
comparison
say
makes sense.
that if you look at other countries, it changes, right? It's just going to be different.
This may be part of the reason for your different values.
I just want also you basically did agree with me with what you're saying when you talk about something being a power play, when you talk about something being a test. You agreed with me that it's unnecessary. So you contradicted yourself. Earlier in this conversation, you said that it may be necessary. No, but you said earlier, you just said that it's unnecessary and it's unreasonable.
Okay.
These are two adjectives that you've used.
I need you to adopt a more nuanced and multifaceted lens.
I am being very nuanced with you.
Okay, so then I need you to understand that when I say something is unnecessary, objectively, I'm
Yes.
saying like it is not something that the average person would think of as necessary. So if you have OCD, you need to wash your hands 500 times a day. We call that a disorder because the rest of us are like, that's not really necessary. But if you have OCD, to you it absolutely is necessary. And the solution to it may not be to just stop doing it. So I'm not saying it's not necessary for you. I'm not saying it's not a need. It may be absolutely essential for you to not even make eye contact with a man on a date till you've been dating for 5 years. It is totally possible for that to be your need. But to somebody else, you would be called controlling. So I'm speaking, and at some points in the conversation, I'm empathizing with you and I'm talking about your perspective, and I'm saying, yeah, a test can be a need, absolutely. But that's what I'm talking about, your experience of it. That's your need. A test can also, to the other person, feel like a power play. A need can feel like a power play. A boundary, like to a rapist,
But it's
even just
not
saying,
a power
even
play.
saying,
So it feels like one, but it's not one.
I'm saying there's no objective
It
truth.
feels
I'm
like a
calling
power
it
play, but it's not a power play. You're saying
I'm
it
saying
feels like
there's-
one, but
I'm
you're not
saying there's-
describing it as a power play, right?
I'm saying there's no objective truth to whether something is a power play. It's just a matter of perspective. If you're terrified of sex, then it's obviously not going to feel like a power play. To you, it's going to feel like just protecting yourself. To the other person, it's going to feel like a power play, most likely.
It feels like
Well,
one, but it's
it-
not one.
But here's a
There
question,
is,
Stardust, right?
there is no answer to
It's
whether
the-
it is or
yeah.
isn't a power play.
You
I
called
think
it
is.
one earlier, right?
Yes.
And
No,
you're
no, wait, wait.
saying
No,
that it
listen,
feels
oh my
like
God.
one
Listen,
now.
Stardust,
Stardust.
this is important. Can I ask you an important question here, okay? If you think it's not a power play, but every single person in the world thinks it is a power play, then what is it?
It's
Like,
both.
like perception is everything. Perception is
Sure.
everything, right?
It's both. And from your perspective, obviously,
I forgot Chud was there. Yeah, he's doing a really bad job at moderating this. Although right now, he finally did speak up. I think this is a good time to do
you're
it.
not intending to make a power play, and I've already assured you that this is not what I think of you. I don't think
It
you're
looks like a
meaning to
duck,
make a power
quacks like a
play. I
duck.
think
Well,
your
it's
experience is that
contradicting what you said in the past.
it
So
seems contradictory if you need to slap a label, an objective label on it. But I need you to peel that label off and understand that there's actually going to be 2 or 3 different labels. There's going to be your internal label of your narrative of yourself, in which case you're obviously not going to label your own behavior a power play. Maybe after the fact, but while you're doing it, it's very unlikely, especially something you
Wow.
intend to.
That's really, really good there. Differentiating how people feel in the moment about their own actions, and then after this, he's giving her. He's being like super real and honest with her right now. When I watched this, I've mentioned this before. When I watched this the first time when it like happened live, I went and picked up my wife from work, and she was like, "What's wrong?" I was like, "I watched a stream and it made me sad." It's really tough to like keep on seeing him try really, really hard to like reach across to where she's at and get her to understand that like he's not doing the thing that she thinks that he's doing. He's not trying to trigger her or be any kind of negative to her at all, and he's just talking to her like honestly, and it just seems like he's hitting his head against the wall.
To keep doing, you don't think it's a power play. And given how you feel, which I assume is absolutely terrified, then I think that's a good way to think of yourself. However, you should be aware that to the people, the other person in this scenario, they very likely are going to label it as a power play.
A power play includes the intentionality.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
It doesn't.
What is a power play? A power play, by definition, includes.
It's doing something that ends up giving you more power in the situation. You don't have to intend for that to happen.
No,
the
it doesn't.
intention.
No,
to
it doesn't. It doesn't. Most
Your-
people we
Am I
know,
wrong?
again, your definition of power play is as broad as your definition of test. Then
people we think of as controlling assholes do not think of themselves that way. We just proved it just now. You tried to get me to admit that I'm an asshole. I think I'm a really nice person.
I think you can be a nice person, but I also think that
No,
you're very.
no.
Hey, look at how she avoided that statement. She evaded it by saying you can be. What is a power play? A miserable pile of secrets. That's pretty good. She's had so many abusive interactions on Killstream or whatever. She got more and more aggressive and less empathetic. Yeah, that might be the case. I didn't see a whole lot of her content. I did start watching her more after she interviewed Mr. Girl. I thought she was an interesting person. And I've talked to her, and it's like I definitely noticed a change. And I expressed that change to her in like kind of a weird way. When I called into her call-in show to ask her if I could interview her about Mr. Girl. And it was before the first conversation they had that went bad. Because I couldn't like get a hold of her through Twitter and stuff. And before I left, I said, by the way, Stardust, I think that you should talk about animal dicks more. Because she used to, and the reason I said that is she used to make like a lot of like really silly jokes about like animal dicks and stuff. She used to say like really weird shit that I thought was really, really funny. Because one, I don't expect anybody to say shit like that. And it comes off as even funnier when you're hearing a woman say it. Because it like adds an extra layer of like unexpectedness to it. And it just seemed to me like part of the thing that she really liked about streaming, it felt like it died for her, and she saw it as more of a job, and wanted to like, instead of just doing what she wanted to do, she sort of like planned out how she wanted things to be and then tried to enforce that. And it hurt her content for me. Oh, animal dicks is a quality topic. Like I don't know. I don't know. Like it didn't have to be is exactly that, but it just that was sort of like the symbol of like her silliness to me, that I thought was really fun and cool to watch. I like it when people are
Racist
like,
onto you.
I really like it when people are like unashamedly being their weird self.
I think I am a nice person. I don't think I'm an asshole. You think that. Assholes don't walk around thinking of
Hey, what happened?
themselves as assholes.
Yeah, of course.
Generally. Okay, great. So people who make power plays do not think of themselves as people who make power plays.
There's still an intentionality in power play, whether
I don't agree.
whether
I just- I
no,
just-
that whether
I-
you
you-
think
The thought behind a power play can be, I want to feel safe.
I don't think so.
Absolutely. Okay, that's fine. Then maybe we're just using the word differently. But there's
Okay,
no.
so-
My point is that you, in order to understand what I'm talking about, you would need to be, and I think you don't want to do this because it seems to make you feel violated. But you would need to be able to hold your perspective that this is a need and a reasonable thing for you to do, and my perspective that it's a manipulative power play and a test that you shouldn't be doing at the same time. And I think it's very uncomfortable for you to do that. So you're kind of flip-flopping between the two, and that's why
if
you're
we're
not going to
talking
get any
about like a if
you're-
we're talking
you're
about a
not- you're not
mentally
gonna get any-
deranged person that
you're not going to get any resolution on what I actually think. Somebody breaking into your car so they can steal money to feed their kids is not thinking of themselves at the way that you're going to think of them when you find your car window broken. You need to be able to hold both.
yeah,
in
I
your
can
mind.
I can hold that, but power
think you
play,
can.
a power play again, power play is very different from like the person breaking into your car because they need money to eat,
Well,
right?
you don't think about why the person broke into your car. You just think some fucking asshole broke into my car.
Yes.
What's happening to this city? What fucking scum stole my shit?
Oh shit.
Okay, somebody
Wait.
thinking something is a power play.
Elk. So I seen your message in the like the they got the on stream chat, but I didn't see it in YouTube. Did you get auto modded? If you're still able to chat and stuff, let me see. Say something. I hope like you didn't get auto mod and like timed out.
Play does not mean that it is a power play.
But the person doesn't think of themselves as scum who steals shit. They think of themselves as a poor person who needs
Yeah, and
money.
they may not be scum. They may not be scum.
No one is scum, Stardust. It's a question of perspective.
Perspective, yeah.
If you don't ever see the person,
Right,
you don't have
but
to look in their
The person who's breaking into your car probably sees themselves. Okay, cool. You didn't get automated. Probably sees themselves as a victim. To be honest, most of the time when people do crime to get by like that, they don't want to do it. They're really unhappy about it, and so yeah, I think it's really weird for her to just declare that as scum. Because that feels like the easier way to view that.
their
No, there are
eyes. You don't have to
specific-
look into their kids' eyes. Of course, they're going to be scum
There's-
to you because
we
all
can-
you know about them is that they did this fucking annoying thing, which is why I'm saying
We can look
I don't
at
think
people
this-
and
I don't think
objectively
this-
say that they're scum, right? I think we can do that.
No, we
Yeah,
can't.
I think we can.
What?
No,
we can.
we can't.
Yeah.
That is
fucking insane. No,
That's if Chud's morally outraged at you, you fucked up. I can't believe she said that. That's like the kind of thinking that like must be had in order to be like legitimately like frontwardly like racist, right? Like Well, you know, some people are just fucking scum. Like that's the only context I could actually imagine somebody saying that in, is if they're about to tell me some crazy ass racist shit. Let me back up. I want to see Chud reaction to that again.
Thing, which is why I'm saying
We can look
I don't
at
think
people
this,
and
I don't think
objectively
this,
say that they're scum, right? I think we can do that.
no, we
yeah,
can't.
I think we can.
What?
No,
we can.
we can't.
Yeah.
That is fucking insane. Absolutely fucking not. That you're mental. You're
That
absolutely
is a
fucking
Let me-
mental.
let me explain, let me explain.
disgusting and
How did I forget about this? How was this not like a major, like a major point in this that people still talk about? That is a crazy, crazy statement to make. Chud's
Let me
pissed.
explain. Okay, all right,
No.
all right. Somebody who rapes
She made Chud soy on stream. Like, that's really good.
and murders a daughter and a mother and a daughter, I think we can say is probably scum.
no,
I think
we
that's
can't.
kind of based.
No, we can't.
I think it's kind of base.
No, we can't call them scum.
I think we can. If somebody,
kind? You
if
can.
somebody,
Well, give me
if
a
somebody
definition.
rapes and
Okay.
kills
Right,
a
you're fucking
mother and her
retarded,
daughter.
Stardust, okay? This is what happens when you let women on the internet, okay? Let me ask you this. Give me a definition
No,
of scum
you know,
that
actually, you know
includes
what? How
listen
about
to me.
How about this?
Give me a
How about
definition
you?
of scum.
Okay.
No, give me a definition of scum that includes everyone that's scum and excludes everyone that isn't. Go.
No, I can't give a definition of scum, but I think we can objectively look
Oh, got her with set theory.
at specific actions and say that's
How can
scummy
you
behavior.
objectively? How can you objectively do it if you can't even
It's
fucking
scummy
say what it
behavior.
is?
Wait, scummy behavior is different from scum.
Look, you guys, I know when a person's scum when I fucking see it, all right? I can just look at somebody and go, fucking scum. And when I say it, it's just true, all right? That's all you need to know.
Yeah, if somebody
Yes.
has a pattern of scummy behavior, then yeah, maybe they are scum.
Maybe.
Okay,
But
that's
you
fine.
don't even
If
know what
that's-
you can't even explain what it means. That's the problem.
That's fine
That's
if you-
not
that's not objective, is
that's
it?
not the problem. The problem is that definitions of the like that when you put a label on somebody, it's a little bit more complicated. People have to have a pattern of behavior, right, to
Okay.
really fall into specific labels. Something as extreme as calling somebody scum, right? You have to
Okay,
have a
I think-
pattern of behavior to get. And most people are not scum. It's going to be like 0.0001% of anybody.
Okay, I think that your perspective is
So you're fucking retarded, okay? Chud, shut the fuck up. Okay, sorry, continue, Mr.
No,
Crunch.
I'm not. Okay. Well.
Jesus
I'll let
you have that one.
Christ.
I think this system of labeling scum and not labeling scum, I think you'll notice if you examine it that the closer you are to someone, the less likely you are to label them scum.
Sure.
So if one of my best friends killed a mother and her daughter and raped them beforehand, I would absolutely be prepared to
Chud
see
didn't speak
every
at
single
all.
person in the country on social media calling them scum. But would I call them scum? Probably not. I probably wouldn't think of them as scum. I would think like, Jesus Christ, why didn't you? What were you thinking? How could you do this? Why didn't you tell me you needed help? Me of all people. How could you keep that you want to do these horrible things? Like that's how I would be thinking of them. I would think of them as like a broken, twisted, fucked up person, but not scum. I would never dismiss. You wouldn't dismiss somebody like that. And you'll notice when we first met, you talked to me. We had an intimate conversation, and then suddenly everybody was calling me scum, but you didn't think of me as scum. You didn't even really disagree with their criticisms of me. You were just like, no, but I know him. Once you know somebody, you don't call them scum. And that's why I'm giving the carjacker analogy, is because all you see is you see their semen stains left on your car seat because they're a schizophrenic person, right? But if you
What are the semen stains? What's that
say
about?
somebody
'Cause
broke
it's
into your
crazy.
car and jacked off on your car seat, you're gonna call them scum, right? But if you're their mother and you watch them slowly develop symptoms of schizophrenia throughout high school, and then you had to you had to send them away in this heartbreaking moment where they wouldn't stop shitting on your floor or trashing your house. You had to send them some swanky treatment facility. Then they escaped. Now they're homeless. You don't even know where.
That's so weird. There's like an extra layer of audio where there's like everything they're saying. Just at the end of it, there's like a little whisper, and it's weirding me out.
They are, and then somebody says, "Oh, so we found your piece of shit son." Like, no, you're not going to think of them as scum.
No, you
because
won't.
you know them.
Right,
you
but
know
again,
them.
again, what I'm saying,
all
when
of this,
my
all of this, I just want to bring it back to when I'm saying you're making a power play. I'm saying from the perspective of the person you're doing it to, it feels like a power play. I am still able.
Can you guys hear that too? It's like at the end of like T's and S's, it'd be like t or s, like after they make that sound. I don't know if it's the video or if it's my headset. I'm hoping it's the video.
To hold your humanity and your psychology and all of your feelings about this in my head at the same time that I say it's a power
bullshit.
play.
I think it's bullshit. I think
That's fine.
everything you're
That's
saying
fine.
is absolute fucking bullshit. I
That's
think
fine.
that
I
a
would like
power
I would
play
like to
is
finish
very.
I would like to
Okay,
finish
go ahead.
what I'm saying now.
Good.
Okay. I can call you. I can tell you that you're making a power play while still having empathy for why you personally would need to do that. My guess is that there is a lot of terror and trauma involved, and I get it. It's not hard to extrapolate why somebody would need to be so protective and careful around sex. I understand that, but I'm saying that from the perspective of the other person, it can be really fucking annoying.
Yeah, but it being fucking annoying isn't a fucking power play, Max.
Well, if you're on your phone, you might not be able to hear. It's really quiet, and it's not every time, but it's happening like fairly regularly. But it's pretty quiet. The reason why I even said something about it is it sounds like horror movie whispers in my ear, kind of freaky. But it's really light.
That is literally what
It's
makes
not a
something
fucking power play. No. Let me finish what I'm saying, okay? So
It's
Okay,
quiet
can
and
you finish
sharp.
it with? Can you finish it while with this idea in your mind? You are going to have a definition of your own behavior of not being a power play.
I'm not even
and
fucking
other-
talking about my own fucking behavior, dude. I'm talking a power play again specifically
no
has
such thing as
intentionality.
in power-
How
there's
is
no
wanting to
such
be
thing as an
safe a
actual
power
power play.
play?
Power
There
play
is
is-
an actual
power
power
play is
play.
an
This is
idea.
just again this
Okay,
this
do
turned
you-
into
do you
an
want me to give you?
hour-long.
Do you want me to give? Do you want me to give you a scenario
I
in
don't
which
give
somebody?
a fuck about your scenario, bro.
Well, you
like,
just
we
asked a
can-
question. You asked a
No,
rhetorical
what
question.
let me finish
but
what
but
I'm
it shouldn't be
fucking
rhetorical.
saying. I let you speak. Just like okay, so let me
Yeah,
let me
let's not
finish.
finish. Go on, Stardust. Go on.
Okay.
Thank you, Chud.
I think there are objective things you can say are power play. There are
there
objective
aren't.
things you can look at behavior and say, hey, that behavior is objectively kind of
No,
fucked up.
That's not
You're
true.
interrupting
Is it a
me.
power play or is it
No,
kind of fucked up?
Okay. Do you know what objective means?
Oh, you know what? Shut the fuck
Yeah.
up, Shud.
I just think you're making really bad points. and
I
just
think
don't
you're
this is
I
how
think
the
you're
conversation
I
moves
think you're a
forward.
fucking idiot, Shud. How about that? Okay? So
Jesus
so again,
Christ. She didn't have to go
there
that
are
hard on Chud.
specific things that people do. If somebody calls you the N-word and says it with vitriol, you can say, hey, they did something that objectively seems pretty racist, right? They're calling you the N-word with vitriol. They're saying it. They don't know
Even the vitriol is supposed. Oh, bless you, Elk. Thank you.
you. Objectively, you know that that is a racist thing. They have committed a racist action, right?
That's a
I actually, it's so funny she used that example. Last night, I just explained how somebody could do exactly that. And it doesn't mean that they're racist. If you just want to hurt somebody's feelings, and as far as you know, that's the only thing that that's the only thing that you know that gets to that person. You could, although ill-advised, you shouldn't do it. You could call somebody the N-word if you know that's the only way to like hurt their feelings because you feel like being an asshole. We're not talking about somebody being nice or being considerate or being a good person here. But somebody who's got raw feelings, they want to hurt somebody's feelings. That's the only way that you can figure to hurt their feelings is to call them the N-word, and you do. but like you don't give a shit about race. Like you couldn't care less. You're legitimately, you don't have a racist feeling in your heart, but you know that like it's the only way I can fucking make this person hurt the way they hurt me. And you're making that poor decision to do that. Doesn't mean you're a racist, just means you're being a fucking asshole and using every tool in the asshole's tool belt to be shitty to them, right? But most of the time you're being racist. Probably like upwards of 95% of the time.
Objectively.
That's a tautological definition. Calling someone the N-word is most people's definition of racist. So yes. However, when
I
you're reading
disagree,
into
but
how to evaluate
my opinion's like probably more nuanced than it's comfortable for most people to get into when we're talking about like race and stuff.
their motivations for doing
There are
so.
again there motivations regardless. We know that like the motivation there was specifically if they're saying it with vitriol, if they're calling you the N-word with vitriol,
Yes,
and you are a
okay.
person of color, you know that the intentionality is there.
But the word power play implies a moral or usefulness evaluation made on the part of the person using the word, where racist doesn't really. Calling someone the N-word with vitriol is tautologically, definitionally racist. Whether something's a power play depends on the evaluation of the speaker. The person who's labeling it a power play has to evaluate.
I don't
Well,
think
how
so.
much? How?
Again, I think there are specific actions you can look at. You can look at the intentionality and the circumstances around that action and specifically label it something objectively.
You can label some things, yes, but power play specifically.
I think you can
is
do
an
the same thing with power play.
Power play specifically means that the person using the word has made an evaluation that the maneuver is unreasonably power grabby. So if somebody says, "Hey, can I have sex with you
So
right
again,
now?" and you say-
unreasonable.
if you say, someone says, "Can I have sex with you right now?" and you say no, most people are not going to look at that interaction and call it a power play. If you say, "Can I have sex with you in the next 3 weeks?" and you've been dating the person for several months and you say no, at that point people are going to be like, "Well, now that is a power play." Like you just will never have sex. Like, why are you even in a relationship in the first place? That's when you'll start. If you tell people that story, they'll be like, "I don't know if you should be with this person. I don't even know if they like you. I don't know what's going on." But that's weird. That's not good. If you say, "Can I have a hug?" and your partner says, "I want space," like you can't have a hug right now. Is that a power play? To some people, yes. To some people, no. If you say, "Can I have a hug ever?" and your partner says, "I don't know. We'll see." Most
I don't
people
want.
then are
I
going to
see you opening your mouth shut. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear a word
Jesus
out of you.
Christ.
So I'm trying to demonstrate to you that power play is not like the term racist. It implies an evaluation of the whole situation, the relationship, and including the context. If we were in a different country, like if I went to Japan, I assume that there are more people like you in Japan than people like me. I assume this is a more of a cultural norm to be like, "Oh, I know we shouldn't. I don't want to." Even when you're 30, even when you're 40, even when you're 50. And so I probably wouldn't make as much sense to call it a power play there, because it'd be like, well, this is just how it is.
A lot of people in my chat are asking you to step on them, Stardust. How do you feel about that?
I'm not interested.
Oh God.
What did I tell you about talking?
Jesus Christ.
My apologies. Continue with your amazing points.
Is that sarcasm?
No, she's hamming it up a bit
Person
too
being
much.
sarcastic? Absolutely no way.
Okay, so if you're being sarcastic, you can just leave the fucking call. Like,
Jesus.
I'm not interested.
Jesus.
Instead of
Let's have the conversation move forward.
okay, you're based on the 3 months of silence from you. I don't think that you are emotionally or psychologically ready to have a debate about this. I think what you should have done is, as soon as you realize it,
This is something else that people have criticized Mr. Girl for. And it's really interesting. I think it's... Oh, wait a minute. Let me get right back to that. That's why sometimes I saw elk. and not other times. My fucking YouTube chat is set to top chat and not all chat. Now I can see it on here. Okay, that's cleared up. Mr. Girl's having this conversation post Cherry freaking out at him. That just happened right before this. So I think that this is like, that just happened. Stardust has not yet like conferred with Cherry. Then that happened. Oh wait, no. You know what? I take it all back. I'm not sure about the timeline. But I know that he was criticized for not disengaging with Cherry before. Because she clearly wasn't able to have that conversation. And then, but he's also been criticized for saying this to Stardust as well. So you can't fucking win with these people.
Out is you should have been like, you know what, I can't really handle talking about this, and that would be absolutely a respectable thing to do. What's not respectable is for you to destroy our friendship because you are forcing yourself to do something, ironically, that you actually don't want to do.
No, I'm fine.
You don't want to have this debate.
I'm fine with us having our conversation. But again,
I would
point.
Why the fuck did you stop talking to me for 3 months? Obviously, this topic is traumatic for you, and you can't talk about it.
It's not that I stopped talking to you. It's just I didn't really make too much of an effort. I still, when we interacted,
I asked you to talk about this several times and to try to repair our relationship, and you.
It's not that I stopped talking to you. I just didn't. We were like, what is the logic in that? Obviously, they were talking before that. She clearly not fine with them having the conversation. It is, yes, clearly the case.
You just either didn't respond.
Busy.
Okay, fine. Maybe you're too
this
busy
is so
to be
dishonest.
friends, or maybe this topic is too traumatic for you, and you shouldn't fucking be debating about it online.
Okay, so if we can continue our conversation, you specifically brought up again.
I feel like I'm raping you.
You're not raping me, dude.
It feels like I am. It feels like you actually can't handle talking about this.
I'm fine talking about it.
You can.
Okay. The reason why he's saying that is he's saying that he just said, well, hang on. He said, I don't think that you can emotionally have this conversation. And she's like, no, I'm fine with it. I can do this. What he's saying is that I feel like my participation in this is wrong because it's not that you're not consenting, is that you cannot consent to having this conversation. You're not okay with this, and you are also incapable of understanding that you're not okay with this. So what I'm doing right now, talking to you about it, this is bad. I'm explaining why he did it and why it makes sense, whether it's called for or not. Mr. Girl does a lot of things that are uncalled for. Sure, that's part of the charm. But what he's saying is that you can't consent to this. You literally can't. You can't handle this, and you think you can, so you are incapable of understanding that you can't handle this. You strike me as a bug-eyed, pseudo-intellectual, empty-headed Muppet. Okay. Is that you just want to stop by and say that? That's fine.
I'm fine talking about it.
Sex with
Probably isn't the channel for you then.
It feels like having sex with somebody who is dissociating and shuddering and shutting down, and their eyes are rolling back in their head, and then they're like, "Oh no, I'm fine. I can keep going."
You're being really melodramatic right now. You're being very melodramatic.
You destroyed our friendship. Our friendship was important to me, and now we're not fucking friends anymore. I don't think it's melodramatic.
Our friendship was important to me too.
Great. So I don't think it's melodramatic to tell you that I think you destroyed our friendship because you tried to force yourself to have a conversation. You. Because you have no fucking boundaries. I get why you have to hold people at arm's length when you start dating them now. Because you don't know how to say like, hey, I don't want to talk about this.
Let's just calm it down a bit. We're getting a bit
heated.
No,
I'm fine talking about this. So.
Of course I'm here. What do you want me to, like, one of my friends stop being friends with me because I made her mad or hurt her?
Okay, but do you need to bring the rape thing into it though, thus?
Yeah,
he's being melodramatic a little bit. Yeah.
I think it's related. Absolutely.
I think so.
Why? You did to me the exact fucking thing I was saying I don't like being done to me. I failed your test. Now we're not friends anymore.
I just, you know.
Of course it's tested. It's so fucking disingenuous. You're such
still
a fucking
viewed-
liar. You
I
sat there, you
still
looked.
Oh wait. No, I think he's being dramatic. I don't think he's being melodramatic. I think that's just how it occurred to him in his head, which was very dramatic.
You looked me in the fucking eye and you told me you weren't upset 20 times, and then you ended the call and immediately say, yeah, I was upset. He was trying to get a negative reaction out of me. You lied to my fucking face and you ruined our friendship as a result. Of course I'm
So
heated.
in the moment, like I said, initially in the moment, I was not aware that I was upset.
But you became aware at some point and you did not talk to me about it.
It's yeah, and
so what kind of friendship can we have if we're going to talk? How can we talk about rape
because
and
it
argue
felt,
about our dating habits? But if we
because
get
we
mad
were
at each other, we
already-
stop being friends.
Because we were already in the middle of a very heated discussion, a very tense discussion, where you were talking about things that I find necessary are unreasonable and unnecessary and a power play. I'm already in a
Yes.
position where I'm arguing with you about something so tense. So if you're asking me, hey, are you mad at me? I'm not mad at you, but I'm incredibly uncomfortable at that point. I don't think I
That's
realized
fine.
I was mad at you.
Okay, then you could have said I'm saying you could have said any of this at any point. So
Right,
the
and
reason
afterwards,
the reason I'm heated right now is that you did not do that.
Yeah, and I didn't know what my feelings were completely at that point in time.
That's fine, but that's not my fault. So I want you to
Okay,
look me in the
that's
eye,
fine.
look me in the eye, and tell me that you think if you knew how you felt and you told me how I felt, tell me you think that I would have just kept pushing on.
No, I don't. You know, if I knew how I felt, and if I knew I was that uncomfortable, and I
We would've
told you
talked
I
about
was,
it.
yeah, we would have probably talked about it in some
I would
other
have
way.
empathized with you. I probably
Yeah.
would have even taken care of you. I would have helped lead
That's
the conversation
well, that's
to a
fucking
place.
gay, and I don't need you to take care of me. But okay, yeah, go.
Somebody should. And you didn't. And now you're
Damn. Honestly. Best of luck with your stream, mate. Just pottering around with work, so take it easy. Thank you. And I'm gonna reach out to you in a little bit. About what I mentioned earlier. Sorry, this has my this really got my brain just going. And it's nice to see it popping by. Now they're just calling each other names and being shitty. No, Mr. Girl made the reason why I said damn is because I think that so like somebody just dunking on somebody, it could be funny or whatever, but it doesn't strike me as like a oh kind of moment. But like he had a really good point that was also kind of a dunk. She said, I don't need you to take care of me. That's gay. He said, well, somebody needs to. And it's true. In the first conversation that they had, she was not abdicating for her boundaries at all. And if Mr. Girl had, as he stated, if he had had the opportunity to know that she was uncomfortable, then he would have enforced those boundaries for her. Thank you. Me too. And I think it's a really good point to say somebody has to. And that really is like if you're engaging with your friends, then that is their job. Then if they know that you're in a bad spot and you're not advocating for yourself, then somebody has to step in and do it for you.
saying I wrecked our friendship when, by your own admission, if you had been more attuned to your own feelings, set boundaries like you should have, and talked about your feelings like you were invited to multiple times, this wouldn't have happened. So I don't think it's my fault.
You know, I tried to be as honest as possible with you during that conversation, and just because I don't know my exact feelings in that point in time doesn't mean that either one of us is at fault. I wasn't.
But she blamed him after that straight, though. She might not be doing it now, but she certainly did then.
Blaming
It certainly
you for
doesn't mean I'm at fault.
I mean, I wasn't blaming you for our relationship falling apart.
You are. You were blaming me because you said in the conversation I'm trying to make you have a negative emotional reaction.
I do think
I'm-
that you were trying to
No,
make
I'm
me have
not.
a negative
I'm just trying to
emotional
not. I'm just
reaction.
trying to not be controlled and silenced by somebody who is signaling that they're uncomfortable, but who won't say it. I got a lot of
Yes.
flack from my own audience after that. A lot of people were like, "You could tell she was upset." Like, yeah, that's why I asked her if she's upset. But apparently, according to most people, it is the job of the man to determine
I
your
was
unconscious
not
feelings.
aware.
I know, to determine your
I had that same conversation with a lot of people, and I said that, well, Mr. Girl clearly has a boundary that if somebody's not going to tell him that they don't want to talk about something, he's not going to drop it then. But he's totally fine reaching out and asking to try to check, opening that door, making it a little bit easier for them. And I would even say that if there's two adults who are in a situation and they're familiar with each other, in this case, friends, at a certain point, no matter how much it seems like the other person is uncomfortable, when I ask them over and over and over and over again, at a certain point, I have to respect their agency to say, no, I'm not uncomfortable. Say, all right, well, I don't really have the right to say that I understand your comfort more than you. Unless you've given me some explicit reason in the past that shows me that you can't make that decision for yourself, I'm just going to have to go, okay, well, I guess even though I really feel like you're uncomfortable, I guess I'm just going to have to treat you like you're not because you have told me so many times. At what point does it just become, I'm just not respecting you by saying like, well, I just don't believe you. Fuck you. You can't.
unconscious feelings
I
and
need to
make
have
a decision
something
for you about whether or not
in the
you
past at least to
consent
show
to
me
an
that.
action.
I don't think you need to make a
Fucking
decision
no,
for me.
absolutely great. So that I didn't. So I just said, okay,
Yeah,
well, then I guess
so
we'll keep
that's
talking.
fine.
I
That's
checked in
fine.
with
We
you and I
kept
said, okay,
talking.
I get.
We kept talking,
Yeah, we
but
kept
I still
talking, and then
think
you
that
stopped,
you're fucking.
and then you stopped.
But that's
and
not
you
the
stopped
issue
speaking to me
here.
for 3
That's
months
not
as a
the
result.
issue here. The issue is I
Okay.
took issue with you calling something that is necessary for me as unreasonable, a power play, and unnecessary.
Okay, yeah, I don't.
There's no
when I- when-
intentionality behind what
okay,
I'm doing
let me
for it to be
tell
a
you
power
something.
play.
Let me tell you something about the Mr. Girl friendship experience. If you think that being my friend means that if you describe something as necessary to you, then it is unassailable, and I'm not going to say, well, this is controlling behavior. You're being possibly abusive. What if it's necessary for you to hit your partner? You want me to tell you, oh, well, if you say
It's
it's
not.
necessary, if you really lose your shit,
Wait a second. There's a big
what if it's
difference between
necessary for you to
that.
cheat? What if it's necessary for you to steal
Okay,
or
but there's
not.
pathologically
between
lie?
that and what
Wait.
Stardust is saying. Come on, that's about fucking
I want to
unreasonable.
finish.
Yeah,
I want
it's
to
really
finish what I'm
fucking-
saying. I want to finish what I'm saying. The idea that something being or feeling because it's not actually necessary, right? Like this is
You
this
won't
is a
die
feeling.
without
It's-
it.
The word
Yeah.
necessary in this case is used to mean I am very, very uncomfortable with this thing, and so this is how I'm going to behave. It's a need. We can call it that, but it's not literally like it's not like food or air or water. The idea that if you describe something as a need, then therefore I'm not going to give you any negative feedback about it, then yeah, don't be my friend.
You know what? You can give negative feedback on it, but then I still
Okay.
am entitled. I am still entitled to tell you that I think you're fucking wrong, and I think you're a fucking wreck of a human being if you think that something like that is a power play.
That's fine. You could tell me that, and I would still be friends with you. But you didn't.
You're a wreck of a human being if I disagree with you on something like that. That's
Instead, you
seems a
ditched
bit
me.
untenable.
You are so quick to look for somebody to blame in this situation when that doesn't need to be the case.
No, once again, I have empathy for you. I understand that this is like a big
I am not
invisible.
blaming. I am not
I
blaming
understand that.
you
I know.
for
Well, you
our
did blame- you-
friendship
you-
falling apart. I just think that you're fucking
She did blame
wrong.
him.
I know. You're not blaming me. You're just saying I'm a wreck of a human being. You're
Well,
an
I think-
asshole. But you're not
I
blaming
mean-
me. I have empathy for you, Stardust. I understand
I'm friends
that this
with
is an
lots of. I'm friends with lots of assholes. You are not the only
I understand.
one.
Okay, I understand.
We've got another one in the call with us right now, so.
Jesus
I understand
Christ.
that this is an invisible wall for you. That we ran into, and that you didn't see it coming. You didn't know it was there, and I don't even think you knew you ran into it until weeks later. I have empathy for you. I think I even understand why it's there. I think I can probably guess why it's there. So I'm not just blaming you. Once again, I have your perspective.
Chud's just kind of been like he's done like very little in here. Oh my god. Ugh. Sorry, I had a loud sound on my computer. He's done nothing but like catch strays, I swear, from Stardust. She's just was shitting on him like crazy. When like really he didn't. I mean, part of the problem is that he actually like just didn't do anything. So like he should have done stuff when he did that, or he should have done stuff when he wasn't. But like, that's not even her critique of him. She's just mad.
In mind, but my
So
perspective
you are
is
blaming me.
no, I'm not. My perspective
This
is
went
that you ditched-
immediately to blame. This really
my
did.
my perspective is that you ditched me, and I'm very angry at you about it.
Sorry for ditching you.
I don't want your apology.
But I felt very, very uncomfortable, and that was
Okay.
the way that I knew how to deal with it.
I
I
understand.
do
that.
think he did actually
I
blame
know
her though.
that you are conflict avoidant, specifically about this topic, and it's very uncomfortable for you,
Yeah.
and that you probably
Yeah. It's like Chud's been like pretty vicious and mean to people in general. So it's really impressive when you can just be like, holy shit, poor Chud. Like, god
were
damn.
incapable of talking about this or having this conversation until now. I believe all that, and yet I'm still enraged at you because you ditched me.
Sure, you can be enraged at me, and I still think that
Okay, so we both
Yeah,
have our
I
own
think that
separate
you're
perspectives. So
incredibly-
stop trying to replace my perspective with yours, and
I'm
either
not trying to
empathize-
replace your
then
perspective.
fucking empathize with me and listen to me, or just stop responding
I
to it.
think that it's ridiculous to think that
That's not
again,
empathetic.
I can be empathetic towards a whole lot of things, but when something is
Not
an
someone being angry
actual
at you.
need, when something is an actual need,
You
I-
lost empathy. Yes, you lose
do you-
empathy.
An
because the
actual
topic is
need.
so
We could
triggering that you
use-
can't be empathetic.
we could use the same opposite interaction, right? Somebody says, I need time.
Anybody who has watched a fair amount of Mr. Girl, I think, could say that he has this like inhuman need to say what he's thinking. And not just to say what he's thinking, but to say what he's thinking without altering it before he says it in a way that he doesn't want to. It's like he actually can't fucking help himself. It's like, and it's a problem at times. Often it's a problem. And that does not make that part about him unassailable. In fact, it's one of the most easy things to criticize him for. So, it just feels really weird hearing this argument right now.
I'm really interested in you, but I need time. And that person decides to push that boundary regardless, right? That itself could be a test. Is that not a test?
Oh wow, people in her chat.
Sure.
Somebody in her chat said, "Oh, shut up, Max. You're not empathizing. You're a grifting cuck who lives off of clout." We know now that this is definitely not the case. Wow, of all the allegations, which one is like this is like easily disqualified based on his actions as of late.
Is that not a power play?
Yes, I'm
He's
not
done
the one
everything
who
he could
fucking
to
freaks
eliminate
out when I'm
clout.
told that I made a power play. That's you. So flipping.
This is an example of displaced aggression where the anger or frustration is redirected from the original source to a safer, more convenient target. Yeah, how she's treating Chud, yeah. Of course.
this around isn't really going to work.
I don't
I'm
think
still
it's a-
willing. I'm still
I
willing
think
to
that's what
entertain
makes it
ideas that I'm a
hard to
manipulative
see.
asshole, that I was trying to provoke you because I'm angry at these women who control me. That
I
I'm
think
taking
you were
shit. That I'm
angry at
taking. That I'm
me.
wait. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish. That I'm taking shit out with Shaylin out on you. All of these other implications and ideas, or that I just hate women. I'm willing to entertain these ideas, and if you want to say them, I will listen to them. I'm not the person who is shutting down and
You are
refusing to
being
talk to you about this
such a
shit.
victim right now. You are being such a victim. I think that I
What
think
does that mean? Yes, I'm angry at you for ditching me. I have few friends in this space,
Yeah.
few friendly colleagues.
I
and
was still friendly with you. I may have been more distant. I still
No,
was supportive of you.
it's over. It's over. I can never trust you again.
Okay, fine.
Okay, there must be a way back from the darkness. Surely, come on, like that.
To what? A way back to what? No, we can never be friends now. We can be friendly, distant colleagues, but I'm never fucking relying on you for anything. Absolutely not.
All right, that's fine. I'm not relying on you either. So.
No shit. That's why we're not friends, because you didn't trust me and you didn't rely on me.
Shit, my bad. Thank you. Chud actually seems genuinely anxious about this too. Like I really do feel like in this moment he's wanting to like fix this. This is not that long. I mean, it's been like 2 months maximum from the Age of the Giga Chad conversation, where he's even said to you like it sucks that you can't be like emotionally honest in this space, and it seems like he's trying really hard now. I think he just had no fucking clue how to moderate this kind of a discussion. But now that it seems like, well, now that it's clear that like his friends are like at an impasse here, he's trying really hard to like hold it together. Like you can tell he looks legitimately stressed out.
Absolutely not.
All right, that's fine. I'm not relying on you either. So.
No shit. That's why we're not friends, because you didn't trust me and you didn't rely on me. I held my hand out for a long time and you never took it. So yeah, that's like.
I thought we were supposed to fix this, and you're saying it seems like you're coming to this and there's no solution possible. So what's the point of that?
If this is where Stardust is after 3 months, then no. Why would I want to? What do I get out of a friendship like that? Yeah, maybe
I'm
maybe
being
in 5
so
years.
honest to you, and this is like I feel like I'm being incredibly honest with you about how I'm feeling.
She's just spent the last 20 minutes posturing. She said what he said was gay. Like, come on, it's not honest.
And yeah. I mean, I get it. You're upset at me for ditching you, but I'm trying to be as honest as possible with you.
No, I told you that you ditched me, and you said you're such a victim. No, you're absolutely unempathetic.
You are
you're
a victim.
That's fine. You can laugh at me and call me a victim, but that's why we're not friends anymore. Next time, if you're wondering a few years down the line, hey, how come I'm not friends with Max anymore? Take this fucking moment and play it back in your mind. When I told you that you ditched me, I told you I was hurt. I came to you vulnerable and honest, and you laughed at me and called me a victim.
Okay, I'm sorry for hurting you.
I don't want your apology. I want your empathy, but you don't have any.
Okay,
not for me, not on this topic. And I understand that this topic is like when we talk about this topic, big red lights start flashing in your brain, and you probably can't empathize with me. But then what you should do, if you want to have friends, you should probably tell them not to give you feedback about this, because you can't handle it, and you will torch the relationship if you hear anything you don't like.
I think we had a very lengthy discussion last time we talked about this topic. I think that's an indicator that I can have a conversation about this. And I was just uncomfortable. Again, I think that...
You had a looping conversation that went nowhere because you can't handle talking about it.
We had a looping conversation because we just have fundamental differences on our definitions.
That's not a reason to loop. We can have fundamental differences. You could have just said, okay, I get why you're saying it's a test. Do you get why I'm saying it's not? And I would say yes.
But see, you weren't even at that point either.
Absolutely, I was.
You were not.
My problem wasn't
I specifically said so many times during that conversation that this may be a test. This may be a test based on what other people do. by certain definitions maybe, but like for me,
That's
it
not
was
the
not
same
that.
thing I'm saying. I'm saying that you were not capable of or interested in acknowledging that I have a perspective and that internally, given my psychology and how I feel, my perspective makes sense to me. So the way to get past an impasse like that is you say, okay, I get why you're not calling it a test. I understand it's a need for you. But do you understand from the other perspective why it does feel like a power play? And then you'd say yes, and then we'd fucking move on. But you're not able to do that because you find it very threatening.
I think that it is
Your
unreasonable.
hold on your
incorrect.
ability to say no to sex is so fucking tenuous that you can't acknowledge any perspective that might call it a power play or manipulative or controlling at all, because I think you feel like then you won't be able to say no. But I think you have every right to say no to sex, even if every other person on the planet gets together and votes and says Stardust shouldn't be able to say no to sex. Stardust has to have sex. I think you should still be able to say no. I think that is your right and your boundary that you should hold for yourself, no matter what anybody ever says to you.
Okay.
I mean, was there anything that could have happened here that would have actually fixed this? It sounds like it was over before it started.
Yes, you already said that, and I already responded. Yes.
Poor Chud.
No,
Now
but
you
what
Mr. Girl's like
specifically?
on edge.
Oh, you mean if she'd have
Well,
said, you know, she'd have
what
never
should
said-
Stardust have said if she wanted to be friends with me? She should have come on the call and said, like, listen, before we start talking, I want to acknowledge that I've been avoiding this conversation for a long time. You reached out to me several times, and I basically ditched you, and I don't even know if we're friends anymore, but I really want to make this work, and I really want to figure this out. I don't want an apology, but an acknowledgement that, like, you completely withdrew from me, and also that I did it at a time when you needed a
Your
friend.
friends? Yeah.
I see that now. But I couldn't handle it. I couldn't handle the last conversation. You're right. I was upset. I didn't say I was upset. And I did say it afterward. I said it publicly behind your back, but I haven't been ready to have this conversation with you to your face. It's something I'm working on. And then either A, I'm ready to have it now, or
These are these are the kinds of conversations, what he's describing, that I wish more streamers engaged with. One of my favorite streams of all time is when Destiny, Erudite, and Mr. Girl all talked. And it was like the most mature adult conversation I've ever seen like streamers in the politics space have. It was crazy how like emotionally real it was.
B, you know what I've learned about myself? I can't talk about this. I cannot talk about this, especially in front of an audience, and especially with somebody who's going to be as forceful and aggressive with their opinions as you are. It's not a good idea for me to do this. So in order to protect myself and to preserve our friendship, what's left of it, I would like to rebuild, but I can't talk about this with you. I can't just casually debate consent. I've learned this about myself. Not with you.
Okay, so I think
That's
that
what
there's
that's what she would have said.
I think there's a lot of blame being thrown around right now.
I'm trying to answer Chud's question. What could Stardust have said to make me feel like a glimmer of hope for our friendship? There would have been that.
Sure. I guess, you know, Stardust, is there anything you would have expected? I mean, I don't know. Like, it seems like it's kind of Mr. Girl that's setting the boundaries of what is and isn't acceptable. Do you have any ideas on that?
I think that Mr. Girl is very upset. I didn't mean to make him feel abandoned in his time of need, but
yeah, we can see your hog, dude. Like, what the fuck?
I didn't mean to make him feel upset in his time of need or in a time where he felt very lonely, but there's a lot
Call that his hog.
of
God.
you know, I'm not here to throw blame around, right? I'm just not. I had an issue with what was said in the last conversation
Yeah,
we
puke
had,
incoming.
and I've voiced
You could see when Mr. Girl sat back down to you. He was really embarrassed that Judd said something. Oh God, that would be really embarrassing. And I get it too. Whenever I end stream, I go straight to my bedroom and I just lay out flat because my back's killing me from sitting in place for so long. And I generally avoid standing up to stretch
some of those
for similar
issues
reasons.
today.
But if I did, I'd step
yeah, that's
far
all I
off
can
my
really say
camera
about it.
to stretch. I wear a lot
Oh.
of pajama pants and sweatpants at home.
Is that it? I don't know if there's anything else to say. It sounds like Mr. Girl is pretty certain about how he feels
Mhm.
about this.
Or I might do an in-chair stretch.
I think I think that's fair, you know, like the door is always open, but
For
but
what?
but if you are calling this now,
The
no
door's
problem.
open to for what?
Okay, let me finish what I'm saying. The door is open if you want it, right? But I am certainly not forcing anything, and I'm fine if things have to be cut off here. So.
I'm not saying I'm cutting you off. If you want to be friendly colleagues, we can be friendly colleagues. But we can't. We're not friends, though.
No, I don't think
A
we're
friend-
friends. I think you've made
Sure.
that very clear in this conversation. So
Well, did you think we were friends a week ago? Like, how the fuck could it?
I
how,
thought we
how
were
could you call-
friendly. I thought we were friendly at least.
Well,
Yeah.
Did you? I'm not. That's not the word I use. The word I use is friends. So, like,
I thought
usually,
we were
if you're
distant friends. Distant friends. Yeah.
even a distant friend, I think if they get banned from YouTube and have this gigantic fight with a bunch of fucking Nazis who potentially ruin their career, you think you would like reach out and be like, "Hey, how are you doing?" Right? Even a distant friend would do that.
Yeah, somebody asked me earlier if I consider Mr. Girl and myself friends. And I said no, but I think we're friendly. I reached out to see if he was okay several times over the last year of things that were going on. Because even if you don't like him, you got to acknowledge the guy's been through some shit. And I think it's pretty fair. Mr. Girl uses the word friends too quick. I don't know, man. It's not like he's saying like I'm in love. I think people are kind of weird about the use of the word friend, to be honest. I don't think it's that strong of a word that needs to be gate kept behind like certain requirements. But if it doesn't fit, then it doesn't fit. Let me put it this way. Before the shit that happened between them, I don't think Stardust would have contested the use of the word friend at all. I think she's just having this
We're not
attitude about
friends.
it now because of how things ended up.
Any semblance of what a friend would do has been overshadowed by this conversation. And now you're going around right now in public saying that it's not overshadowed by
He has a weird way of framing relationships in terms that only he can choose. I don't remember him saying he's in love with Destiny, but if he did, that'd be really funny. But sure, he can have a weird way of framing his relationships in terms that only he can choose. I mean, that's usually how we describe relationships, right? Is like from our perspective. Like somebody can be my best friend and I'm not their best friend. And it wouldn't be wrong for me to label them my best friend. Which I understand isn't what you're saying. I'm just speaking to the we always choose the terms in which we describe our relationships. Yeah, that he loves him. And yeah, and that made so I've heard him say that he loves Destiny plenty. And the reason that he said for that makes perfect sense. He gave him everything that Mr. Girl had was largely due to Destiny. Which isn't to say that it couldn't have happened otherwise. Right on the video we were watching before this one, he said goodbye, said love you, Destiny. Destiny said said love you all is extremely cringy. Yeah, we're not saying that like we know that Mr. Girl said that he loves Destiny. This he says that a lot. Well, has said that a lot. But when you said that he said he was in love with Destiny, I think Elk and I took there's a pretty clear difference to me and I think to Elk as well when we hear the words in love and love.
This conversation being too triggering for you. No, suddenly your entire perspective on me as a person has 180'd. Now our friendship and your ability to be there for me is overshadowed, or even respond to my DMs is overshadowed.
Like I love my kid, I love my dog, I'm in love with my wife. This is how I would use that.
By me trying
But I also
to
love my
hurt
wife.
you. It's not that the topic is too triggering and you're unaware of your own fucking feelings about it. It's that I am trying to hurt you. That's why
okay.
we're not friends. That doesn't make
She's the only one of those that gets both.
any
Oh.
fucking sense. How could you possibly call me a distant friend when this is how you act?
Okay, so when I talked about this in public, I talked about how things are weird between the two of us. And I don't think I put all of these things that you're saying on it.
You made a thumbnail immediately saying that asking if the bridge was burned. You didn't respond to my DMs, and like I said, when I very publicly
The thumbnail was
had this absolutely awful thing happen to me.
It's valid to say the thumbnail is clickbait. However, if he reaches out about it and you don't respond, it's certainly not going to feel like it's just clickbait then, right?
You did not reach out.
Okay.
So that
Right.
there's no definition of friendship that I have that meets.
Oh. Totally off subject, but before I forget, I talked to the other person. I mentioned this yesterday. Chris Speaks and I are gonna be having a show about specifically like relationship advice, because this space for some reason seems to focus on like when they talk about like relationships or dating, it seems to be primarily focused on like incels. It's like pick up, how to like talk to women and all this shit. This is like a super saturated market in this space, but not a lot of people talk about how to deal with things that occur in like established long-term relationships, or like if you've been dating somebody for 4 months and something comes up, and I had to find somebody else who's been in a stable long-term relationship, which is pretty rare around here, surprisingly. And ironically, but so Chris Speaks is for sure confirmed. I'm gonna announce the day of it in a couple of days. He's got to look at his schedule. I'm gonna be flexible to his. I seen that I got tagged in somebody else's server, like the day Chris and I talked about it, and it was because, oh my God, where's your server at? It was Reservoirs, and people were talking about people in this space and relationships, and I haven't messaged in there in well over a month. And Rezi said that Drazi has, yeah, let me actually just search it. Reservoir gave me like my best credentials I could ask for the show. Drazi has the most successful relationship and it makes me sick. Stop being so wholesome, you fuck. And it occurred to me too, I think I do have the longest long-term relationship of anybody who's in the space. I've been with my wife for 11 years, and we're poly. So I'm gonna use that to tell people that obviously polyamory is better. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we're gonna do that, and I'm trying to get a guest to like co-host with us for maybe like the first 1 or 2 episodes. I wasn't sure if we were gonna get callers, but we already have like several callers lined up from Rezi's community, so maybe it won't be too hard to get callers. When we can't find callers, we'll like go to like Reddit, or we'll like watch like a video or something that's like viral if there's like a relationship drama in it, like they had that chocolate cake one a while ago that we did a whole ass panel on. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing, and I've been really excited about it because I've wanted to do that for like quite a long time now. Now I just finally have somebody I can do the show with. That's it. So that'll be happening regularly soon.
You're saying it meets yours?
I mean, I can't really say like I can't really say because I mean I felt bad for you and I said that it was wrong, right? But I don't know. I guess we were just distant, you know. It just didn't feel like it. Just Yeah.
Okay,
You don't wanna-
listen.
you don't
Let's
wanna
address
answer
the
the
elephant.
question? Do you
I'm not
think that
sure
you
what
have been a do you think that you have been a friend to me for the last 3 months?
I think again, I considered you a distant friend. I didn't consider you a close friend.
Saying love you or I love you is something women say to each other a lot, but men say it a lot less. But to me, an open expression of lovingness is awesome and a sign of strength. It's much less normal in our society right now for men to say it, I mean. Yeah, I think so. Even like my close male friends that I do say it to you, with very rare exception, I usually have to add like a qualifier on it. Like it would usually be like like I really value our friendship. Like I love you, man. Like I couldn't just say like I love you and have it not be weird. I'd have to add like I'd have to have some sort of diplomacy about how I said it so that it wasn't weird.
Okay, I'll stop asking.
But at least I'm not like I love you. No homo. At least I don't have to be like that,
Since you're not going to answer.
which I feel like is
Okay,
the way
here's
more
my
like
question,
maximally
right?
insecure
Because
version
I
of that.
do like, what's the reason you didn't reach out when Max was going through all that terrible shit?
I just figured I would
Hmm?
voice support for him, and I thought that that was appropriate. Voicing support. And I thought that it was
It's not
wrong.
really an answer.
Like you know,
Wait, sorry,
I thought
because you did tweet about it, right? You tweeted about it, correct?
I tweeted and I said stuff on my stream and stuff, but I didn't reach out to him personally. Yeah.
So why?
So
The question
I
was
just
why.
felt like that was kind of the stage where I was at with it. That's pretty much it. I didn't really think beyond
Okay,
that.
someone in the chat is saying Stardust never thought of Mr. Girl as a real friend. Is that true?
That's not true.
Okay. So let's put that to rest. People are saying Mr. Girl is always so much more involved in his friendship, emotionally involved in relationships with people than the other person is.
That's
Who
not
said that in my chat? Who said essentially that in my chat? You just got called out.
true. I thought that you were one of my closest, if not my closest friend, content creator friend, online.
Okay.
You just got gotted.
I'm just, like, I guess the thing is, mine, based on what you said, it seemed like Stardust didn't even mention it, but she did at least like tweet about it, right? So even if she felt uncomfortable talking to you directly, at least she said something to kind of show support for you. That's
Well,
something
yeah,
a
and I
distant friend would
cussed-
do,
No,
surely.
that's not. I don't know.
And I mean, I said
I
stuff
have a
on
lot of.
stream,
I have a
but,
lot
you
of
know.
friends, and most of them don't tweet about me. But all of them asked me how I was doing.
Yeah.
Chud Logic did.
Okay.
We
then,
talk. We talk often
Chad's gonna get
about how both
uncomfortable.
of us are doing, like fucking friends do.
But we haven't had like some rift that's caused us to break apart for a period of time, right?
Yet.
Sure. If I do
Unfortunately.
something that makes you, well, I don't think that would happen because
Hot take. I think that Mr. Girl is really good for Chud. I think he kept him a bit more grounded.
I did do something that made you angry.
Everyone wants to be loved, but no one is willing to say I love you. It's kind of a problem. It's a problem.
And we had a fight on stream. You yelled at me that you were angry at me, and you told me why you were angry at me. And we talked about it. And then we talked about it off stream too.
I think this is
That's
very,
what I would
like,
expect of a friend. Like
I think this is very disingenuous, though. Like, I have supported you even when it has gotten me so much flack, right? Before anybody else did, and I continued to support you publicly, even though we had our falling out. So I don't think this is necessarily fair.
You're more afraid of this topic than you are of catching flack.
I mean, honestly, I think the most flack I have ever got was from my association to you and my association to Richard Spencer. So
I know.
yeah,
I don't think you're afraid. I don't think that scares you.
Yeah.
I think this topic scares you.
I don't know that it scares me. I think I was just very uncomfortable, and I didn't know how to proceed with our friendship, essentially. But I do think that
Okay.
it's a little bit disingenuous to say that, like, I didn't care about what happened to you. I did clearly care. I did
No, I know
clearly
you care.
voice
I didn't think he
support.
said that.
You know,
If you didn't care, I wouldn't be upset with you. I'm upset with you because you care, because I know that you care about me. If you didn't care about me, then we just wouldn't be friends.
He's
That's why
upset.
I'm hurt.
He's upset because she cares, and despite caring, she still chose to not reach out to him and ditch him.
I'm hurt because I know that you do care about me. But I'm like you, but except with conflict and friendships. Friendships are pretty easy to have at first because you don't have any really bad feelings about the other person. You're happy every time you see them. You get along with them. There's nothing complicated or really upsetting to talk about. You can just kind of like gossip, shoot the shit, whatever. But eventually, at some point in every friendship, there will be conflict. Someone will do or say something that hurts the other person. And then you will find out how intimate the person is really capable of being. And there's a couple of solutions to that. One is if the person's not capable of having conflict, you just can't get that.
I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak again. Now we're getting to the part of the stream where it made me sad the first time. Like 30 seconds. And back.
That close to them. And so you have a more distant friendship. But the closeness of the friendship has to reflect how much conflict the friendship can sustain. But our friendship was past that point. Also, there are friends who can not talk to me for 3 months and we can pick up like nothing happened. Like I do have friends that are like old distant friends like that, but this is very different. It's very different to do that to find out like, oh, Stardust she's not trustworthy. This is my test. This is my power play. Stardust is not trustworthy. If you make her mad, she will ghost you. No matter how.
I wasn't even mad at you.
Okay, you make her scared, she'll ghost you. You make her uncomfortable, she'll ghost you. Whatever the fuck the word. If you do the wrong thing with Stardust, she's gone. And like, I don't want to be friends with people like that. I don't want to rely on you ever again. I can't trust people like that.
Okay, so I did not publicly make you an enemy. I did not.
I don't care
not.
if you publicly. I don't give a fuck what you didn't do. I'm talking about what you did.
Okay.
You ditched me. I can't be friends with somebody who runs from conflict like that.
I'm sorry I didn't react the way that you wanted me to react, but that's just
Fuck
not
you.
the way
That
that
is
I was
such a
going to
bullshit
react.
response.
Yes,
That's such a
it
bullshit.
is.
I'm sorry I didn't react the way you wanted me to react, but that just wasn't how I was going to react. That doesn't mean anything. You can't even have this conversation. You like literally can't handle conflict. If you can't handle conflict, we can't really be friends. But what I don't want is a relationship where I provide all the warmth, I provide all the understanding, I provide all the conflict resolution, where I'm basically fucking parenting you, walking you through how to deal with being mad at somebody.
I don't
And
think
not
that's
ditch
what
them
this
for 3
is.
months. It's like you're acting like a fucking 14-year-old.
think-
You're not
no, I don't
emotionally
think
mature
so.
enough for me to be friends with you.
I think that I needed, again, after that conversation, I was uncomfortable and I just needed space, and that's what I did. I took space. I didn't ask you,
No,
you know, I didn't
even if-
need you to
even if
hold
you-
my
even
hand.
if
I
you-
didn't need,
even-
I didn't need
even if you
anybody
want
else to
spa-
hold my
even if-
hand.
Even if you, okay, taking 3 months of space after that conversation is a friendship destroying act
We
for most
still
for most
talked
relationships.
occasionally.
We didn't know no. It was a very icy, cold, distant, fake shit. No, we didn't.
Okay, icy cold. Okay, so it wasn't icy cold to me, but
Yeah, your definition of closeness and warmth is super different from mine, obviously.
okay.
This may seem normal to you. It may be normal to you in your life for people to just not speak to each other when they have conflict. In fact, I'm positive that it is. I am almost certain that this is how you are, and this is how
Robin
people
whispers
treat
your
you,
back.
and you probably put up with it, and they put up with it from you. I don't want this shit in my life. No, I can't.
All right.
I can't do that. So we can be colleagues, because that is friendly colleagues. I have a good deal of affection for you. I like you. I like you a lot. And I always will. But our relationship now needs to change into a relationship where this makes sense. We can have a relationship where if I make you uncomfortable and I don't hear from you for 3 months, or I have some horrible thing happen to me, you don't check in with me, and I won't give a shit, that's fine. That's the relationship that we need to have now.
Okay.
Colleagues.
That's fine.
So like irrelevant. He didn't check in with me. That's
Right.
fine. He doesn't have to. I like irrelevant. I like him a lot. He's a cool dude.
He is a cool dude.
I have no sense that he should or even would reach out to see how I'm doing.
All right.
Okay. I mean, sounds like Stardust team. You don't sound too concerned about this friendship going anyway. So like,
It sucks, but it is what it is. So.
okay,
It is what it
before
is.
We sort of end things. I mean, is there any way to rebuild trust? Is there anything that can be done there to?
He already did this.
Sure.
Rebuild that trust
If Stardust changes in some pretty significant ways with ability to communicate about conflict, and I mean, it seems like the biggest problem is her not even knowing how she is feeling. If it takes you 3 months to figure out how you're feeling about something well enough to talk about it, I don't see how an intimate or even reasonably close friendship with you is possible. But yeah, if those things change, then sure we can talk
I think
about it
Mr.
later.
Girl needs
But
to own up to being purposely antagonistic.
Oh God.
I think he needs to own up to calling something that is necessary and contradicting himself several times, not just in this conversation, but in the last conversation, calling something unreasonable, power play, unnecessary. You've used these adjectives for power play while simultaneously saying that something can be a power play and be necessary. I just don't think that's the case. I think a lot of you also have to own up to the fact that you're calling a power play. You have such a broad definition of what a power play is. That anything under the sun could be a power play. So I mean, like, yeah, I don't really have anything to say about our friendship. Like, it is what it is. So.
okay, let this be a teachable moment for the audience. People who don't know how they feel will ascribe their feelings to you and say that you caused them on purpose.
I think you were purposely being antagonistic.
Okay, so you think I'm just lying to you now?
No, I do think you're lying to me. I think you were.
He's purposely being antagonistic. Doesn't really hold up to how much he checked on her in that first conversation. That's, to me, like, that's the check. And it's not like he was like, "Oh, are you okay? Is this too much for you?" He wasn't doing that. And in fact, too, I feel like she'd have more of like to stand on it if she. I feel like in order to say this like this, she has to like outright accuse him of being disingenuous when he was checking in on her during the first conversation. She hasn't, because she knows that's not the case.
Upset about me taking Shaylin's side and that conflict a little bit before, and you brought it up midway in that conversation, and you were upset with me, and
Wait,
and you took
how
it
did
out
I
on
say
me.
you took Shaylin's? What is Shaylin's side?
On the whole thing with the doll review or whatever. You
you
brought that
think-
up mid conversation and said, well, you said this. You said that you thought I was wrong for this, and I think you were resentful of me for
Do you think
saying
Shaylin thinks that? Do you think Shaylin thinks that I was abusive and wrong?
No, I didn't. I didn't call you abusive.
Well,
I
she's
just
saying
said
that's
that I
Shaylin's
thought you were
side.
wrong
You said it
for
was
the
really.
way.
You said it was really fucked up.
Did I say it was really fucked up?
Or you said I was maybe said I was a jerk.
I said you were a jerk. Yeah, I don't think I called it really fucked
Do you
up.
think is that what you think Shaylin's side is?
I
that I'm a
don't.
jerk?
I don't. Well, okay. So maybe that's
Yeah.
not her side. Maybe
Okay, that's better.
maybe her perspective on that is different from mine. But you didn't like my perspective on that, and I think that you were resentful of me for my perspective on that. So
Why?
And I think you were trying to elicit a negative reaction from me. So.
Of all the
Okay,
people in the
well,
space,
all I can do is say that if you're saying, I mean, I can just tell you you're wrong. If you're saying that
of all the people in the space, Mr. Girl is like if he didn't like people disagreeing with them to the point where he's being resentful, he would have went like nowhere because like everybody pushed back on him all the time.
purposely was
And he
doing
got along
that,
pretty
and I
well.
was trying to hurt you, then no, I wasn't. If you're saying I unconsciously was lashing out at you, I can't. I mean, I can't speak to that.
Okay.
I think he was pretty chill to people
Okay.
who were like
Well,
actively said they think he's a
one
pedophile
thing
and
I
shit.
do want to do before we wrap this up, Mr. Girl, do you want to just shout your stuff out so we would know where to find you in your
Wild.
time of cancellation?
You can't find me. I'm scorched off of the internet.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
answer the fucking
God
question,
damn
mate.
it.
Where's your website?
Bridges being burned left and right.
What? Okay. What's your
God
website
damn
that
it.
people
I've
can
been
watch stuff?
voted into oblivion. The
Um,
Nazis are finishing what Hitler started.
I'm going to finish what it started if you don't say your fucking website, mate. What is it?
I won't. No, I'm not going to say it. Fuck you.
Why
God
not?
damn it.
Because I don't want to.
But why? It's you know.
Because he doesn't want this to be.
I don't know why.
Because he doesn't want this to be a part of his fucking stream marketing. That's why.
I just can't. I can't right now.
This isn't. This stream to Mr. Girl wasn't about making content, and he doesn't want it to become that. That's simple as. Very, very clear to me that that's the reason.
Okay, mate. Well, that's fair enough. It's your decision.
I'm Stardust. You can find me twitch.tv/Stardust or youtube.com/Stardust streams. Also, I just want to say that I think the last part of this conversation also was like very manipulative and very weird. So, just putting all the blame in one direction and no accountability. So,
Mr. Girl, I've just intellectually raped you and posted a link to your website in my chat. How do you feel about that?
It's nice of you.
Okay, good. So it's okay. It's like consent, non-consent, right? Yeah, cool. Okay. Guys, I don't know. Listen, I'm sorry I couldn't. I'd say there's a lot of tension here. Maybe in the future, who knows? But it sounds like it's pretty much done for now. So, guess we'll end it there.
okay. Thanks. See you guys later.
See you later.
Bye.
Ah. At least Shud was kind of funny in there towards the end. God damn it. Those comments are dumb. Let's see. It's been almost 5 hours. Chud is kind of cute trying to make Max feel better. It's sad their friendship ended. Yeah. Like I was saying earlier, I feel like Mr. Girl is really good for Chud. Like slow, so painful, slow motion train wreck. Yeah. I had a harder time letting myself be sad watching it on stream, but it was. That's a sad stream. which I guess kind of inherently speaks to the parasociality of it. And it's weird. It's weird for me. I don't know how much of it is like parasociality at this point, because like I've spoken to everybody in that stream. I have had some kind of entanglement with them that was like significant to me. Like most significant, like Chud Logic with the whole spicy chat, like whole doxing drama thing that went on for several weeks. Stardust made a like 50 something page PowerPoint or slides PowerPoint to defend me on that. Then those two ended up like having a moderated debate about the entire situation. And then like Mr. Girl, obviously, I've talked to him plenty. I've interviewed him. I've like talked about and critiqued his stuff for over a year. So I don't know if that's like parasociality still, or if it's just like sociality. Sociality. I don't know. That one's kind of weird for me. I'm not really sure. Um. Yeah. I think I'm. Let's see. I can't quite figure out how real it was. Partly feels like a learning stream for viewers about how or how not to have friendships, and did that. Oh, and did that fact make it less real? Definitely somewhat real though. I think their friendship really ended. So there's that part. I was gonna say, you know, these people, it hits different. It does hit different. Yeah, like I think it was a lot less so the first time. I watched it, but a lot's changed since then. And this time, because like even when I'm watching it and I'm saying things that I disagree with Stardust about, in the back of my head, I'm like actively thinking about the fact that she made a 50 something slideshow in my defense, and then had like a moderated debate. Like I don't know if I want to say like on my side or whatever, but like it was to the benefit of me and it was about me. So like so it felt a little weird. It's not going to detract from my honesty when I'm talking about it, but it feels different talking about it. I know a lot of people in like the Twitch full space, it seems like they don't really give a shit about any of that stuff. Like they'll just say, I don't know, I guess it just feels like a lot of times none of like their interactions with people really shape how they feel about them. It's more about like what they have going on in that exact moment. I still feel parasociality is weird and sometimes not entirely healthy. Yeah, I think that my take on parasociality is that some parts of it are probably good, some parts are probably bad, but I think it's like I feel most confident that it's a little too complicated and new for us to understand. And to make really strong, bold claims about it, probably just not like we can't really be that justified in making them. Because I think ultimately, like, we just don't fucking know. Because when I hear Mr. Girl talk about it, I think it's a bit much. But when I heard him talk to that like therapist woman who specializes in it, I think like, well, that seems a bit lenient. Let's see. Derpsuwu says, yo, bro, what is that background? It's my favorite painting, which is actually a series of 3 paintings done in like this like kind of like collapsible board thing. That's how he did a lot of them. Hang on, let me make it bigger. It's called the Garden of Earthly Delights. Hieronymus Bosch did it in the 1500s. It's so good. Hang on. Let me hide these. So that's the Garden of Eden, and this is the Garden of Earthly Delights, and then this is Hell. And the dude was just so ahead of his time in terms of like painting. And like when you look at it, knowing that it's done in the 1500s, you can't help but wonder just how much of like art he had an influence on, because it's so wild, and like the creatures and stuff are it's just like, I guess this is the kind of thing that you could imagine, like you could see similar scenes like this in like something that's like really wacky today, like Adventure Time or something, to like invoke this sense of weirdness, or like of like alienation or something. But the 1500s, there's been nothing like there's very very little stuff to come out before that that was like this. If you look at a lot of his paintings and stuff, there's like little little creatures and stuff in there that are like wholly unique to his paintings. It's super fascinating. But I mostly love it has like this like religious dread to it, and coupled with like being so fucking weird. And I like both of those things a lot. I have a parasocials. Didn't seem to have any idea about parasociality experiences I had. I don't believe she's that much of an expert. Yeah, how do you even become an expert? Like it's I feel like her like field research has to be like super narrow. Yeah, that painting is awesome. So much in it. Dude, that's the thing too. Yeah, this one in particular, you can zoom in on like any like little part of it, and there's a ton going on in it. The I consider Hieronymus Bosch somebody who's like tortured by their faith. He was super religious, and he came from a long line of painters, so he just like had all the ingredients to make like incredible shit like this. I'm glad you think it's beautiful. I do too. It's a masterpiece to me. Definitely consider Googling it and just like zooming in all over the place, because it's too good. I would love to tell you how to spell Hieronymus Bosch, but just start typing how you think it's spelled in Google and it'll help you out. That's what I have to do every time still. I've been going for almost 5 hours here. I think I'm gonna wrap it. My back hurts. I'm gonna do a stretch. I think that painting is one that was talked about in an Enneagram podcast I was listening to. Like there's tons of knowledge and facts about the human experience embedded in it, aside from looking awesome. Yeah, I feel like you could draw so many stories about it. You know what? Before I go, I was gonna zoom in and talk about a couple of my favorite parts of it. Because it's the thing, like this painting, it is 3 separate paintings. Like you can see the wooden lines there. That's because like it folds up on itself. So there's clearly 3 different scenes, but like there's just so much that's just like screams to be like examined individually. Like the pig nun here. I really, really like the pig nun. Go a little bit bigger. And then the instruments are like this is like a harp cello, and I have no idea what this is, but like you still get the sense that it's an instrument. This is the Tree Man. And he also did like a sketch of him before. This horrific like bird thing. And I don't know, it looks like it's a leg here, but then it just keeps on extending out. And there's like a bunch of people that have like weird stuff on their heads. This person has a dye on their head. I always think of this as like a bug on their head. Somewhere there's a blueberry head. Somebody just has like a blueberry chilling on their head. Oh, there it is. The tree man is super fascinating. And then the ears with the knife, it's like a pocket knife blade. So good. A lot of his stuff has burning buildings in it because like he had to flee a lot because where he lived, like the whole like village or town or whatever, I don't know, would get burned. So he has like a lot of his like traumatic fear of that. And people like I guess like art scholars talk a lot about the heavy religious stuff because like in the 15 like he was a super religious guy in the 1500s, and I don't know if you know much about religious history, but um I think that being really religious in the 1500s is traumatic. Like you're super scared of hell back then. uh oh yeah, there's a cherry head there, so funny. And then there's like a bug with a strawberry on this person's back. There's just a plethora of things going on. The giant birds are that's super interesting to me. This person's like hugging the owl. Just I think this one is my favorite because I don't know how many I don't know if I've ever seen any other painting that has half as many individually interesting things happening in it. Oh yeah, was the right in here? At first I thought there was just like a design on a bulb here, but this guy whose legs are here are like he's like in there, and then there's another guy coming down. Super creepy. And then there's like a pit. Wild to me. And I think by no mistake either, like look at how unoccupied the Garden of Eden is. That's just like the originals, and I guess I'm not sure if that's supposed to be Jesus or God. But even among animals, it's like not that populated comparatively. That's all. I just want to talk about it. When the woman my wife and I are seeing was over, she asked about it, and she indulged me and let me talk to her for like 15 minutes about Hieronymus Bosch. That was really fun. I assume based on her reaction that she was genuinely interested, and if not, then it was even nicer of her to humor me for so long. I thought it was imagination running wild, but there's deep meaning and symbology. Oh yeah, yeah. Um, there's a lot. There's a lot in it. An artist friend took me through the National Portrait Gallery when he was in London giving a show. It was amazing to see the evolution of art and artists. The museum temporarily ordered so much amazing insights as he guided my eyes to the big shifts. Much of changes in styles actually came from the ever diminishing costs for art supplies. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So the one thing I really wish I knew more about, because he's my favorite artist, is I want to watch like a documentary or something about what what kinds of things like art scholars, like art historians, I don't know what to call them, could tell us that like he's directly influenced, because I feel like I've seen a lot today that feels so clearly inspired by his art. It's wild. I guess the last art fact about Hieronymus Bosch is that he was super rare in his style of painting because he would lay on really thick layers of paint. And then like work the paint out that way. Whereas that like most people used like very thin layers of paint in the Renaissance era. Also, I do generally enjoy Renaissance art more than most styles of art. Everything has like a really like prolific feel to it. It's always feels like what you're viewing has like a heaviness to it. Like it's important. And sort of like larger than life in a lot of like Renaissance paintings. And I like that a lot. But all right, unless something comes up, I'll be streaming tomorrow night. He's an amazing artist and a captain of the U.S. Navy. Wait, who? Pardon. And the captain of the U.S. Navy aircraft carrier. Red Nave. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what time. I wish I could be more specific with the times that I'm streaming. Just having a wife and kid makes it hard to always be super predictive on that. And that's why I just try to shout out to the people with the stream enjoyer role in my Discord, so at least you can get as much of a heads up as I can give you, even if like today it was ended up being a little bit inaccurate and I had to amend it. But yeah, look forward to me putting a notice out about one that I will be scheduling in advance when I talk to counterpoints. Sorry, when I debate counterpoints on polyamory. He's my friend. Don't want to dox him. Yeah, that makes sense. I just didn't. I just didn't catch that. That's who you were talking about. Your friend. All right. Have a good night, guys. See ya tomorrow. I didn't know you were doing this all as being a steamroller. Good night, Elk.